Gohan. My poor Gohan. Wah. I will never let you suffer again. Who did this to you? Wah. My Gohan. In the blurry darkness her grief-stricken sobs echo, stirring the hearts of all who hear them. Mom, that voice. It's Mom. Where am I? Right. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien Fan, all of them. The Saiyans. I am sorry, it was all my fault. Uncle Piccolo, if it were not for me you would not have. Ah. It hurts. At that moment inside a flying vehicle a 5-year-old black-haired boy suddenly lets out a cry of agony. A tide of unfamiliar memories floods into his mind and the tearing pain feels as though it will rip him apart. Gohan. The faces of everyone around him change at once. A graceful dignified woman panics instantly, carefully laying Son Gohan down as tears stream endlessly from her eyes. A bald old man with a beard and dark sunglasses feels that something is terribly wrong with Son Gohan's condition and says gravely, this is bad. Bulma, we have to move faster. I know. The woman called Bulma immediately accelerates, piloting the flying craft toward West City. Gohan, I'm so sorry. The man called Wukong lies on a stretcher, his voice hoarse as if he has exhausted the last of his strength. Watching his 5-year-old child suffer so terribly fills his heart with pain and deep worry. Karen Shenron, sometimes I truly hate how powerless I am. The old man clenches his fists in unwilling frustration as he speaks to a white cat by his side. A shadow lies over the heart of everyone inside the craft, they see no hope, only despair. Bulma, the blue-haired woman piloting the vehicle, has eyes swollen red from crying, her tear-streaked face evoking deep pity. Bulma still remembers the first time she met Son Gohan on Mount Bowsy, their journey to seek the Dragon Balls, and how they later encountered Yamcha and then became acquainted with Klin. After that, Son Gohan single-handedly destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. At the world's #1 martial arts tournament he met Tien Fan and Jiaozi. Following the chaos wrought by the great demon king, Piccolo piece returned only to be shattered again a year ago by the arrival of the Saiyans. Son Gohan's Saiyan elder brother Leitais broke their former life apart. Wukong perished together with Leitais. 1 year later, now Saiyan warriors far more dangerous than Leitais, Vegeta and Naba launched a new invasion. In the battle with the Saiyans, Yamcha, Tien Fan, Jiaozi and the reborn Piccolo, no longer the darkness he once was, sacrificed their lives. Son Gohan was gravely wounded and Klin and Son Gohan were also severely injured. Deep within a dark corner of his soul, Son Gohan curls into himself, clutching his head. A beast-like roar tears from his throat as his body swells and expands, transforming into a giant ape covered in black fur. He lets out a primal howl brimming with brutality and madness as though he will annihilate everything in existence. This is the primordial instinct for destruction that dwells within the Saiyan race. In the outside world, Son Gohan feels his pain vanish. That tidal wave of memories settles and is calmly absorbed by him. Though he appears to remain unconscious, Son Gohan's true sense of self is already awakening. Yet the exhaustion and limits of his body prevent him from waking with his mind like a person trapped in sleep paralysis, clearly awake and yet unable to move a single muscle. Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super. Transmigration. This. At 5 years old, Son Gohan cannot grasp what these memories truly mean. Yet the scenes from Dragon Ball Z, the Saiyans and all that followed he understands all too well, because those are events he personally experienced. How amazing. Dragon Ball. Is this a story with Dad as the main character? From meeting Aunt Bulma all the way up to now. Son Gohan can only understand that in this transmigrator's memories the beginning of Dragon Ball Z corresponds exactly to his own experiences up to this moment. The future. Could all of this be a record of our future? Though only 5 years old, he is far from stupid and quickly grasps what these visions represent. Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and then in Dragon Ball Super those even more mysterious and powerful beings, the angels, the gods of destruction and the Omni King, all the way up to the Tournament of Power. If all this is real, then in the future there will be enemies far more terrifying than the Saiyans. Dad is incredible. The childish Son Gohan is filled with admiration for his father Son Gohan. Yet when he notices his own grown-up self in those memories, the smile on his face gradually fades. He does indeed become a scholar as he wished, but whenever he thinks of his father Son Gohan constantly fighting, his heart aches unbearably. In the later part of Dragon Ball Super, within the Transmigrator's memories, there appears yet another enemy named Moro. Is that the future me? Dad, Mom, Uncle Piccolo. The 5-year-old Son Gohan is torn and confused. In the Transmigrator's memories of Dragon Ball Super, he has given up the path of the martial artist, remaining behind to enjoy peace, devoting himself entirely to scholarly work. No. Why must I choose only one between being a scholar and a martial artist? He wishes to become a great scholar, but he also cannot bear to see his beloved father Son Gohan shoulder all the hardship alone. At only 5 years old, he thinks about it in simple terms. His dream is to be a scholar, yet he suddenly realizes that being a scholar and a martial artist do not necessarily contradict one another. With this thought clear in his mind, Son Gohan's consciousness returns to reality and he slowly opens his eyes. He is lying on a hospital bed. Thanks to Bulma's prior arrangements, everything is ready. Son Gohan, gravely injured, lies nearby, his body completely immobile. Gohan, you're awake. That's wonderful. Mom is here, don't be afraid. It's all over now, my poor Gohan. His mother Chi-Chi pulls Son Wufan tightly into her arms. His earlier state had terrified them all. On the other bed, Son Wukong, seeing his child awaken safe and sound, finally exhales in relief, the weight in his heart easing at last. Mom, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you all worry. Son Wufan smiles. The baby fat on his cheeks makes him look very much like Chi-Chi. Clint is also wearing a hospital gown. Bulma, Son Wukong, Turtle Hermit, and the others are all present. Because of Son Wufan's condition earlier, he had not yet spoken of what was on his mind. Well, actually it might be. Maybe. Bulma, Wukong, Gohan, Master Wu-Tian, those killed by the Saiyans might still have a way to be brought back. What? Bulma and the others turned to look at Clint in unison. Only Son Wufan, who already knows, shows little change on his small face. Though Son Wukong's injuries are severe, his complexion has improved somewhat. His voice, however, still carries a hoarse rasp as he says, Clint, you told me something like this before. What exactly is going on? Clint says cautiously, the chance might be very small, it might even sound absurd. Those Saiyans likely learned about Earth's Dragon Balls from the communicator that belonged to Leitais. They knew the Dragon Balls could grant wishes. But when they saw Piccolo, they called him a Ningsaijin from planet Namek. Leaning against the bed, Son Wufan nods in agreement. That's right, that's what they called Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Clint, you mean that on planet Namek there might also exist 7 Dragon Balls? I heard it back then too. Clint says with a serious expression, exactly, Gohan. If what those Saiyans said is true, we can go to that place called planet Namek and maybe find 7 Dragon Balls there. Then those killed by the Saiyans will be able to live again. At the mention of planet Namek from Kuririn, the crowd, steeped in grief and desolation, felt a fragile spark of hope rekindling within their hearts. Master Roshi exclaimed in excitement, that's right. If Piccolo is revived, the Heavenly God will return as well, and once the Heavenly God revives, the Dragon Balls will be restored. This is truly wonderful, perhaps this plan might actually work. Just as everyone cheered and grew exuberant, Bulma spoke up, her words like a sudden basin of cold water dousing the flames of hope that had just begun to burn. Sai, I really envy you amateurs. You understand nothing at all. Flying into outer space, how could something like that possibly be achieved? It's truly disappointing. And Kuririn, do you even know where that planet called Namek is? Kuririn and Master Roshi could only let out a disappointed sigh. Wait a moment, that's nothing to worry about. Bulma, let me ask Lord Kai. Lord Kai, do you know where planet Namek is located? Son Goku closed his eyes and conversed with the North Kai. On the planet of the Kai, the North Kai had been continuously keeping an eye on the events unfolding on Earth. The voice of the North Kai echoed in the ears of everyone present as he replied, Goku, of course I know of planet Namek. I am after all the exalted being known as a Kai. Son Gohan recalled within the memories of the transmigrator the image of the North Kai, somewhat comical in appearance, fond of telling cold jokes that were hardly amusing. Let me think, let me see. In terms of how you Earthlings would put it, the coordinates are in the SU-83 sector at 9045 XY. The North Kai thus revealed the cosmic coordinates of planet Namek to everyone. 9045 XY coordinates. Bulma felt her mind go blank. As an inventor, she naturally understood far better than outsiders like Son Goku and Kuririn what such coordinates implied. Kuririn asked Bulma, do you know where that is? Bulma did not answer immediately. She ran a quick calculation in her mind. At that moment, the North Kai investigated the matter of planet Namek. Due to a peculiar climatic upheaval, a great catastrophe had occurred there. Back then, the Heavenly God had piloted a spaceship from Namek to Earth for this very reason. The North Kai discovered that at this time fewer than 100 inhabitants remained on planet Namek, though their population was slowly increasing. The Namekians, much like the Heavenly God, were a very gentle race. Piccolo, however, had been born as a separate being because the Heavenly God, influenced by the evil of Earthlings, had split the darkness away. The Heavenly God and Piccolo were originally one, thus when Piccolo died, the Heavenly God perished as well. Ah, you must be kidding. According to my calculations, even if we installed the most advanced engine in the world that my father ever designed, it would still take 4,313 years and more than 3 months to reach planet Namek. Bulma's words left Kuririn, Master Roshi, and the others utterly speechless. In a soft milky voice, Son Gohan said, Aunt Bulma, we can probably use the spaceship those Saiyans like Vegeta left behind, right? Or when the Heavenly God came to Earth, he must have used a spaceship too. You're right. Gohan, you're so clever. This is great, this is wonderful, we still have hope. Ah, this is great, truly wonderful. Son Gohan's words brought an irrepressible smile to Bulma's face. The others in the ward also broke into joyful, relieved smiles. The sorrow and pain brought by the Saiyans slowly began to dissipate. Yet only Son Gohan, through the memories of the transmigrator, knew just how terrifying the events on planet Namek would be. We set out for planet Namek. Bulma hurriedly left to deal with the matter of the Saiyans spaceship. Sitting by the bed, Shishi opened a bundle intending for Son Gohan to catch up on all the schoolwork he had missed during this period. Son Gohan felt his mind unusually clear. The knowledge in the textbooks appeared vividly before him. Concepts that had once seemed somewhat tedious and complex now became instantly comprehensible. Whenever he wished to truly memorize something, it would embed itself firmly in his mind, though not quite photographic, it came impressively close. Could this be because I fused with that transmigrator? Son Gohan wondered silently. In that fierce clash of souls he had ultimately counterattacked, annihilating the transmigrator's soul and absorbing everything that belonged to him. Yet he was certain it was not simply due to the transmigrator's own memories. From those memories he had gained little in the way of academic knowledge. In this regard the transmigrator did not seem so different from his current self. Names like the ever-present passerby Kato Megumi Tokisaki Kurumi, the paper angel Conan, and the eternal butterfly Shinobu meant little to the 5-year-old Son Gohan. He could not quite understand why the transmigrator had been so infatuated and fascinated with these characters. Perhaps when I grow up I'll be able to understand all this. So thought Son Gohan in his heart. He also knew that in the future he would end up with a girl named Videl and that they would have a daughter together. Yet all of this was far too distant for a 5-year-old boy. Regarding such matters he remained in a hazy, innocent state. With the changes he had already made, who could say whether the future would still unfold along its original path? Having discovered this newfound talent, Son Gohan's playful side emerged for a while. He flipped through the pages faster and faster, and anything he truly wished to remember became remarkably easy to retain. Chi-Chi, standing to the side, suddenly noticed that Son Gohan was flipping pages at an increasing pace. Though she suspected he might simply be playing around, she asked on the surface, "Gohan, have you really read all of it?" "That's right, Mom. After training with Uncle Piccolo I feel reading is much easier than before. You can test me later if you like." Son Gohan's words stirred suspicion in Chi-Chi's heart. She herself was a martial artist who had fought her way into the top 8 of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai on her own strength and had faced Son Goku there. It was then that they fell in love. After marrying she stayed at home to support her husband and raise their child. Though she could not compare to fighters like Son Goku or Tenshinhan, she was by no means a weak woman. Bang! Snapping the book closed, Son Gohan's childlike face took on a look of firm resolve. "Mom, I want to go to planet Namek with Uncle Kuririn like he mentioned before." Nearby, Son Goku, swathed in bandages like a mummy, showed a rare look of seriousness. Kuririn, the Ox King, and the others all turned their gazes toward the boy lying on the hospital bed. Because Bulma had accidentally triggered the self-destruct mechanism on the Saiyan spaceship, Mr. Popo from the Heavenly Temple rushed over and took her to search for the spaceship the Heavenly God had used when he first came to Earth. Now back at her own home, she was in the midst of refitting that ship, and thus she was not present here. At present, Son Gohan and Kuririn would need 3 days in the hospital before they recovered, while Son Goku would need 3 full months. Fortunately, the senzu beans of Karen Hermit would mature in 1 month, and by then Son Goku would be able to leave the hospital. Even knowing what would occur on planet Namek, Son Gohan felt neither fear nor retreat. He wished to exert his utmost effort and do something, anything, within his power. "No, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with you, Gohan. Please don't joke about this. Anyone can do such things. There is no need for you to get involved." Chi-Chi's expression showed a hint of panic. She hoped Gohan was just making a passing comment. "I'm not joking. I'm serious. I want to help Uncle Piccolo and the others come back to life. I also want to share the burden with you and Dad, Mom." Son Wukong smiled with appreciation, saying, "Well said, Gohan." At this moment Son Wukong was unaware of the thrilling adventures that awaited them on planet Namek. He and Bulma shared similar thoughts, merely viewing it as a cosmic tour. The dangers on planet Namek were known only to Gohan. Gohan had displayed remarkable potential since childhood. Son Wukong wished for Gohan to train with him, but Chi-Chi forbade it. Moreover, Gohan wanted to become a scholar. Even as a father, Son Wukong did not interfere with Gohan's wishes or force him to train. Master Roshi gently nudged Krillin and whispered, "Let's step outside for a moment." Krillin nodded and followed Master Roshi out. Upon opening the door they saw Bulma and Bobo standing at the entrance, having just heard Chi-Chi shout and not entering. Krillin carefully closed the door, leaving the room for Son Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Gohan. "What are you both thinking? And Gohan's body hasn't recovered yet. You're just a 5-year-old child. Piccolo's death has nothing to do with you." Chi-Chi's voice rose slightly, filled with agitation. "Stop nagging. Just stop talking." Gohan shouted, startled Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and the others outside the door. "Gohan. My Gohan would actually yell at me." Chi-Chi looked at Gohan in shock, her expression slightly distressed. She couldn't believe Gohan had just yelled at her. This was the first time she had seen such a sight of Gohan. Gohan gritted his teeth, slightly lowering his head, and said, "Mom, I'm sorry, but now is not the time for that kind of talk. Everyone has fought and died for the Earth. I won't give up on my studies, but I also won't give up on training. I want to fight like Dad to protect you and keep you safe. That Saiyan named Vegeta has escaped. His target is the Dragon Balls. We might encounter him on this trip to planet Namek. Mom, I'm no longer that little kid who only cries. I hope you can understand." Chi-Chi slumped helplessly in her chair. Gohan's words made her feel both happy and sad. She was happy that Gohan had matured, but sad that such maturity should not be seen in a 5-year-old. Her hope was for Gohan to grow up safe, not to fight against ruthless enemies with his small limbs. "Go, Gohan. Mommy can no longer protect you. I can only choose to support you. But you must promise to come back safely, okay?" Tears glistened in Chi-Chi's eyes as she gazed at Gohan. We definitely will. Well, I'll come back. Gohan's small face broke into a joyful smile upon hearing his mother Shishi's agreement. By the way, Dad, when we were fishing near the Buns Mountain you told me about the Room of Spirit and Time where the Supreme Kai resides. You trained there for a month. Ha! Did I say that? Son Wukong looked baffled, he couldn't recall saying it. You did definitely. You said that time flows differently there than in the real world with drastic climate changes and temperature variations between day and night. I want to have more training time. I know I have many shortcomings. Please, Dad. Gohan said to Son Wukong. Son Wukong had only trained there for a month because the environment in the Room of Spirit and Time was extremely harsh. Additionally, his own strength was insufficient, so he could only train for a month. As for the subsequent years of training, by then his power would be far beyond what he had now. Gohan, I'm sorry. Your dad can't train with you right now, Son Wukong said with a forced smile. At the door, hearing that Son Wukong, Chi-Chi and Gohan had finished their talk, Bulma, Krillin and the others walked in. A dark muscular man walked in calmly wearing golden earrings. It was Bobo, who lived in the Divine Temple. Gohan, just as you said, the environment there is extremely harsh. Even Wukong could only endure for a month before he couldn't take it anymore. Weak willpower and lack of focus can easily lead to hallucinations. Mr. Bobo, I understand, but I want to become stronger. I know I'm too weak to fight against the Saiyans and I have many shortcomings. Gohan slowly began to unwrap the bandages on his body. Master Rose's glasses glimmered as he said kindly, if that's the case, let this old man accompany Gohan to the Room of Spirit and Time. What? Master Roshi, but... Son Wukong was taken aback, hesitating. Master Roshi explained, Mr. Bobo is helping Bulma translate the Namek language. Although my strength is insufficient, don't forget I was once your teacher. Son Wukong smiled and said, if that's the case, then I leave it to you, Master Roshi. The ones going to planet Namek are Gohan, Krillin and Bulma. In a month after the healing beans mature, Son Wukong will also recover. Bulma needs to input the Namek language into the translation machine, which will take 10 days. Therefore Bulma decided that everyone would meet at Master Rose's place 10 days later. After Gohan's recovery under Bobo's guidance, he brought Gohan and Master Roshi to the entrance of the Room of Spirit and Time. After reminding Gohan and Master Roshi of some precautions, Bobo opened the door, allowing the two to enter the internal space of the Room of Spirit and Time. Inside the Room of Spirit and Time was an endless expanse of pure white. Gohan and Master Roshi felt a heavy weight on them. The gravity inside the Room of Spirit and Time was over 10 times that of the outside world, and all necessary facilities were provided at the entrance. Master Roshi, once looking frail and dry, now appeared robust and swollen. The turtle shell on his back had long been removed. Looking around the Room of Spirit and Time, he couldn't help but exclaim, this is so heavy. The environment here is even worse than I imagined. Gohan nodded in agreement. Although he only understood the Room of Spirit and Time through memories from a past life, experiencing it for the first time made him realize why his father Son Wukong couldn't endure more than a month inside. Gohan, you have trained with Piccolo, so there are many things I no longer need to teach you. However, the Turtle School martial arts go far beyond this. Both Wukong and Krillin are close to forgetting what they learned from me. Give it your all, Gohan. Master Roshi and Gohan, both dressed in martial arts uniforms, took their battle stances. At this moment Gohan wore the orange Turtle School martial arts uniform that once belonged to Son Wukong, evoking memories of the past for Master Roshi. Yes, Master Roshi. Be careful. Yeah. Gohan shouted as he tightened his fists and charged towards Master Roshi. Whoosh. Whoosh. Swish. Every full force strike from Son Wukong was deftly dodged by Master Roshi. After about an hour, Son Wukong was already gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The environment of the hyperbolic time chamber was also uncomfortable for Master Roshi, beads of sweat forming on his brow, prompting the two to take a break. Wukong, what does strength mean to you? After wiping the sweat from his body with a warm towel, Master Roshi inquired. Strength, huh? In response to Master Rose's question, Son Wukong's mind wandered to thoughts of Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan 4. However, he could not directly tell Master Roshi about these thoughts. The memories of the traveler were something he couldn't reveal. He remembered that aside from the god of destruction, there were angels, the grand priest, and the king of all entities so powerful they were beyond imagination. If Master Roshi were to discover the memories of the traveler in his mind, unimaginable consequences might ensue. Although he was still young, it didn't mean he lacked intelligence. Is it the power of ki, Master Roshi? Son Wukong pondered for a moment, using the vocabulary he could imagine. Master Roshi gently shook his head and said, the strength of power indeed requires the intensity of one's ki. Merely training the body without a matching heart will lead to a backlash from the power. Heart. Son Wukong responded with some confusion. He didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Master Rose's words, but remembering their earlier sparring session, he realized he had not touched Master Roshi at all despite his far superior strength. Son Wukong thought that this must be related to what Master Roshi referred to as the heart, but he just couldn't comprehend it at this moment. Seeing Son Wukong's expression, Master Roshi sighed and said, the environment of the hyperbolic time chamber is not suitable for such discussions. Wukong, as you mentioned, there's a good chance you will encounter that runaway Saiyan on planet Namek. What I am going to teach you next is technique and some very practical moves. Understood, Master Roshi, please guide me. Son Wukong clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully. Outside, Bobo had already organized all the information regarding the Namekian language. The rest was left to Bulma to handle alone, entering the Namekian language into the translation device, and now he returned to the temple. Step, step. The sound of footsteps coming from the hyperbolic time chamber startled Bobo. They're out so soon. The door of the hyperbolic time chamber opened and Son Wukong emerged carrying the unconscious Master Roshi on his back. They had trained inside for about 13 days, not even half a month. While Son Wukong could have continued, Master Roshi could not bear it any longer. The environment of the hyperbolic time chamber was truly torturous. Master Roshi, we're out. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, the gravity inside the hyperbolic time chamber was 10 times that of the outside world, and the disorienting feeling of worlds colliding made both Son Wukong and Master Roshi somewhat uncomfortable. Master Roshi got down from Son Wukong's back, saying, "Indeed, I am still too weak. I have fallen too far behind you. Wukong, you possess an unimaginable potential. When Goku was your age, he wasn't as formidable as you. If you diligently continue your training, your future achievements will surely surpass all our expectations." Master Roshi, I won't forget my training. Son Wukong recalled the memories of the traveler and vowed not to let his father Goku fight alone to protect the earth. He spoke these words with utmost sincerity. At that moment, Bobo approached, his calm demeanor exuding a sense of peace and tranquility. He said, "Wukong, if you don't mind, let me guide your training for the next few days." Really? Really? Mr. Bobo, I've heard my dad speak of you. You really want to guide my training? Son Wukong gazed at him expectantly, his youthful face beaming, though his small stature concealed incredible strength. Absolutely, Wukong. While my power might be lacking, I can still accompany you in your training. Mr. Bobo's tone remained calm and steady, showing no signs of any emotional fluctuation. That's great. By the way, Mr. Bobo, I'm sorry, could you please wait for a moment? After I take Master Roshi back, I have some matters to attend to at Bulma Auntie's place in West City. I need to find something and ask Dr. Brief for help. Son Wukong scratched his head apologetically and smiled as he asked. Bobo replied calmly, "No problem." Master Roshi then curiously asked Wukong, "What is it?" I just had a sudden idea. The gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber is 10 times that of Earth. I can clearly feel that I become much stronger, so I was wondering if I trained under 20 times or 30 times the gravity, would I become even more powerful? Therefore, I thought about whether it would be possible to create a training room that could control gravity. Upon hearing Son Wukong's thoughts, even Bobo's usually expressionless face showed a hint of surprise. Son Wukong's reasoning was quite sound and his perspective was very logical. Wukong, you really have some ideas. However, while training is indeed rigorous, you must also remember to balance work and rest. Master Roshi was somewhat worried about Son Wukong's health, fearing that excessive training might lead to accumulating hidden injuries within his body. Don't worry, Master Roshi. I won't forget your guidance. Son Wukong felt relieved inside. Asking a 5-year-old child to lie felt a bit guilty. Fortunately, neither Bobo nor Master Roshi seemed to notice anything amiss. Of course, he hadn't thought of the gravity room inside the hyperbolic time chamber. What was lacking now was time. Krillin and Bulma treated this trip to planet Namek as an extraterrestrial exchange, completely unaware of the dangers that lay ahead, nor did they know that aside from Vegeta there was an even more terrifying Frieza. After returning, Master Roshi, Son Wukong headed to Bulma's house in West City, explaining his request to Dr. Brief and asked him to install the gravity chamber in the accompanying spaceship. After everything was arranged, he returned to the Heavenly Temple and began training with Bobo. Bobo taught Son Wukong the training methods that Goku had once experienced, emphasizing that defense should be as silent as the sky while attack should be faster than lightning. Time flowed slowly and soon the day to head to planet Namek arrived. On the eve of departure, Son Wukong finished his training and gathered with his mother Shishi and father Goku to share stories from his training period, relaxing his mind and body to prepare for the upcoming challenges. Son Wukong also got a haircut, but it was no longer a mushroom cut. His black hair stood slightly upright with a black side fringe falling down, resembling the hairstyle of the traveler known as Mysterious Wukong. As for the mushroom cut, he disliked it and firmly rejected it. At this moment in the Kame house, Bulma was dressed in a specially prepared spacesuit, sporting a stylish short haircut that lent her an air of competence. The spaceship resembled a white worm with distinctive protrusions propped up by 4 supports on the ground resembling legs. It had been modified from a vessel of the former gods. Krillin, with a curious expression, looked up and surveyed the spaceship, saying, "Are we really going to ride this thing to reach Namek?" Bulma yawned slightly, showing signs of fatigue, and complained, "Ugh, I really am exhausted. It could have been finished much earlier, but Gohan insisted on installing a gravity chamber and it was only completed yesterday, which forced me to conduct a night test on the spaceship." "I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma," Gohan said, lowering his head somewhat awkwardly. He was wearing a purple martial arts uniform that Piccolo had given him, and his belongings were quite simple, only a change of clothes and toiletries for the journey, with no homework to speak of. Now that Shishi knew Gohan had matured, she had eased up on her overprotectiveness. Moreover, Shishi was very happy to see Gohan starting to care about his hairstyle, although at only 5 years old Gohan didn't fully understand that the hairstyle he was trying to achieve was considered cool according to the memories of the time traveler. Under the watchful eyes of the Ox King Chi-Chi came Senin and others. Gohan, Krillin and Bulma entered the cabin. After fastening their seatbelts, the spaceship ignited and swiftly flew out of the atmosphere, exiting the solar system in mere seconds. Once out of Earth's atmosphere, the spaceship stabilized and Bulma set the coordinates for Namek, switching to autopilot and unfastening her seatbelt. Filled with curiosity, Gohan approached the window, gazing through the glass at the vastness of the cosmic starry sky, making even the solar system feel incredibly small. Gohan, Master Roshi said you have been training with Mr. Popo during this time. Krillin came alongside Gohan, noting that at just 5 years old Gohan's height reached Krillin's shoulder, highlighting Krillin's own short stature. Gohan nodded and smiled, saying that's right. Mr. Popo has guided my training. He is truly a mysterious person, seeming to know so much. I can clearly feel that I'm much stronger than before. Thud. Suddenly the bathroom door swung open, revealing Bulma in a flimsy gray nightgown that exposed her midriff paired with tight-fitting underwear. She appeared bold and carefree, holding a remote control in her hand. Gohan, do you remember the gravity chamber? I forgot. Aunt Bulma, how's the gravity chamber? Where is it? Gohan asked eagerly, having been distracted by the cosmic scenery and nearly forgetting about the gravity chamber. Follow me, Gohan. Bulma led Gohan and Krillin up a ladder to the next level, opening a transparent glass door at the top of the stairs and guiding them inside. Krillin had also heard about the gravity chamber from Kame Sennin, who had mentioned the conditions inside the hyperbolic time chamber. In the center of the gravity chamber stood a gravity control device, and to prevent accidents an external remote control was specially installed to adjust the internal gravity settings. Sai is a delicate lady, I don't want to stay in a place like this. I'm leaving now. Seeing the eager expressions on Gohan and Krillin's faces, Bulma hurriedly exited, closing the door behind her while peering through the glass to watch the situation inside. Gohan approached the control panel and Krillin, now dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, said with a smile, Gohan, Master Roshi told me about the gravity chamber, but what is it really like? He. Uncle Krillin, wait a moment, let me see. He'll set it to 10 times gravity for now. Gohan adjusted the gravity settings to 10 times, having trained in the hyperbolic time chamber before, so he was unfazed. This. Krillin almost collapsed to the ground. The pressure of 10 times gravity was not too overwhelming for them, but it would still take some time to adjust. This gravity chamber is amazing. Gohan, I can't believe you thought of such a great device. Krillin exclaimed with delight. He. This is all thanks to Aunt Bulma and Dr. Brief's help, Gohan said, waving happily at Bulma outside the door. Bulma smiled and nodded, her eyes reflecting Gohan, who seemed to overlap with a younger version of Goku. She appeared somewhat nostalgic about those times during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The grown-up Goku had returned looking even more handsome, and now he had a child. It was the wrong choice. Bulma returned below, looking at the empty cabin with a sense of loss and loneliness. In the cosmos, a spherical spaceship descended into a certain base with a figure in a blue battlesuit inside, looking very disheveled and in a pitiful state, sporting a head of spiky black hair. It's Vegeta. An alien soldier dressed in a battlesuit similar to Vegeta's exclaimed in shock upon seeing Vegeta's miserable state and quickly brought him to the healing chamber. Kakarot. Vegeta muttered, filled with hatred and unwillingness as he was immersed in the healing liquid. Time passed, and after a while Vegeta emerged from the healing chamber, his injuries from the battle on Earth completely healed. Vegeta looked at his hands. This trip to Earth had been quite fruitful. He had also learned the method of controlling his battle power, but many things couldn't be mastered by just a glance. Hey Vegeta, ha. You really are in a sorry state. I heard that you were utterly defeated this time. Raditz and Nappa are dead. Who on Earth has such great skill to make the warrior race of the Saiyans suffer so badly? You've changed so much in just a few days. A blue humanoid alien with spots on his body did not hide his mockery of Vegeta, emphasizing the term warrior race with a heavy tone. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged as he walked past the alien, saying, Get lost, Chile, don't get in my way, I don't have time to deal with you. Chili's hand harshly gripped Vegeta's shoulder, a mocking smile on his face. Listen Vegeta, King Frieza is very angry about your unauthorized trip to Earth. Get your dirty hands off me. Vegeta turned his head, his voice colder than before. Chile felt a surge of anger within, maintaining a forced smile as he said, However, King Frieza has generously forgiven you as you discovered something valuable. What did you say, you bastard? Vegeta angrily ran out, snatching a scanner from an alien warrior as he passed by and boarded a spaceship. Now Frieza was heading to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls, and Vegeta could hardly believe that if Frieza obtained the Dragon Balls and wished for eternal life, he would forever be subservient to Frieza. Damn it, the Dragon Balls are mine, I won't let you succeed, Frieza. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he piloted the spaceship toward Namek. In the vast universe, a spaceship sailed alone and quietly. Outside the gravity chamber, Krillin lay despondently on his fixed bed. Over 20 days had passed, and as training progressed, Gohan's innate talent and potential began to gradually show. 100 times the gravity, is it really okay for such a small child like Gohan? I'm a bit worried, Bulma said, looking at the controller displaying the 100 times gravity. For over 20 days, aside from sleeping and resting, Gohan spent most of his time training in the gravity chamber. It's fine, Gohan has incredible potential far surpassing me. After feeling down for a moment, Krillin quickly felt relieved. The gravity chamber training was not really suited for him, or rather not suited for Earthlings. In a month he had only managed to reach 40 times gravity, clearly a result of Gohan's Saiyan bloodline. Suddenly Bulma noticed the gravity reading on the controller dropped to 0. Gohan emerged from the gravity chamber, his clothes drenched in sweat. He needed to take a shower and rest to balance work and relaxation, especially since they didn't have any senzu beans. Krillin then entered the gravity chamber to begin his training. He intended to challenge 50 times gravity next, hoping to adapt to it before arriving at Namek. After changing into his pajamas, Gohan walked out of the bathroom. He could distinctly feel that he had become stronger, though he wasn't sure how strong. Even with Bulma having brought a power level detector, it wouldn't be able to accurately measure his strength aboard the spaceship. If he accidentally destroyed the ship, it would be disastrous. You really are diligent, Gohan. You can already move freely under 100 times gravity, truly worthy of being Goku's child. Bulma was reading a novel titled Galactic Patrol Jack, which she had brought to pass the time on the journey. Wow. Gohan yawned, feeling a bit tired, and lay on the bed asking Aunt Bulma how long until we reach Namek. Bulma, without looking up, turned a page and replied, we should arrive at Namek in about 2 days. 2 days, huh? Gohan had planned to continue adapting to 110 times gravity, but time was running out. The higher the gravity increased, the longer it took to adapt. 100 times was already his limit. More importantly, with the turmoil on Namek, it was best to rest well these last 2 days to get his body and spirit into optimal condition. Bulma, feeling a bit bored, closed her book and asked, Gohan, compared to that Saiyan named Vegeta, who is stronger now? Ah, well. Gohan pondered for a moment. He could already move freely under 100 times gravity, and aboard the spaceship he had no clear understanding of his power level. However, he felt he was significantly stronger than Krillin. Moreover, he was still very young, only 5 years old, with no combat experience compared to Vegeta and Krillin, who had rich battle experiences. If their power levels were on the same tier, he would definitely lose. I'm not very sure either, only when we meet can we know. But I can feel that I'm much stronger than Uncle Krillin. Gohan closed his eyes and replied with a smile. Stronger than Krillin, huh? That's true. Bulma stretched lazily, showcasing her graceful figure. On the 34th day since leaving Earth, Gohan and the others finally arrived at Namek. From the universe, it appeared as a fully green planet surrounded by 3 suns, meaning Namek never experienced night. They only had 130 days in a year, and aside from that, the gravity and air were similar to Earth. Gohan and Krillin quickly secured themselves with seatbelts as they passed through Namek's atmosphere, landing after a turbulent descent at a suitable location. I'll check the atmospheric conditions of Namek. Besides that, I've prepared oxygen. Bulma was about to say more when she saw that Gohan and Krillin had already exited the spaceship, leaving her dumbfounded. Gohan softly murmured, sure enough, it feels similar to where Uncle Krillin trained. Krillin remarked, yeah, it's quite similar to where we fought the Saiyans. Vegeta might feel a bit calmer here, in a place reminiscent of his homeland. Hey, you two really have no common sense. Why would you recklessly run out like this? Bulma scolded, startling Gohan and Krillin. Sorry, Aunt Bulma, let's hurry up and find the Dragon Balls. Gohan quickly apologized. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar, and the signals of the 7 Dragon Balls clearly appeared, with 4 located in the same area and the remaining 3 in different directions. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball radar is responding, this is wonderful. Bulma cheered, joyfully holding hands with Krillin. Uncle Krillin. Gohan furrowed his brow as he sensed many energies, one of which felt incredibly oppressive and terrifying. Krillin also calmed down, feeling a chill wash over him. So many energies, and they're all incredibly powerful. What's going on? Is it the Namekian's energy? Gohan quickly shook his head and said, no, one of those energies is exceptionally strong. I feel like I can hardly breathe in front of it. Buzz. Suddenly a sound pierced the sky as a spherical spaceship tore through the air, leaving behind a blue streak, prompting Gohan, Bulma and Krillin to turn around. That spaceship. Bulma paled in fright, trembling all over, and tears streamed down her face. It's a Saiyan spaceship. Gohan, quickly suppress your energy or we'll be discovered. Krillin shouted, breaking into a cold sweat. When they arrived at Namek, Gohan had already controlled his energy. With a calm expression, he said, that's right, it's him, the energy from that spaceship belongs to Vegeta. Hearing Gohan's answer, Bulma collapsed to the ground. I knew it. Gohan, do you think you can defeat that Saiyan? I feel that Vegeta's energy is much weaker than mine, but what concerns me more is that extremely evil and powerful energy. Gohan clenched his fists in frustration. Even though he had learned about this through the memories of the traveler, feeling Frieza's energy directly was still terrifying. In the traveler's memories, Frieza had 3 transformations. Even more terrifying beings, even more fearsome than the Saiyans. They must be here for the Dragon Balls as well. What should we do? This is very bad, we should return to Earth. Bulma's makeup was already somewhat smudged and she was sweating profusely. Her boyfriend Yamcha, along with Tien, Kaiatsu and Piccolo, had all been killed by the Saiyans. It took an enormous effort to defeat Vegeta, and now learning of an even more terrifying threat, she felt disheartened. Krillin said if he gets the Dragon Balls it will be over. Bulma, you should inform Earth about the situation here. Leave the Dragon Radar behind and head back first. Gohan and I will stay behind to collect the Dragon Balls. What do you think, Gohan? Son Gohan hesitated for a moment before resolutely looking at Krillin and Bulma, saying, Uncle Krillin and Bulma, you should go back. I'll stay here. Gohan. You. Krillin looked at Son Gohan in surprise. Bulma said, once I return I will bring Goku over. It will take about 2 months, Gohan, that's more than 60 days. I know, and Bulma. Uncle Krillin, you guys should go back. I will stay here. Son Gohan's innocent little face showed no signs of wavering. He was of course serious. Bulma would only be filled with dread if she stayed here, and Krillin might end up facing a fate similar to that from the memories of the traveler. Death is not something desirable. Who wants to die? Moreover, Krillin is a good friend of his father and a companion who has fought alongside him. Those who can easily push their partners, friends, and loved ones towards death should be avoided. They are emotionless beasts and might push you towards death at any moment. Krillin and Bulma exchanged glances, never expecting Son Gohan to have such determination. Krillin absolutely would not leave. Bulma, you should go back first. This place will be left to Gohan and me. Bulma looked at Krillin and Son Gohan somewhat displeased and said, don't underestimate a lady. Don't forget you two were able to come to Namek because of me, otherwise how could two rough men cross millions of light years to get here? And Gohan, why are you acting like such a tragic hero at your young age? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to show off, that wasn't my intention. Son Gohan lowered his head, his face flushed from Bulma's words. Bulma smiled slightly, transforming the spaceship into a universal capsule for storage, carefully putting it away, and said, after we find the Dragon Balls, we'll return together. Without my help, how could you two possibly make it back? The universal capsule is a high-tech product developed by Bulma's family capable of storing desired objects within a small capsule for easy carrying. Buzzing. Suddenly an unfamiliar aura approached. The three turned to see a spherical spaceship similar to the one Vegeta used streaking through the sky. Son Gohan said, another unfamiliar aura is approaching. We are unclear about the situation, so let's find a place to hide Uncle Krillin and Bulma. Alright. Let's hurry. Krillin and Son Gohan each grabbed Bulma's arm, concealing their presence as they flew to a hidden valley where Bulma quickly contacted Earth. At this moment in the Kame house on Earth, Master Roshi received Bulma's communication. Upon hearing about the situation on Namek, he was genuinely frightened. As for how they could communicate across millions of light years directly from Earth to Namek, it was due to the use of special cosmic waves based on the original detector's invention, so there's no need to dwell on how such long-distance communication is possible. After hanging up, Master Roshi quickly contacted Goku. A month had passed and the senzu beans from Karen had matured. After consuming one, Goku had fully recovered. Meanwhile, at Bulma's home, Dr. Brief was modifying the spaceship that Goku had left on Earth during his childhood, expanding its original spherical form several dozen times for more living space. Moreover, its power performance was better than the original KO spaceship, capable of reaching Namek from Earth in nearly a week, and it was equipped with a gravity room, something Goku had been eager to try since hearing about it from Son Gohan, though it wasn't fully modified yet and would require some time. On Namek, Vegeta emerged from his spaceship, tightly gripping a detector. That bastard Frieza actually wants to get the Dragon Balls before me. The Dragon Balls are mine. I can handle others, but Frieza. If I face him directly, I have no chance of winning. I must think of another way to obtain the Dragon Balls. Immortality and eternal life must belong to me, Vegeta. Vegeta put on the detector, which displayed battle power, direction, and targets. Over there. These two, they brought Zarbon and Dodoria as well. Suddenly a spherical spaceship streaked across the sky towards him, causing Vegeta to frown. This is Chuehum, what a reckless character. In a certain village on Namek, a figure sat languidly on a floating technological throne with blood-red eyes, deep purple lips, and two red lines resembling tears on the edges of his eyes, wearing an armored shell. A tail casually draped over the floating chair. Beside him were two aliens, one a short and chubby pink alien was Dodoria, while the other, a seemingly cultured alien, was Zarbon, both of whom were Frieza's capable subordinates. On the ground a large number of green-skinned Namekians lay lifeless, their purple blood staining the ground. The perpetrator was indifferent, showing no signs of feeling for the lives he had extinguished. A small soldier was holding a golden sphere about the size of a basketball, crystal clear, with 3 red stars inside, which was the Dragon Ball that Son Gohan and his group were searching for. We found it, Lord Frieza. The small soldier, though fierce and brutal, was short in stature, holding the Namekian 3-star Dragon Ball, said respectfully. Sitting in the floating chair, Frieza was quite satisfied. Very good, that leaves us with just 3 Dragon Balls. Zarbon and Dodoria stood behind Frieza, each holding 2 matching Dragon Balls, the 7-star Dragon Ball and the 2-star Dragon Ball, the 5-star Dragon Ball. The Dragon Radar displayed the locations of 4 Dragon Balls, which was precisely here. The turmoil on Namek continued. Son Gohan learned everything that happened here through the memories of the traveler. He had been training all along, and the butterfly effect triggered by the traveler's memories had already started to create different constants and variables from Namek onward. The soldier handed the Dragon Ball to Dodoria, entrusting him with its safekeeping. Now Frieza already possessed 4 Dragon Balls. Frieza particularly instructed, you must take good care of it, Mr. Dodoria. Vegeta wants to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls as well. Nearby, the handsome Cyberman suddenly detected a key signal saying Lord Frieza has tracked Vegeta to this planet. A powerful energy reaction appeared earlier, but it vanished after Vegeta arrived. Before arriving on planet Namek, Gohan had controlled his key so he was not detected by Cyberman's device. Additionally, they had previously agreed to stay on planet Namek to collect the Dragon Balls. There were no disagreements among Bulma, Krillin and Gohan, and the spaceship was not destroyed. We will search the area where the reaction just occurred. I believe we will soon find out who it was. Frieza said, what concerns me is how to deal with Vegeta who wishes to resist me. Cyberman respectfully replied, do not worry about this matter, Chilled has already gone to handle him. The two of them are evenly matched, plus their relationship has always been hostile. There should be no problem. A loud rumble echoed as Chilled leisurely emerged from the spherical spaceship under Vegeta's gaze. He. Vegeta, you cannot escape. I found you, and with Lord Frieza's orders I can openly kill you now. Vegeta crossed his arms looking coldly at Chilled. You think someone like you, a lowly trash, could kill me? Chilled, stop trying to be funny. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, are your eyes blind? Look at your detector, my battle power far exceeds yours. I had no reason to strike before, but today I can finally kill you, it will Vegeta. Facing each other, Chilled laughed wildly at the battle power reading displayed by Vegeta's detector. Chilled's palm emitted a flame carrying a searing aura rushing toward Vegeta. Vegeta leaped into the air, then slowly descended as the flame released by Chilled exploded in the distance behind him, the fiery light blooming and ruffling Vegeta's spiky hair. Poof. Vegeta crossed his arms looking disdainfully at Chilled. Your strength seems to have diminished quite a bit, you stand no chance against me now. Chilled revealed a cruel smile. Vegeta coldly replied, you say I have no chance? Ha. Fine, let me show you something good. I learned a very interesting technique during my recent trip to Earth, Chilled. Oh he. Is it a skill for quick escapes, Vegeta? That would suit you well, Chilled mocked. Vegeta smirked, saying incorrect. It's a method to control my battle power. Let me show you my strength. Take a good look at my battle power reading with your detector. Ah. Vegeta released his ki, allowing his full battle power to be displayed on Chilled's detector. Chilled's face changed drastically, stepping back unsteadily, trembling as he watched the fluctuating numbers on the detector. Controlling battle power. No, it can't be. Your strength should be on par with mine. What a fool, I've been continuously storing combat experience. This time on Earth I almost died. You have been living comfortably by Frieza's side, you are no longer my match, idiot. This is my current battle power. Chilled stuttered, drenched in cold sweat. 19,000, 21,000. 22,000. Chilled's battle power detector exploded in an instant. At the same moment, Cyberman, who had been observing with a detector from afar, also exploded. What's wrong? Cyberman. Dodoria asked in confusion. Cyberman replied, it might be a machine malfunction. The detector just showed that Vegeta's battle power has exceeded 22,000. 22,000, he. That really is a machine malfunction. Your detector is an old model and needs to be replaced. Dodoria said this, but he felt a bit uneasy inside. He opened his own detector, which was a new model capable of detecting higher values than the old one. No, it can't be. Could my new model also be malfunctioning? It has already reached 24,000. Cyberman was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, what? 24,000. So Vegeta's battle power has surpassed ours. Dodoria questioned, his battle power should only be a maximum of 18,000. Frieza said indifferently, it's nothing to worry about. Vegeta has been fighting on the front lines. He might have learned new techniques on Earth or elsewhere. 24,000 is merely a number. If you two join forces you can still defeat him. Cyberman hesitated and asked Lord Frieza, should we call in the Ginyu Force? No need, the Ginyu Force is preparing to attack planet Adatla, which is an important location. Vegeta likely seeks the Dragon Balls for eternal life just as I do. How foolish. However, Vegeta never respected me. He ran off to Earth without orders and now wishes to resist me. This guy truly lacks intelligence, thinking he could openly defy me, he. Gohan, Krillin and Bulma were hiding while several soldiers searched for their traces. Although they could handle them, the priority was to conceal their ki and remain hidden, waiting for an opportunity. Is this ki from Vegeta? It feels so weak. Gohan looked at his hands. The full force ki from Vegeta allowed Gohan to gauge his own battle power. Gohan, you've adapted to 100 times the gravity, you far surpassed us. Vegeta truly is no match for you, it's astonishing. Krillin marveled at Gohan's progress, feeling somewhat unwilling. The training in the gravity chamber was indeed unsuitable for Earthlings. Even at 40 times the gravity he still hadn't fully adapted, falling far behind Gohan. Bulma looked at Gohan with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Really? Is it true? Gohan, are you now stronger than that Saiyan Vegeta? That's great, Gohan. You must protect this lady well. Gohan gently shook his head, his small frame now filled with determination, saying, sorry Aunt Bulma, let me handle collecting the Dragon Balls. I'm not afraid of anyone now except for that terrifying guy. Uncle Krillin, please protect Aunt Bulma. What? Gohan, you're leaving. Bulma's face turned pale with fright. In this chaotic situation, Gohan's departure made her feel very insecure. Yes, Aunt Bulma, if those guys get all the Dragon Balls, we won't have a chance. As long as I avoid that terrifying guy, it will be fine. Gohan took the Dragon Radar from Bulma and bid farewell to Krillin and Bulma. Then unexpectedly attacking, he used a Ki Blast to take out the nearby patrolling soldier before flying toward a spot marked by the Dragon Radar. Though still quite young, Gohan was not foolish. Drawing upon the memories of the time traveler, he devised a plan to obtain the Dragon Balls. However, before that he needed to utilize Vegeta. Everything was different now. The staggering combat power reading emitted by Vegeta instantly overloaded Chioi's scouter, sending him into a panic, pure primal instinct for survival flooding his veins. Wait, Vegeta. Please hold on. I've just thought of an excellent idea, let me join you. I can help you. I despised Lord Frieza for ages. No wait, I've long loathed Frieza and his men. Chioi shuddered violently as Vegeta's killing intent thickened palpably. Frantically he blurted out, surely my proposal sounds reasonable. With my combat power combined with your strength, we could easily defeat Zarbon and Dodoria. Oof. A torrent of lies, so many you likely don't even believe them yourself. The more I look at you, the more repulsive you become. Die. Vegeta's fury surged so intensely that veins bulged across his forehead. No. Chioi let out one final ragged cry of defiance, but the gulf between them was too vast. In less than a single exchange, Vegeta obliterated him, utterly reducing his body to crimson mist that hung in the air like a grotesque firework. Dodoria's scouter registered the abrupt vanishing of Chioi's life force. Facing Vegeta, now radiating a staggering 24000 combat power, he broke out in cold sweat. It's true, Vegeta's power has reached 24000, and he annihilated Chioi in an instant. Merely the loss of an insignificant underling, Frieza remarked coolly. Now let us locate the 5th Dragon Ball, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbon. Yes, Lord Frieza. Zarbon and Dodoria replied with solemn deference. A low-ranking soldier scanned the surroundings with his scouter, then pointed toward a distant direction. Lord Frieza, the readings indicate 10 Namekians over there. Understood. I hope the 5th Dragon Ball rests with them. Proceed with caution, we now face new rivals beyond Vegeta alone. All scouts dispatched to that zone have vanished. The enemy there is extraordinary, they can suddenly amplify their power, slay my reconnaissance troops, then suppress their aura entirely, registering only 2,000 in combat strength. 2,000. Hardly worth concern. But should their attitude displease me, or if we encounter them, I shall erase them without hesitation. To Frieza, a mere 2,000 combat rating was nothing more than an insect easily crushed beneath his thumb, far weaker even than Zarbon or Dodoria beside him. Meanwhile, Vegeta assessed the battlefield with ruthless clarity, weighing advantages, calculating probabilities, and preparing his next move. Thanks to their scouters, my every action is already known to them. Even if I close in and defeat Zarbon and Dodoria, I still cannot overcome Frieza himself. From their scouter conversations, I've learned the Dragon Balls require all 7 to activate. So, first I'll secure 1. Then when Frieza's forces gather the remaining 6, I'll strike swiftly, seizing them all at once. With all 7 Dragon Balls, eternal life will be mine, and toppling Frieza will no longer be a dream but destiny. A cold, knowing smile flickered across Vegeta's lips. He calibrated his scouter to pinpoint the Namekian energy signatures, then deliberately veered away from Frieza's path, suppressing his own aura as he shot toward his target. Gohan too harbored the same strategy, let Vegeta draw Frieza's attention and gather the Dragon Balls, then snatch them from him. His confidence stemmed not from arrogance but from the immense power now coiled within his small frame. The full-force blast Vegeta unleashed against Chioi had failed to impress Gohan. Vegeta felt weak, utterly lacking the terrifying, suffocating presence Frieza exuded. Armed with knowledge from his transmigrator memories, foreseeing the cataclysm soon to unfold on Namek, he had trained relentlessly. He'd entered the hyperbolic time chamber, though his current strength forbade the years-long stays of old. From Popo and Master Roshi, he'd mastered countless techniques, and most crucially learned absolute control over his own power. During the month-long journey to Namek, he'd commissioned Dr. Brief, a genius scientist and Bulma's father, to construct a gravity chamber. Within weeks he adapted to 100 times Earth's gravity. Every resource, every sacrifice had been forged for this very moment. Gohan had left nothing unused. His mind too had matured, far beyond his 5 years. He now understood strategy, consequence, and concealment. When he'd slain those scouts earlier, he'd deliberately leaked his aura, not because he couldn't silence it completely. Popo had taught him perfect stealth, but because overt invisibility would alert Frieza, placing Krillin and Bulma in mortal peril. Sensing the same location as Frieza's target, Gohan accelerated, racing toward the Namekian village. That he could fly at such speed while maintaining flawless aura suppression was a testament to Popo's rigorous tutelage. Guided by the Dragon Radar's pulsing signal, Gohan arrived first, his blistering flight allowing him to reach the secluded Namekian village well ahead of Frieza's entourage. Elsewhere, Krillin, hiding deep within a narrow canyon, suddenly sensed a wave of overwhelming colossal energies approaching. Ice-cold dread flooded his veins. No. Suspicious auras are closing in from another direction. Bulma, stay silent. Sweat beaded on Krillin's brow. Bulma hastily deactivated her custom Earthlink radar and pressed herself tightly against Krillin inside a translucent cave. Their hearts hammered, neither dared draw breath. In a whisper Bulma asked, have we been discovered? Krillin clenched his jaw. I don't know, Chu, they're here. Bulma squeezed her eyes shut. Krillin flattened himself against the cave wall. Their pulses roared louder, nerves drawn taut as bowstrings. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Frieza's entourage streaked overhead, passing Krillin and Bulma without pause. The sonic booms receded into the distance, only then did Bulma collapse onto the cave floor, gasping, drenched in cold sweat. We're safe. Thank goodness, it seems they weren't hunting us at all. Her smile was thin-strained. Krillin trembled uncontrollably, Frieza's aura alone had paralyzed him with terror. The sheer soul-crushing dread was unbearable. Among those who just flew past, I felt him, the one Gohan warned about. At the very sight of him I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. Ah. No, disaster. That direction, it's exactly where Gohan just departed. Of course, they're after the Dragon Balls too. Bulma Gohan is in grave danger. That monster is beyond anything we could ever hope to defeat. Krillin recoiled in shock, realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. Bulma mechanically stepped to the cave mouth and lifted her gaze to Namek's sky, its crystalline emerald canopy now chilling her to the core. She longed desperately to flee, but then she pictured Gohan 5 years old, slight yet unbreakable, just like Son Goku had once been. That image kindled a fragile, stubborn flame of hope within her. Don't worry, Krillin, Gohan is Goku's son. He will be fine. I'll contact Earth immediately. Once Father finishes building the spacecraft, Goku can reach Namek in just 1 week, and then all of us will be saved. Her faith in Goku was absolute, his presence alone made chaos feel manageable, danger surmountable. To Bulma, Goku would always be the unwavering pillar of certainty. Krillin nodded firmly, yet bitterness simmered beneath. They were powerless. And right now all he could do was pray, for Gohan, for Goku, for survival itself. On Earth within Bulma's home, Son Goku appeared somewhat anxious, holding a bag containing the magical beans. After Master Roshi informed him about the situation on Namek, he had been deeply worried. More importantly, upon learning that there was an enemy even more powerful than Vegeta, Son Goku felt a surge of excitement. However, while battling stronger foes was a thrill that came with his Saiyan heritage, his unwavering heart remained focused on saving everyone. Mrs. Brief held a tray with freshly brewed hot coffee, smiling with her eyes squinted, her natural golden curls framing her fashionable attire. Wow, Goku. Is your body completely healed now? Wow, it's Bulma's mom. As you can see by the way is the spaceship I asked you about finally modified. Son Goku hurriedly inquired, feeling quite anxious during his stay at the hospital. Mrs. Brief replied, I'm not sure, but it looks like he's still working on it. Still working. It's been over a month and it's still not done. This is bad. Son Goku scratched the back of his head, pondering what to do. He's in the courtyard now, come along, Goku. Mrs. Brief linked her arm with Son Goku's, her warmth making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mrs. Brief had always treated Son Goku this way, whether in his childhood or now, with great enthusiasm, while showing a stark indifference towards Bulma's current boyfriend Yamcha. I can't believe little Goku has grown up now. How about we go on a date next time? Mrs. Brief smiled, her voice delicate yet mature. But I must go to Namek now, hee. Son Goku forced a smile in response. Mrs. Brief remarked, you really are a busy person. By the way, a few days ago I found a bakery that makes delicious cakes, all thanks to you, Goku. If Earth were to be destroyed, I wouldn't get to enjoy them anymore. Is that so? Ha ha. Son Goku and Mrs. Brief arrived in the courtyard where Dr. Brief was still modifying the spaceship. Looking at the enormous spherical shape adorned with the Universal Capsule logo, it was far more impressive than the ship piloted by Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin. Dr. Brief opened the spaceship hatch and upon seeing Son Goku exclaimed, it's Goku. Son Goku quickly asked, is the spaceship ready yet? I heard it's almost done. Dr. Brief took a light puff from his cigarette and said, it's just a little more, come in and take a look. Alright, let me help you get some drinks, the kind you love, Mrs. Brief said with a smile as she waved her hand. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Son Goku stepped inside the spaceship, which Dr. Brief had modified to be quite large, now equipped with a gravity chamber. With a bathroom, kitchen and bedroom located on the lower level, Son Goku amidst this abundance asked in confusion, so what else is left to be done? Dr. Brief explained, it's the position of the stereo speakers, I've been struggling with it. What? Is that all that's left? Just that? Son Goku asked in surprise. Dr. Brief, who enjoyed perfection, continued, to achieve the best sound quality we need to consider the reflection of sound and other issues. At this moment Son Goku grew anxious, pacing back and forth, the speaker position can be adjusted later, I need to head to Namek immediately. I just received a message from Bulma and I must rush over. Quickly tell me how to operate the spaceship. Alright, but do you really not care about the speaker position? Dr. Brief looked up at Son Goku and asked. All the data is already in the computer, you just need to press a button and in 6 days you'll arrive at Namek. That's fantastic. I'm setting off right away. Son Goku exclaimed with joy. The Son Goku on Earth had already set off for Namek, while at the same moment Gohan arrived at the village of Namek before Frieza and his crew. The leader of the Namekians appeared somewhat middle-aged and the shape of the house resembled that of a spaceship. Son Gohan raised his hands facing the Namekian, who glared at him and hurriedly said, "My name is Son Gohan, please don't misunderstand, I'm not like those bad guys." "What's the difference? Aren't you all here for the Dragon Balls?" A Namekian who looked to be about Gohan's age tightly grasped the leading Namekian's pant leg and angrily retorted. The leading Namekian named Muli appeared even more mature and pondered for a moment, weighing the situation. "Little boy, your name is Son Gohan, right? Is your purpose also the Dragon Balls?" Son Gohan nodded affirmatively, feeling somewhat melancholic, his fists clenched tightly as he said, "Yes, I come from Earth, where my uncle Piccolo like you is also a Namekian, and we have Dragon Balls just like yours." "What? Earth, and there are other members of your race?" Elder Muli asked in surprise. "That's right. But..." Son Gohan clenched his fists in frustration, tears welling in his eyes. "The Saiyans invaded our Earth, killed Uncle Piccolo and many of my companions. Our purpose for coming to Namek is to resurrect our companions. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of those villains. I beg you, time is running out, they will arrive here soon, please believe me." The other Namekians looked to Elder Muli, waiting for his decision. Sigh. "Little Son Gohan, I hope what you say is true, show us the Dragon Balls." "What?" The other Namekians looked at Elder Muli in surprise. Elder Muli said solemnly, "Give it to him. We have no chance of resisting those invaders." "Ah. Great. Everyone please rest assured, as long as I resurrect Uncle Piccolo, the Dragon Balls on Earth will also be revived and we will definitely bring everyone back to life." Son Gohan exclaimed with joy, jumping up without any hesitation. Elder Muli was taken aback, then finally revealed a relieved smile, looking at a Namekian child beside him dressed in purple attire, saying, "Dandi Karu, you should come along to meet the elder." "What? But..." "Okay, I understand." Dandi, who had just been angry, and the other named Karu, a young Namekian in red clothing, nodded. Then an older Namekian brought out a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball shimmering with 6 red stars and handed it to Son Gohan. While pulling out a prepared bag, Son Gohan happily said, "Great. As long as we obtain one, those guys will never be able to gather the Dragon Balls. This is our chance. Thank you, Dandi Karu, let's go." "Goodbye, Elder." Dandi and Karu waved to Elder Muli and the others, leading Son Gohan towards the Elder's location. The 6-star Dragon Ball, which should have been obtained by Frieza, has now been seized by Son Wukong in advance. Moreover, besides Dandi, he also befriended another Namekian, Karu. Suddenly, while flying, Son Wukong recalled something. Startled, he hurriedly asked Dandi, "Karu, can you hide your energy completely like I do?" Karu apologetically replied, "I'm sorry, Wukong, but we really can't do that." Dandi, Karu and Son Wukong, all of similar age, quickly became familiar with each other. "This is bad, they have detectors that can sense your energy." "Karu, Dandi, wait a moment, we can't go directly to the Elder or we might lead the enemies there." Son Wukong landed on a piece of land ahead with Karu and Dandi following closely behind. Dandi nervously asked Wukong, "What should we do?" After thinking for a moment, Son Wukong suddenly had a flash of inspiration and smiled, "I have a plan, Dandi, Karu, let's divert their attention." Divert their attention. Dandi and Karu looked at Son Wukong in astonishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta was flying forward with a detector. "Ha ha ha. With immense power, there are about 20 of them, this must be right. Frieza, the Dragon Balls only work when 7 are gathered. Now that I hide it, you won't be able to do anything." Swish. Vegeta moved quickly and arrived at a Namekian village, landing in an instant. The village had not yet been reached by Frieza and his men, so Vegeta got there first. The Namekians noticed the descending Vegeta and sensed that he was not here for friendly reasons. "Where is your elder?" "I came to collect the Dragon Balls," Vegeta said with a cruel and tyrannical smile, throwing the detector far away to prevent Frieza from eavesdropping. "What did you say?" A young Namekian gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Vegeta. An elder with a wooden staff stepped out and said, "I am the elder. Tell me, why do you want the Dragon Balls?" At this point, Vegeta was already impatient and said the reason no longer matters. "Hand it over to me quickly or..." The elder firmly replied, "You can leave, I will never give it to you. There is an evil aura about you." The elder bluntly refused, even though Vegeta's presence brought him immense pressure. "Then you shall die," Vegeta said mockingly, casually deciding the fate of his opponents, and began to fight the Namekians. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck, shattering the skull of the last Namekian, brain matter bursting forth and his eyes bulging out. "Oof, a group of stubborn fools." Vegeta searched the nearby houses and finally found the room where the Dragon Balls were kept. The golden transparent sphere embedded with 4 red stars was the 4-star Dragon Ball. "I originally thought it would take some effort to find, but I didn't expect it to be right here." Vegeta sneered, picking up the 4-star Dragon Ball and tossing it into the lake outside. He. By sinking the Dragon Ball into the water, no one will be able to find it. Only I know its location." Vegeta picked up the detector he had tossed aside and proudly left. At this moment Vegeta was still an enemy of Son Wukong and the others completely unaware that they had already arrived on Namek, nor did he know about the Dragon Ball radar. There was a gap in information between them. Only Son Wukong, due to the memories of the traveler, knew much, and even now because of him the situation on Namek had begun to show subtle changes. Swish! Frieza and his group arrived at the village with Dodoria and Zaban standing flanking him while the remaining minions surrounded Elder Muley and the other two older Namekians, bursting into arrogant laughter. Dandy and Karu, the two young Namekians, had long since left with Son Wukong, leaving only Elder Muley and two somewhat elderly Namekians. Elder Muley stared intently at the 4 Dragon Balls in Dodoria and Zaban's hands, understanding everything and completely believing what Son Wukong had said. I am Frieza. As you can see, I am gathering the Dragon Balls. Where did the others run off to? According to our investigation, there should be 10 of you, right? Elder Muley firmly replied, the other young ones have gone farming, only we old ones remain. I will never hand over the Dragon Balls to you. Ho ho ho. Frieza let out his signature laugh. Elder Muley's words did not anger him too much. Collecting the Dragon Balls earlier had made him realize how stubborn the Namekian's resistance was. Mr. Dodoria, when we killed the Namekian before, he said something quite interesting. Yes, Lord Frieza, the Dragon Balls can only be given to recognized warriors. Dodoria cooperatively said, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Elder Muley and the other two as if they were sheep ready for slaughter. Frieza continued, so we killed a Namekian and told him this. Guess what happened after we killed him? Elder Muley and the others felt cold sweat trickling down their backs. Death was not something they could bear. Frieza's words continually teased the tense nerves of Elder Muley and the others. He told us many things. The creator of the Dragon Balls is the Elder, and there are 7 in total, preserved by 7 Elders. To obtain the Dragon Balls, one must compete in wisdom or strength with the Elders or state a wish to be recognized as a warrior by the Elders. However, the Elder insisted I follow his rules and refused to give them to me even at the cost of his life. So while searching for the first Dragon Ball we spent quite some time, but the next 3 Dragon Balls were much simpler to obtain. Swish! Suddenly 5 young Namekians rushed back, glaring angrily at Frieza and his group. You guys! Frieza noticed something amiss with the returning Namekians. 8. 2 are missing. Dodoria used the detector to scan the surroundings and found their locations, pointing in a direction and saying, Lord Frieza, I found 2 with relatively weak power levels, and besides that there is one with a power level of 2000. 2000. Lord Frieza, was the soldier we explored earlier taken care of by this person? Zaban suddenly exclaimed. Frieza's voice was slightly cold. Who is this unidentified person? I don't know where this little insect came from, but he dares to ruin my plans. Very well. This is quite good. Mr. Dodoria, I hope you can bring me some satisfying news. Lord Frieza, please rest assured. Just a little insect with a power level of 2000, I will personally bring him back. Dodoria handed over the 2 Dragon Balls he was holding to a minion, and a cruel smile appeared on his chubby face as he swiftly moved through the air after locating the target with the detector. Elder Muley was slightly stunned, pondering countermeasures, and more importantly, the direction was significantly different from where Son Wukong, Dandy and Karu had left. Did they find us using those detectors? So Wukong deliberately took a route far from where the Elder is. Elder Muley's gaze slowly shifted to the detectors worn by Zaban and the other minions. He knew he couldn't escape death, but even in death he wanted to help. He had completely believed in what Son Wukong had said earlier, seeing Son Wukong and the others as the hope to save the Namekians. They're coming. Son Gohan sensed 2 distinct auras approaching him from separate directions, neither particularly formidable, roughly on par with Vegeta. So they took the bait. Another aura, Vegeta's. The plan has succeeded. Dend Krillin. Gohan stowed the Dragon Ball pouch inside a capsule and slipped the Dragon Radar into his tunic pocket. Dend and Krillin nodded in unison, then soared alongside Gohan, deliberately slowing their pace to feign retreat. Meanwhile, Elder Mori launched the assault. Young Namekians surged forward en masse. Frieza's foot soldiers stood no chance against them, yet against Salvo they were utterly outmatched. Now, ha! Elder Mori's aura erupted violently. In an instant he vaulted skyward, surging his battle power to staggering heights, catching Salvo completely off guard. A relentless barrage of energy blasts shattered every scout device embedded in the fallen soldiers' corpses. This unexpected strike enraged Frieza, who sat motionless upon his hovering throne. Ha ha ha! Now you can no longer track us. Ha ha ha! The Namekians shall never perish. Elder Mori, his frame weathered with age, laughed wildly, his defiant declaration rooted entirely in the earlier arrival of Son Gohan. Damn it! It seems I must intervene myself, Lord Frieza. Salvo's handsome face twisted with fury as he set down the Dragon Ball and fixed Elder Mori, the very one who had just obliterated their surveillance devices, with a murderous glare. His rage stemmed not only from the sabotage but from the sudden critical disruption it caused to their mission. Wait, Salvo, first eliminate the young Namekians. Keep the Elder alive, he still serves a purpose. Frieza's command instantly snapped Salvo back from the brink of blind wrath. Curses! With a guttural roar of frustrated fury he lunged toward the remaining young Namekians. Bang! Plop! The chasm between their powers was absolute. Before Salvo, the Namekians stood utterly defenseless, violet blood spilling across the earth as their breaths faded into silence. You monsters. Elder Mori clenched his fists, glaring up from the ground at Frieza and Salvo hovering in the sky. Ha ha ha. You see now, resistance and flight are both futile. You've destroyed our vital surveillance devices, hand over the Dragon Balls as recompense. Frieza gazed down at Elder Mori. You will never obtain the Dragon Balls, not now, not ever. Mori's aura surged violently, his body swelled with explosive intent. With Den and Krillin safely departed alongside Gohan, he bore no further restraint, he resolved to self-destruct, taking Frieza with him. Shoom. 2 crimson beams lanced from Frieza's eyes, striking Elder Mori square in the chest. Rah! Mori screamed in agony as his flesh seared and blackened, collapsing lifelessly before Frieza. The acrid stench of charred flesh hung thick in the air, sending shivers down the spine. Yet Frieza's entourage remained utterly unruffled. Salvo casually flicked violet blood from his fingers and ordered the surviving soldiers search this entire region. Report immediately upon locating the Dragon Balls. Frieza watched as Dodoria vanished into the distance. If the Dragon Balls aren't here, they've likely been seized by that unknown individual. Salvo bowed respectfully. Lord Frieza, the intruder's battle power reads only 2,000, Dodoria will certainly overtake them. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Gohan streaked through the skies with Den and Krillin in tow. Don't think you'll escape, Arg. Dodoria roared like a cornered beast, hurtling after them with savage intensity. Gohan, he's gaining on us. Den cried, voice trembling with fear. Yes, the timing is perfect. Vegeta approaches as well. Den to Krillin, do not look back. A satisfied smile touched Gohan's lips as he turned to face Dodoria Hedon, confronting the pink hulking figure of the corpulent warrior. Dodoria faltered. Before him, Gohan pressed his palms to his forehead, the boyish face calm, utterly devoid of the panic or terror Dodoria had anticipated. Solar flare. A blinding incandescent light erupted, flooding the world in brilliance, obliterating all shadow, swallowing sight itself. My eyes, Ra. My eyes. Dodoria clutched his burning socket, searing pain scorching his vision, refusing to fade. Gohan guided Den and Krillin behind a mountain peak, landing silently, and suppressed his own ki to near imperceptibility. As Dodoria's vision slowly returned, tears streamed down his cheeks. He trembled, not with sorrow but with incandescent rage. Cursed insect, so cunning. Bang. A sudden energy blast tore toward him. Dodoria barely dodged, drenched in cold sweat. What? Mechanically Dodoria turned, his scouter shrieked with violent power fluctuations. Too late. Vegeta's fist crashed into his spine, hurling him crashing into the earth. The impact carved a colossal crater. Dodoria staggered upright, blood trickling from his lips. Vegeta cast a cold, knowing glance toward Gohan, Den and Krillin's hiding place. Though Gohan had masked his ki, Vegeta still sensed the 2 Namekians' presence, and the scouter's residual readings confirmed it. Vegeta had no inkling this was Gohan's deliberate ploy, each maneuver a silent, calculated gambit in their unspoken rivalry. Damn you, Vegeta, it's you. Though Dodoria's voice boomed with bravado, inwardly he quaked. Vegeta's battle power, 24,000, spelled certain doom. He knew with chilling certainty he stood no chance. Vegeta, you coward, striking from ambush. No choice, I've waited long for you to stray from Frieza's side. You and Salvo cling to him like leeches. Vegeta removed his scouter and crushed it beneath his boot, then locked eyes on Dodoria's own device. With Frieza absent, killing you is effortless. And since your scouter's been squawking nonsense, just yapping like a dog, it's clear the Namekians have already destroyed Frieza's surveillance network. Dodoria clenched his fists in fury. How dare you, a mere low-class Saiyan, speak such arrogance? Vegeta fired a pinpoint energy blast, shattering Dodoria's scouter before the man could react. The audacity left Dodoria stunned, his instrument obliterated in an instant. Fortune favors me. Retrieving a replacement scouter from planet Frieza will take time, and during that span you won't even sense my approach. Instinctively Dodoria stumbled backward. He grasped the chasm between them and demanded, voice tight with dread, what are you doing? Without my scouter you'll never locate Lord Frieza on Namek. Vegeta sneered. After battling Earthlings I've mastered techniques that render scouts obsolete. I need no device to find Frieza or the Namekians. And the Saiyan who fought me on Earth possessed this same ability. If he could do it, I can too. At the word Saiyan, Vegeta's gaze shifted, haunted, sharpened by the indelible memory of Kakarote's son Goku, the one warrior he would never forget. Boom. Doria opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful energy wave directed at Vegeta. Buzz. Vegeta swiftly jumped to evade Doria's energy wave, landing a fierce punch to Doria's abdomen, causing him to bleed from his 7 orifices and writhe in pain, clutching his belly and collapsing to the ground. Once you learn this technique it becomes quite simple. You, like Frieza, only see the numerical value of combat power, even if I tell you you wouldn't understand. Although I was the same way before. Doria trembled as he pointed at Vegeta, recalling Gohan's earlier use of the solar flare, saying, I understand now, the little brat I was chasing earlier is also from Earth. Earthling. Vegeta paused, a strange smile appearing on his face, saying, so that's it, the one with a combat power of 2,000 was indeed an Earthling. I didn't expect Earthlings to come to Namek as well. I wonder if Kakarot has arrived. Doria struggled to stand trembling. You actually teamed up with an Earthling. Vegeta glanced sideways at Gohan, Dandy and Karu's hiding spot, saying, next after I kill you I will also eliminate those Earthlings, Doria, but you won't get to see that. With an energy sphere gathering in his palm, Vegeta revealed a mad killing intent, saying, we Saiyans grow stronger through battle. The tougher the enemy, the stronger I become. I nearly died on Earth, but my power has increased significantly now. This is the trait of our warrior race, the Saiyans. Someone like you, overly arrogant and neglectful in training with a brain as rusty as a common fool, is simply no match. Wait. Vegeta, please wait. If you spare me I will tell you a secret about your Saiyan planet Vegeta. Doria's eyes widened in fear. What? Vegeta did not dissipate the energy sphere in his hand and questioned, what secret does planet Vegeta hold? If you let me go I will tell you. Doria, having been heavily injured by Vegeta's punch, was buying time to recover and looking for a chance to escape. Vegeta dissipated the energy sphere in his hand, crossing his arms over his chest, coldly gazing at Doria, saying, that depends on whether the secret you speak of is worth it. Alright, I'll tell you. Listen carefully. Vegeta, planet Vegeta was not destroyed by meteor strikes as Frieza claimed. What did you say? Vegeta was taken aback, staring at Doria in astonishment. Doria continued, because a race like yours, the Saiyans, with such immense power could never be as obedient as before. Subsequently Frieza decided to destroy planet Vegeta himself, wiping out all the Saiyans. But Vegeta, you should be grateful to Frieza, for he saw the genius in you, the Saiyan prince, and chose to act while you were away from planet Vegeta. At that moment Vegeta's face darkened. The truth was hard to believe. Biting his lip, he was filled with rage, realizing they were still working under Frieza. Doria floated slowly in the air, laughing, ha ha. It seems this revelation has hit you hard. I must take this opportunity to return and report to Frieza. You seem to have misunderstood Doria. I don't care about planet Vegeta, my father, or the lives of my companions, but I will never forgive you for using me. Filled with rage, the last words he spoke were intense, with Vegeta's aura continuously erupting with anger. Demon Flash. Suddenly a youthful, somewhat inexperienced voice shouted. Gohan appeared behind Doria in a flash, and under Vegeta's astonished gaze a golden energy wave obliterated half of Doria's body. Bang! Without even a scream, his entrails and the remaining lower half of his body fell to the ground, purple blood splattering everywhere. Gohan felt no discomfort at having killed Doria, landing steadily on the ground facing Vegeta with eyes sharper than before, his tousled bangs flowing in the breeze. You actually dared to jump out. I didn't expect it to be you, little brat. You even stole my prey. Kakarot's son is a half-blood Saiyan. You possess the bloodline of our Saiyans as well. It seems your strength has increased quite a bit since our last battle. Gohan looked at Vegeta with cold eyes, saying, you should have kept your scouter to check my current combat power. Ha! Boom! Centered around Gohan, a powerful aura suddenly erupted, overwhelming Vegeta and forcing him to widen his eyes, gritting his teeth and covering his head with his arms. Dandy and Karu clung desperately to the ground, nearly blown away by Gohan's explosive aura. At that moment Krillin, who had been hiding with Bulma, also sensed the sudden eruption of Gohan's aura, his face filled with disbelief. Krillin hurriedly ran out of the room prepared by Bulma, using her universal capsule, looking in that direction and murmuring, incredible, has Gohan surpassed me by so much? And there's another aura, that's Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Amazing, I didn't expect Gohan to be so strong after adapting to 100 times gravity. Vegeta was now drenched in sweat, feeling a sense of retreat. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die in vain. Impossible, how could your power have increased so much in such a short time? Although he didn't have a scouter, Vegeta had also learned combat techniques from Earth, and though he wasn't proficient, he could distinctly feel that Gohan's aura was much stronger than his own, at least surpassing one whole level. Gohan clenched his fists in anger, saying, Uncle Piccolo and the others died at your hands, and regardless of what happens next, I really hate you. To find the Dragon Balls that can resurrect Uncle Piccolo, I've been training hard and doing everything I can to become stronger. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed wildly, feeling very pleased to see Gohan's strength, saying, this is how Saiyans are possessing limitless potential. Kakarot's son, what Frieza fears is the unfathomable potential of our Saiyan race. Fantastic, I never expected this little brat to have such power, truly worthy of being a half-blood Saiyan. I am an Earthling, my father and mother are also Earthlings. We have nothing to do with you Saiyan scum. Gohan directly retorted, defining both himself and Goku as Earthlings living and growing up on Earth. Vegeta lowered his arms, showing no signs of resistance. His power had vastly exceeded his own, rendering any combat experience futile, and he could not escape. Poof. Whether it's you or Kakarot, no matter how you resist, you cannot deny the Saiyan blood running through your veins. Kakarot's son, no, it's Son Gohan, right? How do you plan to deal with me? Will you kill me, your enemy? Wah! Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his eyes, nose and mouth, a faint dying breath escaping his lips as he gazed up at Gohan. Ha! Ha! So you won't kill me? Just as foolish as Kakarot. With that final thought, Vegeta slipped into unconsciousness. On Earth, it had been Goku who stopped Krillin from delivering the final blow, allowing Vegeta to escape aboard his spherical spaceship and survive. Dend Kuririn, we're safe now. Gohan pulled out the dragon radar, its screen glowing with the unmistakable signal of a Dragon Ball. Gohan, you're incredible. You defeated all those villains. Are we heading to the Elder Guru next? Den and Kuririn gazed at Gohan in awe, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Gohan gently shook his head and pointed toward another blip on the radar, the same direction where Vegeta had last been detected. That signal is also a Dragon Ball. Once we retrieve it, we'll rendezvous with Uncle Krillin and then proceed together to the Elder Guru. Earlier we overheard Vegeta and that pink portly man say that Elder Mori and his allies destroyed their scouters. Now even at full speed we need not fear detection. Elder Mori. Den and Kuririn murmured, sorrow clouding their voices. Whoosh. 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 Gohan no longer suppressed his aura. Together with Den and Kuririn he surged forward at full velocity, swiftly arriving at a Namekian village. More than 20 Namekians lay dead upon the earth, limbs severed, bodies twisted, purple blood staining the soil in grotesque pools. The horror was visceral, chilling the spine. Den and Kuririn collapsed to their knees, tears streaming down their cheeks. Was this all Vegeta's doing? Gohan silently pondered, his mind recoiling at the brutality, dismembered limbs, cold indifference. In that moment he deeply questioned how the merciless warrior before him could ever transform into the man he knew from future memory. Is the Dragon Ball here? Den Kuririn, stay alert. I'm diving in to retrieve it. Gohan spotted a lake ahead. Fortunately his dragon radar was waterproof. Without hesitation he plunged in and at the lake's murky bottom retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball hidden by Vegeta. Gohan now held 2 Dragon Balls, the 6-star and the 4-star. Meanwhile Frieza possessed 5. With little time for grief Gohan seized Den's and Kuririn's hands and shot skyward, racing toward Krillin's location. Zarbon leading a squad of soldiers scoured the path along which Dodoria had fled and soon discovered Vegeta unconscious and near death alongside Dodoria's mangled remains. This is Dodoria's corpse. Impossible. And Vegeta, what in the world happened? Zarbon's brow furrowed. Instinctively he reached for his scouter, then remembered theirs had all been destroyed. Lord Zarbon, what shall we do? One soldier asked. We've searched everywhere nearby, no one remains, reported the others, returning empty-handed. Zarbon muttered, puzzled. Vegeta's power level stands at 24000, Dodoria stood no chance against him. Yet even Vegeta lies wounded. Could it be that the man with only 2000 power, like these Namekians, is capable of concealing his true strength? At the thought of such an unknown foe, whose power might eclipse even Vegeta's, Zarbon felt a shiver race down his spine, his flesh prickling with dread. You two, carry Vegeta. Return with me to Lord Frieza. The rest of you, search every Namekian village meticulously. Yes, Lord Zarbon, the soldiers chorused in unison. Vegeta remained alive, unconscious but breathing, and carried vital intelligence. Moreover, Zarbon held absolute faith in Frieza's supremacy, precisely why he chose to bring Vegeta back alive. Gohan returned with Den and Kuririn to the hidden refuge. Sensing Gohan's approaching aura, Krillin burst forth first. Gohan, you're safe. I nearly died of worry when I saw that entire squadron flying straight toward you. Gohan scratched the back of his head and smiled. I sensed them too. They carried scouters identical to Vegeta's, so maneuvering wasn't easy. But it's over now. I've already secured 2 Dragon Balls. Without all 7 they're useless. Really? That's wonderful. Ah, these 2 are Namekians too. Krillin noticed Den and Kuririn. After brief introductions Gohan led the 3 into Bulma's capsule house, then recounted every detail of what had transpired, outlining their next objective with clarity and precision. Though not fraught with constant peril, the sequence unfolded with taut urgency, especially Gohan's success in securing both the 6-star Dragon Ball and the 4-star one hidden by Vegeta, beating Frieza's forces to both. Wait, Gohan. Why did you spare that Saiyan Vegeta? Why not just end him? Bulma stared incredulous. Gohan replied calmly, the situation on Namek is volatile, Frieza seeks the Dragon Balls. Vegeta seeks them. We seek them. Frieza already holds 4. Chaos serves us. Elder Mori sacrificed himself to destroy their scouters, that is our opening. Let's go to the Elder Guru now. Yes. Krillin and Bulma nodded in perfect unison. As they prepared to depart, Bulma suddenly brightened. Oh, I almost forgot. Earlier I contacted my father. He shared some incredible news. Goku was en route to Namek and will arrive in just 6 days. What? Really? Dad's coming too. That's amazing. Even knowing the full course of events through his memories as a transmigrator, Gohan still swelled with joy. He was far too weak. Frieza loomed like an abyss, offering no glimmer of hope. Though he now appeared stronger, capable of effortlessly defeating Dodoria and Vegeta, he felt suffocated, recalling the original Namek saga from his transmigrator memories, a single overwhelming sensation of utter suffocation. Bulma continued, my father said he upgraded the spaceship Goku used as a child to travel from Earth, and Goku was already inside undergoing the same gravity training you all practice. He'll be vastly stronger upon arrival. Den and Kuririn exchanged bewildered glances, curiosity and wonder alight in their eyes as they struggled to comprehend who this Goku truly was and why Bulma, Gohan and Krillin lit up at his name. Son Wukong and Krillin carried Bulma, Dandy and Karu along with them to the residence of the Elder. In the past, when Namek experienced unusual weather phenomena, only the Elder survived, and it was he who laid eggs to give birth to all the Namekians who are also without male or female genders. At this moment, Son Wukong was aboard a spaceship on his way to Namek, having already adapted to 20 times the gravity. He was now challenging 30 times the gravity. Wukong, can you hear me? Wukong. Suddenly a voice came through, startling Son Wukong, who exclaimed in joy, "This voice, is it not Lord Ko?" The North Ko on Ko Star said, "That's right, it's me." Wukong, are you in the universe now? What are you up to? Son Wukong explained the reason for heading to Namek. The North Ko was unaware of the events on Namek, and after Son Wukong informed him, he began to take notice, still oblivious to the fact that Frieza was also on Namek. The North Ko had only one reason for contacting Son Wukong, because he had allowed Piccolo, Tien, Chaozu and Yamcha to retain their bodies even after their deaths, and now the four of them were wearing the halo of death, training on the small Ko Star. Learning that everyone was training under the North Ko, Son Wukong was overjoyed, jumping up in excitement. After receiving the North Ko's consent, Yamcha placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke directly with Son Wukong. "Wukong, how is everyone doing?" "Yamcha, it's really you." "That's great." Son Wukong exclaimed in delight. "Yes, we met the deceased god of the heavens in the underworld and he sent us here. We all heard it. Did you go to Piccolo's homeland specifically to find the Dragon Balls to bring us back to life?" Yamcha spoke with some complexity. When mentioning Piccolo's homeland, Piccolo, who had been facing away from everyone with his arms crossed, showed a slight change in expression. Son Wukong said, "Just now Lord Ko mentioned there were 4 people, the others must be Tien, the god of the heavens, and Piccolo, right?" His voice was transmitted clearly to everyone's ears through the North Ko's connection. Yamcha explained, "No, it's Chaozu. Although Chaozu was completely blown apart before the god of the heavens has already regenerated his body." "Wow, that's amazing. That's fantastic, Chaozu. That's really great. With everyone by my side, my courage has increased 100-fold. Son Wukong still did not know how tragic the events on Namek had been. The remaining Namekians were barely a handful, all killed by Frieza and his group as well as Vegeta. Yamcha smiled and said, "We won't fall behind Wukong, but this gravity on Ko Star is somewhat difficult for me to bear. It feels unbearably heavy, making it hard to even run." Son Wukong replied, "I know that. Although I am sitting in the spaceship heading to Namek, I am still training, you know. I have already started to adapt to greater levels of gravity. By the way, Wufan has heard from Bulma that he can now handle 100 times the gravity." 100 times. That's incredible. Yamcha exclaimed. Upon hearing about Wufan's growth in power, Piccolo nodded in appreciation. Son Wukong, however, was not happy at all and said solemnly, "Only 5 days are left. If I don't get stronger quickly, we will definitely be doomed." Yamcha also suppressed the smile on his face and asked, "What happened? Is something going on?" Son Wukong explained, "At that time I was already injured, so Wufan went with Krillin and Bulma to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls first. However, that Saiyan Vegeta also ran to Namek for the Dragon Balls, and besides him I heard there is an existence hundreds of times more terrifying than Vegeta." "What?" The North Ko, Yamcha and the others were all stunned upon hearing Son Wukong's words. Cold sweat appeared on the North Ko's forehead and he said, "That guy hundreds of times stronger, it can't be Frieza, right? If that evil guy is also on Namek, then we're in big trouble." "Wufan." Piccolo frowned slightly. Son Wukong said, "I haven't heard about that. If Lord Ko knows, please tell me. I will investigate the current situation on Namek right away." The North Ko looked for the direction of Namek's location, exploring the traces on Ko Star, and ultimately confirmed Frieza's presence. On Namek, after a long flight, Son Wufan and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the place where the Elder resided. The location where the Elder lived seemed very remote, on a rock shaped like a tower, and without special guidance it would be impossible to find. There was a building at the top of the mountain which was the house of the Namekians. Dandy exclaimed excitedly, "Here it is, everyone, we have arrived. The Elder is right there." As everyone slowly descended, the house opened slowly and a young Namekian walked out with a cold expression, looking very much like Piccolo, leaving Son Wufan, Bulma and Krillin stunned. "Brother Nehru!" Dandy and Karu exclaimed in delight. Krillin's pupils also trembled secretly, thinking, "He looks just like Piccolo." Nehru's voice was very steady as he said, "You have finally arrived, Dandy. Karu, the Elder already knows the outline of the whole matter." "Indeed, the Elder has already known, but has he foreseen this? Why not leave here?" Nehru shook his head, deliberately looking at Son Wufan. He said, "The Elder is already quite old and cannot move easily. He has long sensed his impending death. We cannot persuade him, so we can only quietly protect him from the side. Please come with me, the Elder is waiting for you." "I have heard that the Elder's time is near, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." Everyone followed Nehru into the room, which was configured similarly to the spaceship that Son Wufan and his companions had arrived in. After Krillin and Son Wufan carried Bulma, they slowly floated up to the upper level, finally meeting the Elder. Bulma looked up in surprise, secretly thinking, "So big. Is this really the Elder of Namek?" The elder of Namek gave off an impression of extreme old age with a very faint aura. On the stone chair where the elder sat there was a dragon ball the size of a basketball. Welcome are you earthlings. I must first thank you for saving my children Dandy and Karu. The elder spoke to Son Gohan with a steady voice filled with a sense of profound history and ethereal quality. There is nothing left, this is not a big deal. Elder, we need the Dragon Balls from Namek to save our companions who have all been killed by the Saiyans. Son Gohan directly expressed to the elder the reason for his arrival on Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. The elder kept his eyes closed, giving off an impression of exhaustion as if his life was nearing its end. This wish is beautiful, you are different from those people. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekians. I never imagined that this precious hope would attract such calamity. My children have been nearly wiped out by those villains and it is truly heartbreaking. The elder's voice carried a hint of fatigue as he was nearing the end of his life and once again witnessed the devastation of Namek. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? The elder asked Kuririn, Son Gohan and Bulma with a puzzled expression. Bulma replied, because there are also Dragon Balls on Earth, elder. What did you say? The elder exclaimed in surprise. Kuririn nodded and said, a long time ago when your planet faced a crisis, an Namekian escaped to our Earth and created the Dragon Balls. The elder responded, ah, I see, I remember now. That was the child of Katats. I can't believe he made it safely to Earth, that is truly wonderful. That child was a genius capable of creating Dragon Balls at such a young age. Kuririn added, he was also killed by a Saiyan named Vegeta along with our companions. The elder pondered for a moment and said, although the Saiyans are formidable with his talent, he should not have been killed, right? Could it be? That Saiyan was a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. What is that? Bulma and Kuririn looked confused. The elder addressed Son Gohan saying, child, could you come here for a moment? Son Gohan nodded vigorously and approached the elder. The elder grasped Son Gohan's head with his palm and said, I apologize, please allow me to see your past. This. Son Gohan wanted to refuse as he had memories of the traveler in his mind. If he did this, wouldn't it expose him? However, upon further thought he realized that the elder was different from others and had a broader perspective. Perhaps he could provide valuable advice. He was only 5 years old and his mind was not mature. He was also trying hard to act according to the traveler's memories. Elder, that is fine, but there are many things I hope you can understand. This somewhat perplexing statement left Kuririn, Bulma, Dandy, Karu and Naru all confused. The elder was also somewhat puzzled, but after seeing Son Gohan's past he quickly understood the meaning. Time passed and after a long while the elder exclaimed in surprise, what is happening? Is it not possible to have even a hint of evil in one's heart to become a god? The fact that he split into two beings was the reason for the birth of the evil Piccolo. However, this meant that his original potential and innate genius power were halved. If he could return to being one person, he would not have been killed by the Saiyans. Son Gohan gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. The elder must have seen the traveler's memories as well. Child, I understand your thoughts and see your determination. Your wishes are not for evil purposes. I admire your courage in coming such a long way here, let me help you as well. The elder took down the one-star Dragon Ball he had behind him and handed it to Kuririn. They had now obtained 3 Dragon Balls, but the elder's hand did not lower. Buzz. A transparent aura enveloped Son Gohan. What is this? Son Gohan widened his eyes, feeling his body's power gradually increasing and a new ability appeared in his mind. Suddenly the elder's voice reached Son Gohan's mind directly. This is telepathy, child. Your name is Gohan, right? I apologize, I also saw those memories. This technique, the mental barrier, is a gift for you. With this you can hide that memory deep within, creating a protective barrier around it. Son Gohan replied with delight, the mental barrier, thank you so much, elder. This technique can also defend against illusion-type mental attacks. The elder continued with telepathy saying, next I will do my best to tap into the powers within you that have yet to be developed. I also understand your thoughts, you did very well, Gohan. Even knowing the dangers ahead and having insufficient strength, you still had the courage to come here. That Saiyan named Vegeta cried out of fear due to Frieza's power. But I am too weak. If I were stronger I could stay in the hyperbolic time chamber for a longer period and even train to become a Super Saiyan. Now the situation is not like that. Son Gohan replied unwillingly. Gohan, that is already very good. At your age achieving this much means that even those mature adults may not be able to match you. The elder's words acknowledged everything Son Gohan had accomplished since arriving on Namek, which nearly brought him to tears. Initially when he learned about the traveler's memories he felt lost and confused. He wanted to change things, he did not want to know and did not want to leave his father Son Wukong to face everything alone in the future. What is this? What are they doing? While the elder was unlocking Son Gohan's potential and communicating through telepathy, Bulma looked on with curiosity as the elder held onto Son Gohan's head surrounded by a faint fluctuating aura. Naru explained the elder is helping Son Gohan guide and unlock the potential that has not yet been developed. Kuririn asked in confusion, unexploited power. Naru nodded but did not respond, continuing to watch the elder with a worried expression. Under 100 times the gravity training Son Gohan's battle power easily surpassed Vegeta. His strength continued to rise as if he had undergone a transformation. Buzz. The aura around Son Gohan suddenly expanded and erupted. The potential within you is astonishing and the future is unimaginable, Gohan. This is the maximum I can do right now to help you tap into a portion of that potential. Thank you, Elder. Son Gohan constantly tried to control his newfound strength, gradually stabilizing his aura. Wow, that's amazing. Gohan has become even stronger. Perhaps that guy named Frieza. Kuririn began to say, but Son Gohan interrupted him. Uncle Kuririn, I'm sorry, but I'm still far from Frieza. I can sense that he possesses even more terrifying power. No, that can't be. Gohan, you are already this strong and you are still so far from Frieza. Just how strong is he? Kuririn forced a smile as he spoke. The Earthling named Kuririn, please come here for a moment. The Elder suddenly spoke, surprising Kuririn. I have already undergone a lot of training and my potential has probably been fully tapped. Also, Elder, won't this reduce your lifespan? The Elder replied, this is just guiding power, it has nothing to do with my lifespan. Kuririn then set aside his worries and approached the Elder, allowing him to help unlock the potential within him that had not yet been realized. The Namek star has no night, making it almost impossible for Son Wukong to grasp the concept of time. It had already been an unknown duration. At this moment, a soldier on patrol discovered a village destroyed by Vegeta. One Namekian was still alive, slightly recovering, but his aura was as faint as the flowers and grass, thus Son Wukong and the others completely overlooked him. Dragon Balls. Saiyans. The Namekian trembled as he reached out his hand, grasping the soldier's ankle. Bang. You damned guy. It really was Vegeta. The soldier aimed his palm at the Namekian and unleashed a ki blast, finishing him off, then smugly flew towards the spaceship. Frieza's spaceship appeared as a gigantic disc with immense internal space and a circular corridor, essentially a fully equipped industrial complex. In the main lounge, Frieza gazed at the external environment through a large glass, awaiting news from his subordinates, while the 4 collected Dragon Balls were also placed here. Lord Frieza, I have returned. Come in. Frieza turned around as the door opened and Sabo, along with 2 soldiers carrying Vegeta, entered. Whom is this Vegeta? Ha! Sabo, have you found the Namekian village? Frieza now cared more about the Dragon Balls, asking. Sabo shook his head and said, I'm very sorry, Lord Frieza, so far we have found no traces, but Dodoria is dead and Vegeta has been severely injured. It seems that mysterious guy must be very strong, so I brought Vegeta back, hoping to learn about the whereabouts of that mysterious person through him. Frieza replied, well done, Mr. Sabo. Just now we didn't find the Dragon Balls in that village, they must have been taken by those guys. We don't even know what they look like, it's truly infuriating. Finally Frieza almost shouted, unaware of Son Wukong's existence, who remained hidden in the shadows. This feeling of being out of control made Frieza extremely displeased, as if he was choking. Sabo ordered the 2 soldiers to take Vegeta away. Since Vegeta was gravely injured and could die at any moment, he was placed in the treatment room to gather information from him. Suddenly a soldier searching for the Namekian village excitedly ran back, respectfully saying at the door, Lord Frieza, I have discovered a Namekian village. What? Sabo said, somewhat surprised. The soldier continued, but that village has already been attacked. I believe it was done by Vegeta. Moreover, I also found that a villager was barely alive, still breathing, so I immediately took care of him. Frieza's gaze grew colder, although he showed no expression. Sabo, who often accompanied him, knew that Frieza was very angry. You killed the only witness, didn't you? Ah, hi. Yes. The soldier answered nervously, not fully realizing where he went wrong. Whoosh. Frieza's eyes emitted 2 beams of laser directly attacking the soldier, who let out a piercing scream. His body burned to a crisp, blood splattering, and he fell silent. I despise brainless idiots. Sabo, contact Planet Frieza and ask them to send the Jinya Force here and make sure to bring a scouter. They should arrive in about 5 days. Sabo quickly nodded, saying understood. Now both sides were in a standoff. Krillin had also unlocked his potential under the guidance of the Elder, significantly boosting his strength. Krillin's power now gave Son Wukong the impression that he had already surpassed Fat Bu, but was slightly weaker than Vegeta. On the Dragon radar, the 7 Dragon Balls were divided between the 2 sides, with 4 collected by Frieza while they had 3. The previously chaotic Dragon Ball conflict had now turned into a standoff. Bulma looked despondent and said, what should we do? It's been a long time. If we don't take action, those villains will retrieve the scouter and this place will be exposed soon. Son Wukong's forehead was beaded with cold sweat as he stared intently at the Dragon radar, waiting. His thoughts were known only to the Elder, but for a 5-year-old Son Wukong, achieving this was already quite remarkable. The Elder directly communicated telepathically with Son Wukong, saying, Wukong, relax your body and soul and prepare yourself for the challenge in the best state. Elder. But I. Son Wukong responded, feeling very low. The prolonged waiting time had begun to shake his confidence. Science, Super Science Wukong, you are still too young. There is much more path ahead of you and many more challenges in the future. Stay calm. The Elder's comforting words gradually calmed Son Wukong. Son Wukong said to everyone, we really can't keep waiting. I will go scout the situation at Frieza's spaceship. Wait for my return. Krillin, looking quite tense, said, but Wukong, if you get discovered by Frieza, that would be troublesome. It's fine. I'm just going to scout. I've learned some control over my aura from Mr. Popo, so even right under their noses their scouter won't detect me. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. The elder also spoke up suddenly. Everyone should leave here. Don't stay with this old bone of mine. Take the Dragon Balls away. This is not a safe place. Once Frieza retrieves the scouter, they will soon find this place. Ah, elder. Dandy and Karu exclaimed. Sun Wukong and the elder exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Uncle Krillin and Bulma, Dandy, Karu, find a place to hide. I'm going to scout. Elder, I'm off. Without too much sadness, Sun Wukong picked up the dragon radar and flew towards Frieza's spaceship. Soon, in less than a minute, he arrived at his destination and saw the disc-shaped ship where Frieza was located. Carefully stowing the dragon radar, Sun Wukong concealed himself. His distance from Frieza was probably less than 10,000 meters, which was quite dangerous. Vegeta's aura is indeed present, slowly recovering. In that case, I have a plan. Vegeta, you must perform as expected, just like in the memories of the traveler. Sun Wukong let out a deep breath, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, inside the spaceship, Vegeta floated in nutrient fluid, gradually regaining vitality. His complexion improved significantly and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. A soldier outside the treatment pod watched Vegeta being treated, talking to himself. Sustaining such severe injuries will prolong the treatment. I must rely on you, Vegeta. If you don't regain consciousness, Frieza will surely blame me. However, even if you do regain consciousness, Frieza will likely send you straight to hell again. Please don't cause me any more trouble, Vegeta. Wait. The soldier looked on in horror as Vegeta opened his eyes in the treatment pod. A blinding flash of light burst forth, accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the entire spaceship. In the lounge, Sabo reported in astonishment, what was that explosion just now? Could it be Vegeta? Frieza and Sabo hurriedly left the lounge, rushing down the corridor towards the treatment room. In the treatment room, Vegeta smashed the treatment pod to pieces, standing on the fallen soldier who was still damp from the treatment liquid. He. You underestimated my recovery ability. Next, he. Vegeta sensed Frieza and Sabo approaching, pointing his palm at the already damaged treatment pod. Boom. The violent explosion caused the ship to shake violently, nearly knocking Sabo and Frieza off their feet. Sabo angrily exclaimed, it definitely came from the treatment room. When they arrived, the treatment room had a massive hole blasted open by Vegeta, revealing the scenery of Namek outside with black smoke lingering. This is bad. He's escaped. Sabo stared at the huge hole looking out at the Namek scenery. Frieza said sternly, what did you say? Hurry, mister. Sabo, go catch him. We must find Vegeta, he can't have gotten far. However, Vegeta was still hiding inside the spaceship. The hole they saw had led Sabo and Frieza to mistakenly believe he had escaped. Seeing Frieza, Sabo was tricked and Vegeta grinned with pride. Perfect, Frieza is here too, what a fool, falling for my trick like this. Although Vegeta had now turned against Frieza, he had once worked under him and knew the spaceship's internal structure well. He quickly made his way to Frieza's lounge, where 4 basketball-sized Dragon Balls glimmered. Dragon Balls. Great. They're all mine. Frieza, your era is about to end completely, he. I've won for sure. Vegeta recalled a Dragon Ball he had previously hidden near the Namekian village, and with these 4 he already had 5. Meanwhile, Sabo was searching the vicinity outside for traces of Vegeta, causing Vegeta inside the spaceship to smirk in mockery. Keep searching outside slowly. Not only did you heal my injuries, but you also handed me 4 Dragon Balls. But taking all 4 at once definitely won't allow for a clean getaway, and there's no time to think more about it now. Vegeta took a deep breath, prepared himself, and launched a ki blast at the viewing glass Frieza was looking through. Then, holding the Dragon Balls tightly, he forcefully tossed them out. In less than a second, all 4 Dragon Balls were thrown out, followed by a ki wave that destroyed the spaceship's internal systems before he left. The Dragon Balls have finally arrived. Gohan was both surprised and delighted, finally receiving the Dragon Balls. He pulled out a cloth bag and from a distance he collected the 1, 2, 3, 4 Dragon Balls that Vegeta had thrown out, turning them into a universal capsule, hiding his presence to prevent Vegeta from discovering him. Although he wasn't particularly afraid, the longer it dragged on the better. This was his plan initially. He wanted Vegeta to escape with the Dragon Balls first, then he would go over and take advantage of the chaos during the fight between Vegeta and Sabo. But after waiting a long time without any movement, Gohan began to suspect that there might have been some trouble on Vegeta's side, so he remained tense. It was only after the elder pointed it out that he came over to adapt to the situation. As for what if Vegeta had only escaped, now that he was here he could take the Dragon Balls while Vegeta caused chaos. He was too young, so he had been somewhat rigid before, but now Gohan knew how to be flexible. Just as Gohan was packing up the Dragon Balls Vegeta had thrown out and sneaking away, Vegeta had also escaped outside the spaceship, watching Sabo in a fit of impotent rage. Damn it! Where has that guy hidden now? Could he have returned to the spaceship again? Hurry up and find him. Yes. Vegeta slowly immersed himself in the lake ahead. If he flew away directly now, he would soon be pursued by Frieza and his men. No matter how fast he flew, Vegeta was aware of the gap between him and Frieza. The recent close call and the current situation were fraught with danger. One misstep and he could be discovered by Frieza and killed. By diving underwater and evading Frieza's pursuit, Vegeta not only healed his injuries and increased his power, but he also stole 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza. That little Saiyan brat, this time I will make you pay and regret not killing me. Underwater, Vegeta clenched his fists, exhilarated. He couldn't forget how he was injured by Gohan. The disparity in power had left him completely defenseless against Gohan. However, Vegeta was unaware that the food he had just desperately snatched from the tiger had been taken by the little wildcat with a third-person perspective, including the Dragon Balls he had hidden, which Gohan had found using the Dragon Radar. Inside the spaceship, Frieza was furious while Sabo knelt on one knee before him, silently accepting the reprimand. Damn it. You've really gotten me into a huge mess. Not only did you let Vegeta escape, but he also stole those 4 Dragon Balls. He couldn't have taken all 4 Dragon Balls and escaped alone. He'll search the spaceship's interior. You thoroughly search outside. Sabo quickly responded, yes, Frieza. Frieza warned you, better be aware, Mr. Sabo. If you don't bring Vegeta back, you know the consequences. Yes, I'm on it, Frieza. Sabo quickly flew out through the hole Vegeta had blasted, searching for traces of Vegeta outside. At that moment, Vegeta was still underwater, moving swiftly. After feeling he was far from Frieza, he emerged from the lake gasping for breath. After shaking off the water, Vegeta searched the surroundings for a long time without finding anything. Puzzled, he muttered, with the force I just used, the Dragon Balls should have dropped around here. Why aren't they anywhere? After pondering for a long time, he looked at the nearby lakes and wondered, could it be that I accidentally dropped them into the water? But it's also possible that I'm not familiar with the terrain of Namek and the Dragon Balls falling into the water is plausible. Forget it, I should just dive back in and look for them. As Vegeta searched the waters for the Dragon Ball, Sabo was also on his own quest to find Vegeta. Damn it, where could that guy Vegeta be hiding? If only I had a detector, I wouldn't have to search so hard. Suddenly Sabo recalled the direction in which Vegeta had previously thrown the Dragon Balls. Following that path, he continued searching, pausing to glance at concealed mountains and rivers before resuming his flight. Vegeta had been searching the lake bottom for a long time and was growing increasingly impatient. Nothing here, nothing there, and no strange fish around that could have swallowed the Dragon Balls. What is going on? Where could the 4 Dragon Balls I discarded have gone? However, before Vegeta could think further, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching his direction. Sabo. Could it be him? Vegeta's gaze turned icy as he swam ashore, suspecting Sabo had taken the Dragon Balls. He could never have imagined that Son Gohan with his third eye had intercepted the 4 Dragon Balls that were thrown away. Sabo. After reaching the shore, instead of hiding, Vegeta flew towards Sabo and soon spotted him searching for him. Sabo was startled to see Vegeta, and upon recalling Vegeta's previously detected battle power, the once handsome figure now appeared hideous, with a face like a lizard and a body like a toad, his physique having swollen grotesquely. If I had a choice, I really wouldn't want to look like this, as it doesn't align with my aesthetic. Sabo's appearance with a grin looked even more sinister and terrifying, revealing a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. Vegeta was taken aback, but his expression did not change much. I didn't expect you to have such a transformation, but it doesn't seem like a big deal, does it? You really are ugly. Sabo replied coldly. You. Ha, Vegeta, you've really provoked me. But you can rest assured King Frieza wants to capture you and have you honestly reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Perhaps King Frieza will let you go. Sabo, you are too naive. If it were the old me, I might not be your match, but now that I have been revived, I am not the same as before. Sabo's words made Vegeta pause. This meant Sabo had not found the Dragon Balls, but where could they have gone? Suddenly Vegeta remembered the time Son Gohan had severely injured him and left him unconscious. It was unexpected that in just over a month he had become so strong. Could it be that the little brat Son Gohan took the Dragon Balls? Did he deliberately let me go? But no, that's impossible. That brat is as disgusting as Kakarot. It must be a coincidence. During my unconsciousness they couldn't have done nothing. Initially Vegeta doubted whether Son Gohan had deliberately let him go, but he soon recalled that on Earth Goku had also let him off, categorizing both Goku and Son Gohan as the same kind of father and son. However, while Vegeta suspected that Son Gohan had taken the Dragon Balls, he was right, but Sabo did not give him much time to think. Wah! Sabo shouted, gathering energy in his palms and launching a ki blast towards Vegeta. Vegeta deflected the ki blasts with both hands, sending them crashing into the distance before rapidly moving towards Sabo, initiating their battle, which was sensed by Son Gohan, Krillin, and others. After accumulating enough experience and being reborn from the brink of death, a Saiyan becomes stronger, with their potential explosively manifesting, becoming increasingly powerful in battle, which is where the title of the Saiyan warrior race comes from. After being severely injured by Son Gohan and then healed, Vegeta's power increased further, making Sabo, even in his transformed state and utilizing his full strength, no match for Vegeta. Soon he began to show signs of defeat, with Vegeta gaining the upper hand. Faced with such a result, Sabo was unwilling to accept defeat, and with a final desperate shout he was obliterated by a ki wave from Vegeta, turning to ashes. The Dragon Balls are gone. It seems that little brat Son Gohan took them. But the current me is different from the past. I will make you all understand what it means to be the prince of the Saiyans and Kakarot. After killing Sabo, Vegeta's strength surged, filling him with confidence as he planned to take revenge. He was the prince of the Saiyans, while that half-breed and Goku, the lower-class warrior, were the ones he couldn't let go of, for they stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Frieza was in the lounge while his minions searched the entire ship but found no sign of Vegeta, trembling as they stood behind Frieza. Frieza gently shook the wineglass in his hand. Too slow. What is Sabo doing? From the fact that he hasn't returned, he either escaped or was killed. I should have brought the Jinyu Force with me, they would be far more useful than you fools. The minion quickly responded, yes, King Frieza. Regarding the report from planet Frieza, the Jinyu Force set off a long time ago and will arrive soon. Frieza took a sip from his glass of red wine. More than Vegeta, I am more worried about that unknown person. After so long, we still don't even know who they are. We will investigate immediately, King Frieza. The minions, hearing Frieza's annoyance, were even more terrified and after receiving permission hurriedly left to dispatch some of their number. Damn it. Frieza looked at the scenery of Namek outside, furious, charging a ki blast with his finger and violently striking the surface of Namek. Son Gohan was controlling his energy, looking at the Dragon Ball radar flying towards Krillin's location, when suddenly a red ki blast from Frieza came streaking towards him, forcing Son Gohan to stop and dodge, landing far away. Boom. Namek shook violently and Son Gohan was drenched in cold sweat as he mechanically turned around, sensing multiple attacks erupting across Namek with continuous tremors. Vegeta was also startled. Upon sensing danger, he quickly descended as a red ki blast flew over his head, landing not far away. Frieza seems quite anxious, hee. But that's expected, his spaceship's power engine is now destroyed and can't move. Seeing Frieza in such a state, Vegeta felt somewhat pleased but quickly regained his composure. The current situation is not favorable for me. I must use the Dragon Balls to obtain eternal life to have a chance to defeat Frieza. But now the Dragon Balls are likely in the hands of that little brat. What should I do? At the same time, Son Gohan was also preparing to sprint towards a gravity training of 100 times, which was the gravity Son Gohan could adapt to, moving from 20 times to 100 times in just a few short days. Because Son Gohan's body had not yet matured, being only 5 years old, he needed to progress gradually, taking a month to adapt to 100 times the gravity. Son Gohan was still training under 100-fold gravity in the spaceship. On Namek, earthquakes were frequent because the 4 Dragon Balls that had been acquired were stolen, leaving him in a very bad mood as his energy blasts continuously bombarded the surface of Namek. At this moment, Son Gohan was drenched in cold sweat, nearly struck by Frieza's attack. Phew. That was close. After obtaining all the Dragon Balls, I completely lost myself and almost forgot about that guy Frieza. Son Gohan's martial arts uniform was soaked in cold sweat. Suddenly Son Gohan sensed something and looked up, only to see 5 spherical spaceships breaking through Namek's atmosphere. What is this? The Jinyu Force. Is it already this time? Son Gohan regained his composure and looked at the Dragon radar, no longer controlling his energy, as he flew towards where Krillin and Bulma were. After Son Gohan left, Krillin, Dandi, Karu and Bulma took the Dragon Balls and left the Grand Elder's home, finding a relatively concealed mountain hollow. However, they were still discovered by Frieza's patrolling soldiers, but they were no match for Krillin, who defeated them effortlessly. Dandi, worried, said Gohan has been gone for a long time. Is he really okay? Krillin shook his head and replied, don't worry. Gohan's strength has surpassed ours by far. As long as he doesn't confront Frieza hidden, he will be absolutely fine. Even if he encounters Vegeta, he won't fear him. Suddenly a sound echoed from the sky, resembling an airplane slicing through the air. Karu pointed at the 5 spherical spaceships, terrified, and exclaimed, what are those? Bulma turned pale with fright, saying, spaceships like those of the Saiyans, as Frieza's reinforcements arrived. Such powerful energy. It's far stronger than Vegeta. One of those energies is almost on par with Gohan's. Damn it, where is Gohan right now? I can't sense his energy at all. Krillin clenched his fists, shouting in frustration. If we can't sense him, it also means that Frieza and his group can't sense him either, Karu said. Suddenly Son Gohan's energy surged towards them, startling Krillin. I sensed it. This is Gohan's energy, he's coming this way. Dandi and Karu excitedly grabbed Bulma's hands and jumped up, exclaiming, great. Gohan is okay, this is wonderful. In the distance, Vegeta also sensed Son Gohan's energy, but his true focus was on the approaching Jinyu Force, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. 5 of them, there's no mistake, it's the Jinyu Force. Frieza actually called the Jinyu Force here. This is bad, I don't have any Dragon Balls now and he'll become a target for Frieza. Damn it. Vegeta let out a furious roar in frustration. He had long sought the elusive immortality, which now seemed completely out of grasp. Furthermore, the Jinyu Force brought the latest type of detector, which would surely expose him no matter how well he hid his energy. Bastard. I'm so unwilling. Damn it, that little brat. Vegeta chased after Son Gohan with all his might. Given the current situation, he had only one path to take to join forces with Son Gohan against the Jinyu Force. Though he felt reluctant, he had already given up on the Dragon Balls. Faced with the notorious Jinyu Force and the even more terrifying Frieza, despair loomed. Son Gohan also sensed Vegeta pursuing him and had the same thought of joining forces. The Ginyu Force along with the even more terrifying Frieza who had a terrifying combat power exceeding 100 million after 3 successive transformations. Earlier he had controlled his energy to remain hidden but now it was unnecessary. Flying at full speed, Son Gohan quickly reached his destination, spotting Krillin, Dandi, Karu and Bulma along with 3 Dragon Balls the size of basketballs. Great! Gohan, you're safe! Bulma exclaimed in delight. Yes, I also obtained the 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza's side, Son Gohan replied, nodding. Son Gohan nodded, not engaging in too much small talk. After returning the Dragon Radar to Bulma, he opened a capsule revealing a black bag containing 4 Dragon Balls. Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls brought shock and joy to Bulma, Krillin and others. They never expected that after such a long absence Son Gohan had managed to seize the 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza. Vegeta, he's coming! Krillin exclaimed in shock. At this moment Frieza arrived outside the spaceship seated in his hovering chair as the 5 spherical spaceships descended from the sky, crashing into the ground before him with a thunderous roar. Finally here, the Ginyu Force. I've been waiting for you for so long, Frieza said, displaying an excited expression. As the dust settled, each spherical spaceship created a massive crater upon landing. As the hatches slowly opened, 5 men in battlesuits floated down before Frieza and lined up neatly. Ho ho ho! Finally the Ginyu Force has arrived, Frieza said with an excited smile. There were 5 members in the Ginyu Force with Captain Ginyu leading, followed by Jis, Berta, Guldo and Rikum. Yo! They performed some artistic gestures that were specific to them, showcasing them in front of Frieza, ultimately forming a particular combined action. However, the absence of background music rendered the scene awkward. Time seemed to stand still, leaving Frieza momentarily stunned until a cold breeze swept by, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Despite having seen it many times before, he was still taken aback. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Clearly Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, was not one to rely solely on strength and terrifying means. Ginyu, with a light purple body and 2 black horns on his head, respectfully said, "Thank you very much for your welcome, Lord Frieza. May I ask what this mission is about?" "We need to temporarily cancel our mission to planet Adetla," Frieza replied. "That ungrateful traitor Vegeta has stolen my Dragon Balls and fled." "Vegeta?" Ginyu asked in confusion. One of the team members, Rikum, a muscular man with a pineapple hairstyle, mockingly remarked, "Which Saiyan are you talking about? I heard he's just a self-proclaimed expert, but in reality he has no strength at all." One of the shorter team members, Guldo, who looked like a baby and had a green body with 2 eyes on the sides of his head, appeared nervous upon hearing Frieza's words, giving an extremely unpleasant impression. "That Vegeta has betrayed Lord Frieza. I don't know why, but that guy's fighting power keeps rising. Oh, aside from Vegeta, there's another guy on this planet who is also competing with me for the Dragon Balls." Frieza was very angry when he mentioned that guy competing for the Dragon Balls, finding the interference of this third party extremely annoying, which only added to the chaos. Guldo pressed the button on the detector and said, "Our detector has already located Vegeta's position. He is currently moving at high speed from quite a distance away." And there's another one with a power level of 32,000 and a few others with only a few hundred power levels and one that doesn't even have a 5. Is Vegeta going to meet up with them? Berta, a tall team member with blue skin, laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Are we teaming up?" Guldo asked Lord Frieza, "How should we deal with those people?" Frieza, devoid of any emotion, replied, "Kill them." "Ha ha ha. Perfect. We can't wait to tear them apart," Lekka said proudly. Frieza looked at Guldo and cautioned, "Please be extremely careful. Those people possess means to control their fighting power." Guldo replied, "I understand. We will give them a good show." Unlike the other 4, Guldo appeared to be troubled, haunted by some unpleasant memories with Vegeta. Jis, a man with red skin and long white hair, held a packaged box with both hands and presented it to Frieza. "Lord Frieza, this is the detector you wanted. Thank you for your hard work." After receiving the detector, the Ginyu Force prepared for an action in front of Frieza, their excitement causing more sweat to appear on Frieza's face. Whoosh! The Ginyu Force took off in sequence, flying at high speed towards the location of Son Gohan and the others. Meanwhile, Son Goku aboard a modified spaceship was just 20 minutes away from planet Namek. With only 1 day left, he finished his training and decided to take a good rest. At this moment he had no idea about the severe situation on planet Namek. After being awakened by his alarm clock, he washed up and organized himself ready for landing. Vegeta met up with Son Gohan and saw the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. The 4 he had previously thrown away were indeed snatched away by Son Gohan. "Son Gohan, you should be able to sense the energy of the Ginyu Force approaching, right?" Krillin asked in confusion. "The Ginyu Force?" "Yes, I captured a soldier from Frieza and from his mouth I gathered intelligence about the Ginyu Force and was fortunate enough to learn about Guldo's special abilities along with Genius." Vegeta was taken aback, then regained his composure and smirked, saying, "How interesting. No wonder you possess the blood of our warrior race, the Saiyans." "I am a human," Son Gohan retorted. Vegeta had no time to argue with Son Gohan on this point. He asked, "I sensed your energy earlier. It shouldn't be this weak. Have you been controlling it again?" Son Gohan nodded, his expression serious, saying that Ginyu has a very troublesome ability. Besides that, Guldo has some special powers. He needs to be taken out early, or if they team up, well, be at a greater disadvantage. Guldo, despite his weak combat ability, possesses a very unique superpower that allows him to control time. The longer he can hold his breath, the longer time can be stopped. Additionally, he has an ultimate move that binds enemies, rendering them immobile. Jinya's ultimate move allows him to swap bodies, and his own power level has exceeded 100,000. Thus, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he becomes during battle, which is why Son Gohan is controlling his own fighting power. He attributed his memories from being a time traveler to an unknown soldier of Frieza, providing well-founded reasons to avoid revealing any flaws. Now, aside from the Grand Elder of Namek, no one else knows his secret. Ha! You're talking about Guldo, huh? You know about that too. But Gohan, don't forget, besides the Jinya force there's Frieza. You must have sensed the terror of that guy too. Vegeta crossed his arms, lowering his head to look at Son Gohan, glancing at the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. Bulma boldly questioned, what do you plan to do? The Dragon Balls will absolutely not be given to you. Dandy and Karu, feeling emboldened with Son Gohan around, shouted, that's right, that's right. Don't even think about laying your hands on the Dragon Balls. What do you want to do, Vegeta? Son Gohan asked with a serious tone. Vegeta revealed a sinister smile, saying, to defeat Frieza, the only way is to wish for an immortal life through the Dragon Balls. Although it's reluctant, you possess incredible potential. Even if you lack experience now with immortality, those deficiencies can be completely compensated for. Son Gohan was somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned. Even Bulma, Krillin, Dandy and Karu widened their eyes, shocked by Gohan for an entire year. Sigh. Upon realizing, Son Gohan rolled his eyes, losing the composure he had at the beginning. He could see that Vegeta was serious, but he couldn't understand as he was too young. Krillin came back to his senses and said, I see, it's because Gohan is Goku's son and Goku, like him, is also a Saiyan. No way. Vegeta, you still don't understand. The wishes granted by the Dragon Balls cannot exceed those of the Creator. Even if you wish for immortality, it will not be as you imagine. Power is the ultimate decisive factor. Son Gohan gently touched the small vial hidden within the chest of his clothing, inwardly thinking, even if immortality is truly granted, there are still ways to counter it. I have long been prepared for everything. What are you saying? Vegeta, not as familiar with the Dragon Balls as Son Gohan and the others, was momentarily taken aback. Could immortality not be granted by the Dragon Balls? Krillin Uncle, after summoning the dragon, immediately resurrect Piccolo Uncle. As long as Piccolo Uncle is revived, Kami will also return and the Dragon Balls on Earth will be restored. Leave this to us. Son Gohan and Vegeta both looked ahead as the Jinya force was approaching them. I understand, Gohan, you all be careful. Once we finish here, we'll come to help you. After Krillin packed the Dragon Balls into a bag, he left with Bulma, Karu and Dandy, leaving the battlefield to Son Gohan and Vegeta. After Krillin and his companions departed, the Jinya force arrived shortly thereafter, landing before Gohan and Vegeta, their laughter echoing sharply. They're here. Gohan and Vegeta stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the 5 warriors. Hidden. Humph, some insignificant flies still dare to flee. Ha ha ha. Rikum bared a grotesque grin. If you wish to harm anyone else, you'll have to go through me first. In an instant, Gohan appeared before the Jinya force, a cherubic face framed by faint baby fat, yet eyes burning with unshakable resolve. The scouter's power level reading flashed across his vision. Captain Jinya chuckled coldly, so you're the one with 30,000, just a brat. Hey kid, haven't you weaned yet? Ha 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 ha. Brat, the lot of you look like genetic rejects, as if your DNA mutated mid-creation. Gohan shot back without hesitation. Ha, what did you say? How dare you speak to us like that? Do you even know who we are? Captain, kill this insolent brat. Damn it. Gohan's curse sent the entire Jinya force into neerage. His temperament had shifted subtly through relentless battle. The timid boy who once flinched at conflict would never have uttered such words. Ha ha ha, exactly. A squad of mutated rejects. Vegeta roared with laughter. Gohan was growing ever more to his liking. He recalled their first meeting enemies then, with Gohan trembling, hesitant, unwilling to fight. Now. A chasm separated past from present. Eliminate the brats swiftly. If the Dragon Balls aren't here, they've been taken by those others. Don't waste time, Vegeta. Lord Frieza ordered him captured alive. Jinya smirked with sinister charm as he addressed his team. Ha ha ha. Understood, Captain. His comrades turned toward Gohan with cruel predatory grins. Gohan spoke calmly. Who told you the Dragon Balls were taken by them? What? Jinya instantly raised a hand, halting his squad. Oh, they're not with them. Then perhaps you have them. Hand them over now, and I might spare your life. No need to rush. Patience rewards the waiting. Gohan slid his right hand into his collar and withdrew a small vial, placing it before him under the bewildered stares of the Jinya force and Vegeta alike. A tiny vial. What on earth could that possibly do? Vegeta frowned in confusion, but remembering Gohan's past precision, he remained silent, vigilant, his gaze locked especially on Guldo, the most troublesome among them and one Gohan himself had marked as dangerous. Jinya's temples throbbed with fury. Brat, you dare mock me? I mocked no one. Every word I spoke was true, and yes, I do have something extraordinary for the Jinya force. Gohan's gaze sharpened. His eyes narrowed. This was no longer the unknown confrontation he remembered. To neutralize Guldo required cunning, not brute force. Vegeta demanded, "Hey Gohan, I ask again, is Kakarot truly not on this planet?" Gohan shook his head. "Not yet, but he'll arrive very soon." "Then let him hurry." Annoying as he is, his presence would tip the scales. "How much stronger is Jinyu than you?" "He surpasses me, but the rest pose no threat." "Stand clear. I must deal with the greatest danger first." Vegeta and Gohan parted, locking murderous glares upon Guldo, whose time-stopping ability along with Captain Jinyu's overwhelming might made him uniquely perilous. Yet both wondered what unseen technique would Gohan unveil to break this deadlock. Makenka Sapo. A child's voice, clear, sudden, piercing the heavens. In a flash, a viridian cyclone erupted, swallowing Guldo whole before Jinyu could react. Ugh. Dizzy, disoriented Guldo instantly held his breath, freezing time itself. Bang. He crashed violently onto the ground, pain searing, but he kept his breath locked. Above him, the green vortex coiled like a serpent, sending chills down his spine. Around him, Vegeta, Jinyu and all others stood frozen, trapped within still time. Damn it, cursed brat. Guldo snarled inwardly, glaring at Gohan, still rooted in horse stance, arms thrust forward, rage igniting in his gut. Closing the distance, Guldo could no longer suppress his need for air. The moment time resumed, his fist slammed into Gohan's abdomen with crushing force. VRRR. No impact. No resistance. Gohan's form dissolved like mist. An afterimage. Thud. That was Guldo's final thought. Gohan's horizontal kick struck with devastating precision, shattering Guldo's squat, fleshy frame. His unblinking head struck the earth beneath Gohan's boot, crushed into crimson ruin. Purple blood soaked the soil. From the casting of the Makenka Sapo to Guldo's demise, excluding the time he froze, only 2 seconds had passed. By the time Jinyu, Vegeta and the others regained motion, Guldo was already a corpse beneath Gohan's foot. This is the afterimage technique taught to me by Master Roshi. That vexing little problem is finally resolved. Phew. Gohan exhaled deeply, having unleashed an incomplete Makenka Sapo, then instantly layered it with the afterimage technique to deceive Guldo. The Makenka Sapo drained his ki severely, even its partial execution left him physically exhausted. Yet necessity dictated sacrifice. Unlike the Jinyu force of memory, who fought singly, this squad advanced as one. So he expended precious energy to eliminate Guldo, the most disruptive, dangerous among them. No, it can't be. This brat's power level, 100,000. G staggered backward, stunned. Gohan had just unleashed his full strength to end Guldo, no longer concealing his might. 100,000. Impossible. This child possesses 100,000. Vegeta stared, disbelief etched across his face. Through progressive month-long training under 100-fold gravity, Gohan had evolved from weakness to overwhelming dominance, crushing Vegeta, Zarbon and Dodoria alike. His exact power remained unknown until Elder Kai unlocked his latent potential, elevating him to 100,000. Why then did Gohan's strength lag so far behind Goku's under identical conditions? Why did he require Elder Kai's intervention to reach 100,000? Because Gohan adapted gradually, incrementally increasing gravity over 30 days, never pushing beyond survival. Goku, by contrast, repeatedly shattered his body, hovering at death's threshold, only revived by sacred senzu beans. Gohan possessed no such luxury. He could not replicate that self-destructive path, and thus, though both endured 100-fold gravity, Goku's crucible forged far greater power. Some may question, how could 100-fold gravity yield such disparity? But one must understand, adaptation is not mere endurance, it is symbiosis with environment, a dialogue between life and limit. Aboard the spacecraft after the Jinyu force departed, Frieza donned the latest model scouter and surveyed his surroundings. The scouter indicates 2 Namekians at that location. Could this be the great elder of Namek? Frieza redirected the scouter toward another quadrant. 10,000 combat power. Whose energy surge is this? It seems the Jinyu force has run into slight complications. Frieza summoned a low-ranking soldier from within the ship. Under the soldier's nervous, fearful gaze, he commanded, "I am stepping out momentarily. Guard this vessel with absolute vigilance. If you fail even at this trivial task, your lives are forfeit." "Yes, Lord Frieza." The soldier snapped upright and replied hastily. Whoosh! Frieza shot toward the great elder's location at blinding speed. Only Nail remained beside the elder, standing guard as the situation grew critically dire. VVVVRRR. Boom. 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 A thunderous cacophony filled the air as Gohan simultaneously battled G-Spurter and Captain Jinyu, while the pineapple-haired Rikum locked fierce combat with Vegeta. The sharp whistle of clenched fists slicing through air echoed relentlessly. Gohan soon faltered. Holding his own against Jinyu alone was arduous enough. Facing 2 coordinated adversaries proved overwhelming. Waya Ag. Jinyu seized an opening and drove a crushing blow deep into Gohan's abdomen. Excruciating agony erupted. Gohan cried out in anguish, the world spinning violently before his eyes. Rikum, flying kick. Ya. Rikum's heel slammed into Vegeta's jaw. Dizziness flashed across Vegeta's vision, but he recovered instantly and retaliated with lightning precision. Fists clashed in furious rhythm. Though massive and muscular Rikum moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving both Vegeta and Gohan utterly defenseless, unable to land a single counterstrike. Scarlet blood spurted from Gohan's mouth as he crashed onto the ground, carving a colossal crater. His momentum broken, he lay gasping, breath's ragged rhythm shattered. It hurts, every cell in my body screams in pain. Am I angry? I despise these monsters, yet why can't I summon the searing, all-consuming fury I remember? Could it be reason itself that binds me? Gohan wondered. Rationality restrained him, preventing the unrestrained savage unleashing of power etched in memory. Krillin, hurry. Clutching his wounded arm, Gohan staggered upright. A crimson trickle traced his cheek from a gash on his brow as he glared defiantly at Jinyu, Jis and Berter. On Earth, Shishi had been staying at Bulma's home awaiting news. Suddenly her heart clenched with inexplicable dread. Gohan. You must be safe. Shishi hastily retrieved her fallen cup, her anxiety mounting, her thoughts spiraling, her composure crumbling. All she could do now was pray for Gohan's safety from Earth. Don't worry, Shishi. Goku has already arrived, he'll make everything right, Master Roshi reassured gently. Mrs. Briefs held out a steaming cup, offering a serene smile. Mrs. Son, would you like some coffee? Thank you. Shishi accepted politely, but found herself utterly without appetite. That sudden chilling premonition left her trembling with foreboding, as though something precious were slipping irrevocably away. Krillin, Denkaroni and Bulma arrived at a remote open field bearing the 7 Dragon Balls. Gohan and Vegeta are already locked in battle, hurry. If we delay, all Gohan's sacrifice will be in vain. Rise, Shinran. Krillin called out to the 7 Dragon Balls beneath his feet, but no darkness fell, no celestial dragon sword. Karoni quickly interjected, our Namekian Dragon Balls require incantation in the Namekian tongue. Ah, then speak swiftly. Gohan may not last much longer. Krillin urged Den and Karoni urgently. Yes, Den raised his hands toward the Dragon Balls. As the ancient Namekian chant resonated, the 7 orb-like spheres, each the size of a basketball, blazed with radiant golden light. Crack-thum. A deafening thunderclap split the sky. Namek's heavens darkened abruptly and a colossal silhouette surged upward, piercing the clouds. The Namekian dragon resembled a titanic serpentine lizard, vastly larger and more awe-inspiring than Earth's Shinran. After trials and tribulations, Purunga, the eternal dragon of Namek, had finally manifested. Bam! Gohan and Vegeta were hurled together like discarded refuse. Jinyu, Jis, Berter and Rikum laughed with cruel, triumphant glee. Not yet. This isn't over. Not yet. Shaking, he rose once more, his purple GI soaked stiff with drying blood, torn and tattered, his gaze sharpened by raw, unyielding fury. He could overpower anyone but Jinyu, yet Jinyu fought not alone but alongside Jis and Berter, turning every engagement into hopeless odds. Suddenly day turned to night, the sun vanished as Namek plunged into absolute darkness. It worked. Purunga has appeared. Gohan's heart soared with exhilaration as he beheld Purunga's towering form ascending heavenward, a wave of pure unadulterated joy flooding his spirit. A dragon. Could it be linked to the Dragon Balls? Vegeta stared upward, his expression shifting. His knowledge of the Dragon Balls remained shallow, unaware that their summoning dimmed the skies or what sacred incantation unlocked their power. What is that? Jinyu and his comrades gaped stunned. No Dragon Balls. Berter, you're fastest, go now. Jinyu barked the order. Understood. Berter vanished in a blur of motion, streaking toward Krillin's position. Makenka Sapo. Gohan unleashed a devastating blast, hurling it across the distance. Wa-no. Berter screamed, a piercing, desperate wail, as he found himself isolated, severed from Jis and Jinyu, who had previously ambushed Gohan in tandem. Krakum. Berter's body disintegrated instantly, reduced to shimmering ash by the golden beam. Ha 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 ha, another one fallen. Gohan collapsed, limp, spent, utterly drained. That final blast had consumed every ounce of his strength, even lifting a finger was beyond him. Not bad for a Saiyan hybrid. Fight to the very end, even in death. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta roared with laughter upon witnessing Berter's annihilation. I'm Earthborn. Gohan whispered weakly in protest. Jinyu meanwhile seethed, first Dodoria, now Berter, both slain before his eyes. You little brat, I'll tear you limb from limb. Jinyu's aura exploded outward. At that very moment, Frieza, having just arrived at the Great Elder's sanctuary, also witnessed Namek's sudden unnatural eclipse. Why has the sky gone black? Frieza murmured, puzzled. The Great Elder's dwelling lay far away, nearly antipodal to Gohan's battlefield, so Purunga remained unseen. Could it be? Confronted by this cosmic anomaly, Frieza instantly deduced the Dragon Balls. Without hesitation, he fired a searing ki blast, shattering the Elder's hut and revealing Nail standing protectively beside the frail, weakened Elder. Ho ho ho. So, you must be the Great Elder of Namek. At the same moment, a massive spherical spaceship descended from the sky, but due to the influence of the Shenlong Guoluanjia, Jinyu and his companions failed to notice. The hatch slowly opened and Sun Wukong gazed at the pitch-black sky outside along with the Shenlong Guoluanjia that pierced the heavens, feeling a momentary daze. Is that the Shenlong from Namek? Gohan did Krillin and the others succeed. This is amazing. But soon the smile on Son Wukong's face began to fade. Such powerful energy. Gohan. Without delay, sensing that Gohan's aura was extremely weak and that there were many powerful auras nearby, Son Wukong flew over at high speed. I'm on my way, Gohan, hold on. Now let me show you the results of my training. Jinyu, Raikou and Berta unleashed their energy waves towards Gohan and Vegeta. Gohan and Vegeta closed their eyes, awaiting their impending death, having reached their limits and unable to evade genius attacks. Buzz. Suddenly a powerful aura surged forth surrounding Son Wukong with a red energy as he used Kaioken ×2 to block in front of Gohan and Vegeta, swatting away the combined energy waves. Dad. Kakarot. The imagined death did not approach. Gohan and Vegeta opened their eyes to see a figure in an orange martial arts uniform with the character Wu on the back standing before them, blocking the final lethal blow. Gohan, I'm sorry, here, eat this Senzu bean quickly. Son Wukong revealed a familiar smile as he took a Senzu bean from his bag and carefully placed it in Gohan's mouth. With the sound of chewing, Gohan's wounds instantly healed, restoring him to his peak state as he sprang up. What? Vegeta, Jinyu and the others were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. Hey, wasn't that kid about to be killed by us? What? Berta asked in shock. Jinyu and Raikou dumbly shook their heads, indicating they did not know. Son Wukong glanced at the serious-looking Vegeta and smiled as he asked Gohan, how did Vegeta get injured? He was hurt by that pineapple-headed one. I trained hard and even had the Grand Elder help me unlock my potential, but I still couldn't defeat that purple-skinned guy. Not only that, but Jinyu teamed up with the other two to take me down. I couldn't withstand the three of them attacking me. In the end, after I seized an opportunity to take one down, I was exhausted. Luckily you came, Dad. Gohan's eyes sparkled, the shadow in his heart dissipating as the tension in his body relaxed. Yes, Dad won't let these guys go. Son Wukong helped Gohan adjust his clothing. He then looked at Vegeta with a puzzled expression, asking, by the way, Gohan, why did Vegeta get hurt just like you? Weren't they supposed to be on the same side? A lot has happened. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so we temporarily teamed up. Sigh. As Gohan was about to say something, Son Wukong gently patted his head. Gohan, you don't have to say anymore. I figured it out myself. Son Wukong understood the whole process through Gohan's mind, but he did not uncover the memory protection barrier that safeguarded the memories of the traveler. So that's how it is. Good job, Gohan. Bulma and Krillin are safe too, and what about Frieza? Son Wukong said with a smile. By the way, Dad, be careful of the enemy's abilities. Gohan shook his head, about to say something when Son Wukong interrupted him. I already know, Gohan. You got the information from a soldier, right? Son Wukong said with understanding. Gohan nodded, slightly feeling a bit guilty as he turned his head away, clearly aware that his father Son Wukong had noticed many inconsistencies. Even though the memories are disjointed and missing a big chunk, I trust you, Gohan. Don't put pressure on yourself. Son Wukong reassured him. Gohan explained, actually, Dad, you can find out too. When we get back, he'll tell you the truth. Gohan, you've become so strong now. Son Wukong took out a Senzu bean and handed it to Vegeta. Vegeta, eat it quickly. TCH. Vegeta saw Gohan, who had just recovered, understand what was going on and quickly swallowed the Senzu bean. My body. This. Vegeta looked at his hands in disbelief as his body had already healed. There's still one Senzu bean left. Son Wukong handed the bag to Gohan, his gaze coldly fixed on Jinyu, Raikou and Berta. Dad, let me deal with that white-haired bastard. He was the one who kept ambushing me before. Gohan tucked the bag into his clothing, glaring with murderous intent at Berta. Leave the one named Jinyu to me. I'll pay attention to his moves. Son Wukong's gaze shifted to Jinyu. With Gohan, who had revived from the brink of death, his strength had already surpassed Jinyu's. However, he found Berta and the one who had killed him even more detestable. Vegeta looked at Son Wukong with a heart in turmoil, waves of shock rising within him. Impossible, it can't be. Kakarot and Gohan, why are they both so strong? Could it be? Kakarot has become the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta recalled a legend among the Saiyans that a Super Saiyan was a genius that appeared once every 1,000 years, a barrier that no talented warrior could surpass. If the legend is true, the one who should be able to become a Super Saiyan is me. Why is it Kakarot, that low-class warrior, and that hybrid Gohan? Damn it. Vegeta muttered, unwilling to accept this. However, his current target was Raikou, who had significantly increased in strength after reviving from the brink of death. This pineapple-headed Raikou was no longer his match. The Shenlong soared into the sky and Krillin eagerly made the first wish, but upon learning that one wish could only revive one person, he chose to fulfill Gohan's previous wish to revive Piccolo. Den conveyed the first wish to the Shenlong Bolu and Jia and Namekian, while those on King Kai's planet kept a close watch on the situation on Namek. The halo above Piccolo's head had vanished and he was revived. Piccolo, you're back. Krillin and the others succeeded. Yamcha and the others exclaimed in delight as they looked at Piccolo. Gohan. Piccolo said with concern, placing his palm on King Kai's back as he observed the situation on Namek. On Earth the Supreme Kai also revived because of Piccolo causing bubbles nearby to become very excited. Everything was heading towards a good direction, but the group of Gohan on Namek was about to face an even greater crisis as Frieza, furious and insane without the Dragon Balls, would soon arrive. Everything was beginning to change significantly due to Gohan, this butterfly. At this moment Frieza looked at the Grand Elder and Nairo, slowly speaking. Namek has no night. What is the reason behind this situation? The Grand Elder replied, because someone gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Your goal has failed. As expected. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, blood oozing from his purple knuckles due to his overwhelming anger. Damn it, damn it. A rumble echoed as a violent aura erupted around Frieza, enveloping everything, the immense pressure causing Nairo to break out in a cold sweat. The Grand Elder communicated telepathically with Dandy. Dandy, quickly make the second wish. Tell Porunga to unleash the full power that Goku and Gohan are currently unable to exhibit on Namek. Piccolo, communicating with King Kai of the North, intended to head to Namek to battle but was momentarily stunned upon receiving the Grand Elder's telepathic message. King Kai of the North reacted, chuckling, I see the Grand Elder wants Goku and Gohan to be able to resist Frieza. Is that so? But won't making such a wish harm their foundations? Piccolo voiced a question many were curious about. King Kai explained, it is the power they are currently unable to exhibit. This wish corresponds to the Grand Elder's ability to excavate power and will not harm them. Previously, when the Grand Elder was excavating Gohan's strength, he could only uncover a portion. Goku and Gohan have undergone extensive training and experience, and they will fully unleash their potential now. King Kai had been secretly observing everything on Namek, understanding the Grand Elder's intention, which was to have the Eternal Dragon utilize the Grand Elder's ability to excavate Goku and Gohan's strength. Grand Elder. I understand. Dandy hurriedly made the second wish to Porunga in the Namekian language. At this moment Gohan, Vegeta and Goku confronted Jinyu, Berta and Rikum simultaneously. You bastard. Die. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta unleashed a fierce golden energy wave with both hands, obliterating Rikum, leaving not even a trace of his body. Double Kaioken. Kamehameha. With the double Kaioken activated, Goku's power completely surpassed Genius. Coupled with the knowledge of Genius moves from Gohan, he gave no chance and ultimately eliminated Jinyu with the Kamehameha. The situation was different now, tense and with Frieza as a formidable enemy. Goku had no intention of holding back or letting anyone go, nor did he allow Jinyu to execute his body-switching technique. Gohan faced Berta, who was never a match for him before, let alone now. If Berta hadn't been hiding behind Jinyu to ambush him, it would have been the same outcome as with Barta. Ha! Without using any techniques, a single energy wave blasted Berta into dust. Goku, Vegeta and Gohan stood together. These Jinyu force members have finally been dealt with. Now only Frieza and his minions remain. Gohan's fists cracked with tension. Suddenly Gohan and Goku's auras surged dramatically, startling Vegeta. What happened? Vegeta looked in astonishment at Gohan and Goku, whose powers were increasing beyond his imagination. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder on Namek regained his composure after the furious outburst. Forget it, there is a place called Earth which also has Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes. Ho ho ho. What? Suddenly Frieza's scouter detected 2 auras dramatically rising. The latest model scouter allowed Frieza to clearly see the rising battle power values of Goku and Gohan until the scouter reached its limit and exploded. What? Why did 2 individuals with such high battle power suddenly appear, surpassing the latest scouter's limit? Frieza's gaze shifted to the Grand Elder, understanding something, and he smiled darkly. I see, it's because of the Dragon Balls. Ho ho ho. However, since there are Dragon Balls on Earth, you are of no use, Grand Elder. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, the Grand Elder and Nairo were obliterated along with their home. The towering rocks crumbled and the originally dark sky returned to daylight, yet the light was as cold as bone. Frieza emerged from the smoke, landing steadily on the ground. If my battle power exceeds 1 million, this state won't be good. I haven't transformed into my final form in a long time. I will enjoy playing with these bastards in my original form. Unforgivable. Frieza clenched his fists, his aura beginning to change, shedding his armor as his power surged. The debris and dust around him began to float slowly. As the Grand Elder was killed by Frieza, the Eternal Dragon Porunga dissipated and the 7 Dragon Balls the size of basketballs turned into white stones. Bulma exclaimed in surprise, what's going on? We haven't made the 3rd wish yet. Why did the Eternal Dragon disappear? Dandy and Karu knelt helplessly on the ground, tears welling in their eyes. The Grand Elder has passed away. Krillin said gravely, no, Nairo's aura has also vanished. It was Frieza. Frieza realized we summoned the Eternal Dragon and killed the Grand Elder in Nairo. Suddenly Namek experienced a violent tremor, causing Bulma to lose her balance and sit directly on the ground. What is happening? I really hate being on this planet. Bulma complained while rubbing her aching backside, feeling like it was about to break. Frieza's power is still increasing. How can this be? He was already absurdly strong before. Krillin clutched his head, terrified, realizing he had been of little use during his time on Namek. At this moment Goku, Gohan and Vegeta sensed Frieza's rising aura, breaking into a cold sweat. How is this possible? It's true, Frieza has a transformation that increases his power. Vegeta exclaimed. Is this a one-time boost to his final form? Gohan thought to himself, turning his gaze toward his father Goku. Although his power had increased significantly, his father Goku's power had risen even more, at least doubling his battle power. But that made sense, he was only 5 years old and lacked experience and training compared to Goku. The final battle against Frieza was upon them. As long as they could surpass this most difficult moment, the future would be smooth sailing. Gohan gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His martial arts uniform slightly tattered and Vegeta's battlesuit was similarly damaged while Goku's attire remained intact. The tremors on Namek ceased. Frieza had now assumed his final form. Stripped of ornamental excess, his appearance grew markedly more restrained. Patches of violet skin adorned his crown, shoulders, chest, wrists and ankles, lending him a stark minimalist silhouette, yet his power dwarfed his previous state by an incomprehensible margin. Those wretches. Frieza shot forward at blinding speed, his passage so swift it sent chills down the spine. Mountains crumbled and oceans roiled in his wake as he raced toward the coordinates where his scouters had earlier detected 2 Namekians. No, Dad. Frieza's heading straight for Uncle Krillin. Gohan surged into motion, streaking toward Krillin's location. Goku followed close behind, accelerating toward Krillin's position and calling out, "Hurry, we must reach them, Gohan." Whoosh. Whoosh. Watching Goku and Gohan vanish into the distance, Vegeta stood momentarily stunned, his composure utterly unraveled, especially by the overwhelming bottomless might radiating from Frieza's final form, which extinguished any thought of resistance within him. Why did Kakarot and his son suddenly surge in power? Wait, could it be the Dragon Balls? Vegeta clenched his fists, teeth grinding in bitter frustration. Damn it, Kakarot has surpassed me by such a gulf. Yet even against Frieza, I'd still fall. What am I to do? Vegeta felt Frieza's abyssal aura pressing down upon him, a dread compounded by years of servitude under that tyrant. Worse still, buried deep within Gohan's mind lingered the memory of a time when even he, as a time-traveling warrior, had shattered beneath Frieza's assault, weeping, broken and defeated. Suddenly a spark ignited in Vegeta's thoughts. Right, the boy said they'd revived the Namekian from Earth. That means the Earth's Dragon Balls have already regenerated. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you and your allies shall be torn to shreds here by Frieza. As for me, I'm leaving for Earth now. Even if the Dragon Balls won't grant me immortality, they will grant me the strength to defeat Frieza. Ha 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 ha. I'll certainly not linger here to await my death at his hands. Vegeta spotted Goku's spherical spacecraft resting nearby and without hesitation launched himself toward it. Frieza had long been his deepest fear, Kakarot second only to him. Frieza's current eruption of power had convinced Vegeta there was no path to victory. And now with Goku and Gohan racing headlong toward Krillin, toward inevitable confrontation with Frieza, escape would become impossible. Krillin too sensed Frieza's approach, his velocity staggering, his power so immense it shattered every prior conception Krillin had ever held. Frieza's coming this way. Krillin trembled violently. VRRRM. Suddenly Goku and Gohan arrived in rapid succession, stepping resolutely before the group. Goku. Thank goodness, you're really here. Bulma leapt onto Goku's back, tears streaming freely down her cheeks. A gentle smile touched Goku's lips. Bulma, I'm sorry for worrying you. A great battle lies ahead. Gohan, Krillin, you must take Bulma and the others and leave immediately. I brought a ship, leave this to me. Boom, before Gohan or Krillin could utter a word, Goku's spherical vessel lifted skyward and soared away from Namek. Gohan gaped, jaw slackened in disbelief. Where's the Prince of Saiyans' honor? Who does this? Stealing our ship like some common thief. Exactly. Exactly. Vegeta's nothing but a spaceship thief, a disgraceful rogue. Bulma chimed in fervently. Krillin countered calmly, but didn't we still have our own ship? Bulma. Oh right. Right. I almost forgot. Bulma nodded vigorously, pulled out a Senzu bean capsule and released the beetle-shaped vessel onto the ground. Krillin, Bulma, Kuririn and Den boarded the craft, but Gohan remained rooted beside his father. Dad, I know my strength falls short of yours, but yours too is no match for Frieza's. I will stay. To me, and to Mom, you are irreplaceable. I won't hold you back. Dirt-streaked and resolute, Gohan's small face bore unwavering determination. His purple martial arts uniform, identical to Piccolo's, was torn and frayed from earlier combat. Very well, Gohan. Krillin, Bulma, depart swiftly. After a moment's quiet reflection, Goku smiled and called out firmly to Krillin. Gohan. Den and Kuririn murmured softly, eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him. Yes, be careful, Goku. Gohan. The four climbed aboard Bulma, rushing to the pilot's seat. At her command, the vessel rose steadily into the air. You won't escape, not any of you. A guttural rending cry split the horizon. Frieza raised 2 fingers, gathering violet energy, then slashed downward with furious precision, unleashing a crescent-shaped beam of searing purple light. Danger, evade. Goku and Gohan instinctively sprang apart, but the spacecraft caught squarely in the beam's arc, cleaved cleanly in two. Kuririn, centered directly in the violet moonblade's path, was severed instantly. Purple blood sprayed across the void. It happened too fast, no time to react, no time to grieve. Boom, the violet crescent split Namek itself in half. Season Lake spilled into the widening fissure while the shattered vessel plummeted to the earth, striking with a thunderous earth-shaking detonation. Goku and Gohan stood frozen, mouths agape, cold sweat drenching their bodies. Mechanically they turned eyes locking onto Frieza, who descended effortlessly to the ground, calm, unhurried, terrifying. Ho ho ho. I never imagined fools like you would dare provoke me. This outcome is beyond even my darkest dreams. Unforgivable. I will never forgive you, vermin. I shall slay each of you one by one until you comprehend the full terror of Frieza. Frieza balled his fists and roared at Goku and Gohan, his murderous aura so thick it made Gohan shiver involuntarily. Elsewhere, Krillin and Bulma crawled from the wreckage, their vessel utterly destroyed. Ugh, what in the world just happened? Bulma groaned, her insides feeling as though they'd been scrambled. Had she not worn her seatbelt, she'd surely have been killed. Brother Kuririn. Den wept uncontrollably, staring at Kuririn's bisected body. His eyes remained wide open, uncomprehending, unprepared, snuffed out in an instant by Frieza's hand. Krillin said quietly, I'm sorry, Den, but now is not the time for sorrow. If we remain, we'll only hinder Goku. We must leave immediately. Den wiped his tears, then glared with burning fury at Frieza in the distance. Ho ho ho. So a Namekian brat still lives. But where is Vegeta? Why isn't he here? Has that Saiyan prince truly fled? Frieza sneered, scanning the ruins, finding no trace of Vegeta. You are Frieza. You look quite different from what I imagined, more miniature in size, Son Wukong said with a cold expression, placing Son Gohan and the others in front of him. Frieza turned his attention to Son Wukong, somewhat surprised. You seem oddly familiar. Right, it's him, the Saiyan who resisted me on planet Vegeta, looking exactly like him. Frieza recalled that the Saiyan who last resisted him was named Bardock, who was also Son Wukong's father. Son Wukong gave Son Gohan a glance, subtly looking back, and Son Gohan, understanding immediately, quietly retreated to join Krillin, Bulma and Dandy. So. That is Frieza. Bulma trembled all over her delicate body, quaking as she could no longer stand, overwhelmed by fear. Son Gohan held Bulma at the waist with one hand and handed the black bag to Krillin, saying, quickly leave here, Uncle Krillin. Dandy, take the other Dragon Balls with you, leave this to my father. Hi. Krillin and Dandy hurriedly packed the petrified Dragon Balls into the bag and left with Son Gohan, leaving the battlefield to Son Wukong and Frieza. Since he had destroyed the spaceship, they were trying to escape, and Frieza let them go, taking pleasure in tormenting them as he looked at Son Wukong. Haha. Saiyan, you should have left like Vegeta, but he won't escape for long. Besides, Namek Earth also possesses Dragon Balls. Before I fulfill my wish for immortality, let you Saiyan monkeys know the horror of me, Frieza. Bang. Bang. Frieza and Son Wukong's feet stomped down, causing the dirt to crack. The air, ground and sea continued to shatter, waves crashing, and the sound of intense air pressure filled the air. Their speeds were so fast that they were beyond the naked eye. The primitive creatures on Namek sensed an instinctual danger and began to flee in all directions. Bulma, as an ordinary person, couldn't see the battle between Frieza and Son Wukong. Having experienced so much, she understood that now she felt like a burden being held by Son Gohan at the waist. The spaceship has been destroyed by Frieza, and the one Wukong brought was also taken by Vegeta. What should we do now? After being placed on flat ground by Son Gohan, Bulma said with a face full of frustration. There is still a way. Uncle Piccolo has been revived, right? King Kai, can you hear me? King Kai. Son Gohan shouted loudly. King Kai had been keeping an eye on the situation on Namek. Hearing Son Gohan's call, he quickly responded through mental communication, I heard you, Gohan. Great. King Kai, Uncle Piccolo has been revived too, right? Son Gohan asked with concern. Piccolo grasped King Kai's shoulder, responding, Gohan, I've been revived. You've become stronger. I am truly sorry for not being able to fight alongside you. Damn, Frieza's power is such that even in my prime it would be futile. Gohan, do you have any plans? Son Gohan nodded heavily, responding, Uncle Piccolo is revived and the God of Earth should be revived too. King Kai contacted the God of Earth immediately and used the Dragon Balls to revive the Namekians killed by Frieza and Vegeta. That way the Grand Elder will also be revived. Then let's use the Namekian dragon to wish for our return to Earth together, Son Gohan expressed his idea. Bulma said excitedly, yes, if that's the case, not only will those Namekians be revived, but we can all be saved. Gohan, you really have a plan. King Kai quickly replied, I understand. I will immediately contact the God of Earth. You all must hold on. Piccolo finally said, hang in there, Gohan. Son Gohan's gaze turned forward, clearly seeing the clash between Frieza and Son Wukong. Son Wukong's body was enveloped in a fleeting red aura, barely able to cope even while using the Kaioken times 10. Krillin said, honestly, I can no longer see Wukong and Frieza. Their speed is too fast, their power is on a completely different dimension. Son Gohan remained silent, still dazed by Vegeta's escape. He reorganized the memories of the traveler in his mind, realizing that Vegeta's behavior on Namek did indeed match the memories. He recalled that when Piccolo was fighting Frieza, he tried to escape but was blocked by Frieza. Now they were not well acquainted and could turn into enemies at any moment. Having sorted things out, Son Gohan no longer cared about Vegeta and focused entirely on the front, where a vague figure appeared. Son Wukong's clothes were already torn, revealing the blue shirt underneath. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Concentrate power on the back. Is it that my strength is insufficient? Son Gohan tried another method of transforming into a Super Saiyan but found it completely impossible. Swish. Frieza and Son Gohan distanced themselves in an instant, facing each other. Frieza was somewhat disheveled, nursing his injuries, but Son Gohan's wounds were far more severe. Frieza gently brushed the dust off his body, saying, "You are quite capable, aren't you? Besides my father, you're the first to get me dirty. This is my first time feeling this excited. I didn't expect a Saiyan of your caliber to exist so different from those foolish Saiyans of the past. It's a pity to kill you. What do you say? Would you like to join us? I won't hold it against you regarding the Dragon Balls." Frieza extended an invitation to Son Gohan. Son Gohan felt a surge of excitement and smiled faintly. "Sorry, that's impossible. This is the first time I've encountered such a formidable opponent. It's exhilarating. You truly are clueless, aren't you? Son Gohan, is it? Next he'll let you fight with both hands. Consider it a special offer." Frieza, appearing unperturbed, placed his hands behind his back, his tail gently swaying, striking the ground with a sound. Son Gohan assumed a fighting stance, weighing the pros and cons. During the previous battle, he discovered that Frieza did not perceive energy like they did. Oh really? The outcome is still uncertain. If that's how you want to play it, I won't hold back, Son Gohan said, and with a sudden step the ground sank deeply under his immense power as he charged towards Frieza. Frieza, with his hands behind his back, leaped back. His feet and tail collided with Son Gohan's punches and kicks, creating a cacophony of intense blows and piercing air pressure. Before long, Frieza seized the opening, wrapping his tail around Son Gohan's neck and tightening it. Ah! Son Gohan struggled to grasp Frieza's tail, attempting to break free while letting out a pain howl. Ha ha ha! Frieza looked at the struggling Son Gohan, letting out a triumphant laugh. Damn it! Why can't I break it apart? Son Gohan let out an angry roar, grasping Frieza's tail and biting down hard. Wah! Frieza suddenly shivered in pain, as if electrified, quickly retracting his tail and blowing on the bite marks. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's face, a flurry of attacks leaving Frieza unable to respond before he retaliated and sent Son Gohan flying to the ground, where he gasped for breath. Son Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning with a hint of pride. Did we not agree that we wouldn't use both hands? He. Now the grace period has ended. Frieza, with his crimson eyes, looked at Son Gohan and spoke. Son Gohan replied bluntly, "Then let me give you a piece of advice. You are far too confident in your own strength. Your entire body is filled with flaws, and that is the reason." Frieza's expression turned even colder, his pride wounded by Son Gohan's words. Although he appeared to be smiling, he was filled with rage as he said, "Then thank you for your advice. You're truly strong, rare to find someone like you. However, I've grown tired of fighting you. It's about time to settle this. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to work under me? Killing you would be a real shame." Son Gohan's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "It's impossible, Frieza. I will not engage in such heinous acts of murder and arson." I knew you would say that you are even more stubborn than those Saiyans. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You now have only one path left, death. A breeze gently blew, causing Son Gohan's black hair to flutter as he faced Frieza's threat without flinching, saying, "Isn't it a bit premature to boast? I have not yet been defeated by you. Ha ha ha. Even if you still have some strength left, even if you factor in your previous moves, as long as I use 50% of my power, you will turn to cosmic dust." Frieza extended his 5 fingers towards Son Gohan. A cold sweat formed on Son Gohan's forehead as he laughed. "You really overestimate yourself, don't you? When trying to deceive, one should at least have a reasonable basis, hee. Frieza spread his arms wide, his tail arched back, feet staggered, head slightly bowed, eyes wide open, presenting a regal posture, striking a signature stance. Then let us wait and see. To be honest, I haven't exercised like this in a long time. Boom. Son Gohan's body erupted with a red aura, instantly unleashing the tenfold Kaioken, colliding with Frieza, sending them from the ground to the sky and then from the sky to the ocean surface. Frieza's speed and strength were exceedingly swift, overpowering Son Gohan, completely leaving him without any means of defense. Bang. Seizing a flaw, Frieza landed a heavy punch on the ground, a barrage of energy blasts raining down like a shower. Even using the tenfold Kaioken, Son Gohan had no chance to retaliate and was beaten down. 20-fold Kaioken. The red aura grew even more violent and Frieza's energy blasts were instantly deflected. What? Under Frieza's shocked gaze, Son Gohan formed a stance with both hands at his waist. Swish swish swish. The energy blasts sent flying by Son Gohan scattered like rain across Namek, while Son Gohan and the others who were hiding quickly dodged. Ya. Bulma was lifted by Son Gohan, letting out a piercing scream as she watched the continuous explosions around her. Once they landed in a safe area, Bulma was still shaken, having encountered the explosion's mushroom cloud up close, which terrified her as an ordinary person. Is it not over yet? I truly do not wish to stay here a moment longer. Bulma cried, feeling wronged as she asked Son Gohan. Son Gohan shook his head and said, collecting the Dragon Balls takes some time. If all goes well, it should be dark soon, and the Namekians have not been revived yet, so we should wait a bit longer. Krillin and Dandy flew back, narrowly avoiding death as they were separated by the rain of energy blasts that had just fallen. Uncle Krillin, Dandy, make sure to protect Aunt Bulma. My dad is currently at a disadvantage and I need to help him. Son Gohan sensed Son Wukong's aura expanding again, fearing that he had likely used the 20-fold Kaioken and the situation might become even more troublesome. I'll go too. Although my battle power is not as strong as yours, I can still be of help, Krillin said, clenching his fists, feeling a bit unwilling. After hesitating for a moment, Son Gohan nodded and said, alright then Uncle Krillin, let's go together. Dandy, protect Aunt Bulma well. Swish. Swish. Son Gohan and Krillin flew away in succession, leaving Dandy and a terrified Bulma behind. Filled with rage, Son Wukong glared at Frieza, a blue energy wave coalescing in his palm. For Gohan, for Chi-Chi, for Earth, and for all the people of Namek, I absolutely will not lose to you. Boom. Reaching his peak energy, the 20-fold Kaioken was unleashed with full force. Regardless of whether you still have half your strength left, whether you are lying or telling the truth, I will definitely defeat you. Came. Hame. Ha. Boom. The blue energy wave surged towards Frieza with full force, moving swiftly and covering a wide area, leaving no opportunity for Frieza to dodge. Frieza's palm pressed down hard on the Kamehameha wave, his expression twisted and accompanied by a furious roar, clearly struggling to hold it back. Boom. Sparks flew into the sky, even the light was swallowed up. The violent tremors nearly sent Krillin flying, but luckily Son Gohan held onto him. The 20-fold Kaioken was already pushing Son Wukong to his limits, his entire body reaching its peak. The sparks dissipated in the air and Frieza's hand, which was grasping the Kamehameha wave, was burned, showing many wounds. Son Wukong's 20-fold Kaioken Kamehameha wave had only caused Frieza some minor injuries. I can't believe this. So he was telling the truth, only using half his power. Son Wukong gasped for breath, his energy significantly weakened, his breathing becoming erratic. Frieza thought to himself, that was close. Why did this Saiyan unleash such powerful strength? Damn Saiyan. Swish. Frieza instantly appeared before Son Wukong, filled with rage. That last move really hurt me, you bastard. Bang. Frieza moved at high speed and struck Son Wukong hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Son Wukong stood up shakily. What should I do? That last 20-fold Kaioken was already the limit of my physical strength. It truly was too much to handle. Looks like I can only use the spirit bomb now. Raising his hands slowly, Son Wukong gritted his teeth, looking at Frieza as he began to gather the spirit bomb. Frieza stopped in his tracks, watching Son Wukong's raised hands, and asked, what are you doing? The spirit bomb is a technique passed down to Son Wukong by the North KO. It gathers the vital energy, chi, from all living things, plants, trees, insects, humans and animals, condensing it into a colossal sphere of pure energy before unleashing it as a devastating attack. Yet the spirit bomb demands an excruciatingly long time to gather sufficient energy. At this very moment, Son Wukong stands utterly exposed, his defenses wide open, every vulnerability laid bare before Frieza. Absorbing only this planet's energy will not be enough to defeat Frieza. I must expand the ranged planets near Namek. Lend me your chi. Son Wukong sensed the chi drawn from Namek was woefully insufficient, and so he widened his absorption radius across the surrounding star system. What strange scheme are you hatching now? Frieza intoned his voice low and taut, watching Son Wukong raise his arms. But with that crumbling body of yours, I refuse to believe you could still mount any real threat. Bang. Frieza lunged towards Son Wukong, the ground beneath his feet fracturing violently as his fist clenched. Suddenly a lithe figure shot forward at blinding speed. Gohan delivered a thunderous kick that sent Frieza hurtling through the air. What? Frieza twisted midair and landed gracefully upon the earth, eyes locking onto Gohan. So it's you, the brat who ruined my plans before. Gohan, what are you doing here? Get away, you're no match for him. Son Wukong cried out desperately, his body spent and trembling. Gohan replied, Dad, leave this to me for now. A cack. With a deafening roar, energy surged outward in turbulent waves. Heedless of his father's warning, Gohan unleashed his full power and charged headlong at Frieza. Oh, your son Gohan. So you're his son. Frieza observed Gohan with faint amusement. As Gohan's fists and kicks rained down, Frieza strolled backward with effortless grace, evading each strike with serene indifference. Bang. A brutal knee strike slammed into Gohan's chest, blood erupted from his mouth and nostrils, ribs snapped like dry twigs. For an instant his consciousness blurred, slipping into darkness. Gohan. Both Son Wukong and Piccolo, watching intently from the KOS planet, instinctively cried out in unison. Yet Gohan endured, his will unbroken. Trembling, he clutched Frieza's knee, blood dripping steadily onto the cracked earth, mingling with crimson dust to form petals of a ghostly blood-red rose. Ha, stubborn little brat. I'll make sure to torment you right before your father's eyes. Frieza glanced sidelong at Son Wukong, still raising his hands aloft, his expression burning with raw fury, a sight Frieza savored deeply. Bang. Frieza's palm crashed down upon Gohan's skull, sending him crashing sideways onto the ground, leaving behind a long gory trail, a crimson rose etched in blood across the scorched earth. Is it ready yet? Damn it, not enough, faster. Give me your chi, all of it. Hurry, hurry. Inside, Son Wukong screamed in silent agony, desperate to rush forward. Gohan staggered upright, palms drawn to his waist, gathering emerald green energy, his gaze locked on Frieza, unwavering and fearless. Frieza sauntered toward him leisurely, almost playfully. Ha, how obstinate you are, brat. You have no idea just how terrifying I truly am. I know. I know better than anyone. Gohan's youthful voice rang out, clear, steady, resolute. Frieza paused, just slightly, his steps faltering as he met Gohan's unflinching gaze. A memory flickered before he raised planet Vegeta. King Vegeta, the Saiyan monarch and Vegeta's father, had led every elite warrior in open rebellion against him. Why had King Vegeta dared such defiance? A rumor persisted that Frieza feared united Saiyans. How absurd that sounded now. When they finally stood face to face, King Vegeta and his warriors trembled, not with courage but with abject terror. And then, annihilation. Even young Vegeta, once subservient beneath his hand, had known that same dread. Your eyes. I loathe them. Snapped back to reality, Frieza found neither the cowering fear he craved nor the defiant spark he'd witnessed long ago in either Son Gohan or Gohan. I'm not afraid of you. From the moment I set foot on Namek, I made my peace with death, no matter who stands before me. Not even you, Frieza, even clad in golden skin, can shake my resolve. Take this, 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm. With a guttural roar, Gohan thrust forth both palms, two spiraling emerald energies coiled around Frieza, crackling with violent arcs that seared his flesh and wrung agonized cries from his throat. Waah, brat, let me go. Trapped midair within the 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm, Frieza convulsed under the lashing energy arcs, his torment unbearable. It's Master Roshi's 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm, astonishing. I never imagined Gohan had mastered it too. A tender smile softened Son Gohan's weary face as he intensified his chi absorption, the spirit bomb swelling ever larger, seizing every precious second to complete its formation. On the KOS planet, Yamcha stood shoulder to shoulder with Piccolo, Tien Shinhan and Kaiotse, gazing intently at the unfolding battle on Namek. Wonderful, it's Master Mutato's 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm. Brilliant, Gohan. Yamcha recognized the technique instantly. It was the very move Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chun, had used against Son Gohan during their first World Martial Arts tournament alongside Krillin and himself. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo's grin refused to fade. Tien Shinhan added, truly magnificent, yes, and look, Krillin has joined the fray too. On Namek, Frieza thrashed wildly, straining against the binding energy, screaming in anguish, his eyes bloodshot, nearly unhinged. He had never suffered such a humiliating setback at the hands of a child. Uncle Krillin, now. Gohan shouted. Clad in the same orange martial arts gi as Son Gohan, Krillin stood atop a jagged mountain peak, his palm raised high. A golden disc materialized above it, edged with razor-sharp teeth spinning at blinding velocity. Well done, Gohan, take this. Spirit Severance Slash. Krillin hurled the blade-like technique straight into the heart of the 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm, where Frieza remained ensnared. Damn you, don't get cocky, you insect. Frieza's body swelled violently, his aura erupting like a tsunami so overwhelming that even Son Gohan recoiled in shock. This is Frieza's true power. Get down, Gohan. Gohan sensed it, but too late. With a single shattering surge of power, Frieza shattered the 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm. His finger lanced forth, firing a death beam that obliterated Krillin's Spirit Severance Slash, then pierced clean through Krillin's right chest with merciless finality. Too fast. I couldn't react at all. Krillin collapsed, clutching his gushing wound, alive but gravely wounded, utterly defenseless. Ag. In the same breath, Frieza seized Gohan's hair with his other hand, hoisting him aloft as he screamed in pain. His swollen form receded, returning to its lean, lethal shape. You dare inflict such agony upon me, brat? Then let this be my reply, reciprocity is courtesy. Vroom. A pale crimson energy sphere enveloped Gohan, Frieza's ghost pressure technique, locking his body rigid, paralyzed beyond movement. No, stop. Frieza, don't. Son Gohan knew that technique all too well. At Gohan's current strength, escape was impossible. Frieza cast a casual glance at Son Gohan as if observing a mere toy and looked at Son Gohan with amusement as he struggled within the red transparent sphere of his ghostly pressure. Bang. The tail swung forcefully, striking Son Gohan's head like an iron rod, instantly knocking him unconscious and sending him flying. Frieza moved at high speed, catching Son Gohan just as he was about to land, delivering a heavy elbow strike to Gohan's lower back. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Son Gohan lost consciousness from the excruciating pain. His vertebrae had been broken by Frieza and his body uncontrollably crashed to the ground, creating a massive deep pit, causing the ghostly pressure that bound him to vanish as well. Gohan! Son Gohan glared at Frieza with rage, nearly breathing fire. On King Kai's planet, Yamcha expressed his frustration. Damn it, I can't stand it any longer. Gohan and Gohan are fighting on Namek, but we... Gohan! Piccolo clenched his other fist, blood seeping out, gritting his teeth. King Kai of the North was also extremely anxious. Are the gods not here yet? If they are any slower, Gohan will be killed by Frieza. Son Gohan on the ground fell into unconsciousness due to the intense pain. Ho ho ho! I'll deal with you, little monkey, first, then I'll take care of your father. Frieza raised his finger, forming a fiery explosive orb at his fingertips, slowly ascending. This attack had once destroyed planet Vegeta. It worked! Son Gohan exclaimed with surprise as he lifted his head. The immense spirit bomb flickered, catching Frieza's attention reflexively. What? What is that? Frieza shuddered as he looked up, seeing the massive spirit bomb which had a diameter of over 50 kilometers. Wukong. Suddenly Krillin shouted. His previously gaping chest wound was now healed, and he along with Dandy quickly lifted Son Gohan and fled. Thank you, Krillin. Dandy. Although curious about how Krillin, who had just been gravely injured, suddenly recovered, Son Wukong had no time to react as he hurled the spirit bomb towards Frieza. Frieza's emotions were like a roller coaster. Before he could recover from the shock of the massive spirit bomb, he saw the revitalized Krillin, and now above him the enormous spirit bomb was being thrown at him by Son Wukong. The destructive orb capable of annihilating planets collided with the spirit bomb, causing no resistance, obliterating and striking Frieza with overwhelming force. Damn it! Frieza's eyes widened as he was hit by the spirit bomb. The ocean waves repelled by the massive impact, some crabs scuttling away. Son Wukong immediately ducked down as Dandy, who had no time to heal Son Gohan, pinned him down while Krillin shielded Bulma with his body. Boom! The violent explosion reverberated through the clouds, darkening the sky as water and dust were propelled away by the colossal shockwave. Wah! Son Wukong and the others underestimated the power of the spirit bomb's explosion, being uncontrollably blown away by the gusts of wind and rain, the sand and water droplets hitting them painfully. Time seemed to stretch, and when the light returned to Namek, a massive depression formed at the center of the ocean, water continuously pouring in as if everything that had just happened was a dream. The surface was covered in dust and dirt as Krillin and Dandy swam with the unconscious Son Gohan towards the shore. That was too close. Dandy, hurry and heal Gohan. His life force is very weak. If we don't treat him soon, he will die, Krillin urged Dandy. I know. Dandy placed both hands on Son Gohan's chest, the antenna-like appendages on his forehead glowing as a gentle aura enveloped Son Gohan. On the other side, Bulma emerged from a pile of sand, feeling as if her whole body was falling apart. Why does a homebody like me have to suffer like this? Bulma brushed the sand off her body, filled with disdain, her face dirty as well. Suddenly she noticed something orange peeking out from the sand ahead, resembling a martial arts uniform. Wukong. Without caring for herself, Bulma quickly jogged over, using her delicate hands to dig through the dirt, eventually revealing the nearly lifeless Son Wukong. Cough, cough, cough. Is that you, Bulma? Son Wukong coughed up a mouthful of sand. Having fought Frieza, he was not only drained of energy but also injured. Bulma helped Son Wukong up. Her previously frantic and anxious heart felt calm upon seeing him. Great. Wukong, you're really amazing. You defeated such a terrifying opponent as Frieza. He. Frieza is indeed a formidable foe. Bulma, have you seen Gohan? Son Wukong asked with great concern as Son Gohan had been severely injured by Frieza and then blown away by the impact of the spirit bomb. Dad. That tender and familiar call brought a smile to Son Wukong's previously tense face. Gohan. Son Wukong excitedly raised his head, looking at the healed Son Gohan in the air along with Krillin and Dandy flying towards him. Once they landed, Krillin quickly said, Wukong, Bulma, great. Everyone is okay. Dandy, thank you so much. Dandy nodded vigorously as he approached. He extended his palm towards Son Wukong and began to heal him. Feeling the comfort coursing through his body, Son Wukong exclaimed, so that's it, Krillin was healed by you just now, thank you. It's nothing. We finally killed that big bad guy, thank you for avenging those fallen Namekians for us. Dandy replied, filled with excitement. Unlike Krillin, Bulma and the other, Son Gohan had been paying attention to his surroundings. After being resurrected from the brink of death, he felt his power had increased significantly. Trying to condense his strength to transform, but still unable to do so clearly, he was still not strong enough. Suddenly sensing a familiar and intense pressure, Son Wukong, Krillin and Son Gohan turned to see Frieza standing atop a protruding hillock, his tail blown off by the earlier spirit bomb, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Frieza. Bulma turned around, seeing the still-alive Frieza, her heart sinking. She shouted in terror. Buzz. Frieza slowly raised his finger and a deadly beam of light instantly pierced through Dandy's head. Stop it, Frieza. Son Wukong watched as Dandy was killed before his eyes, rage filling his chest. He felt utterly unwilling as his final attack, the spirit bomb, had not defeated Frieza. Ho ho ho. Now you will have no more chances. I will slowly torment you and you will be next, little bald head. Frieza's gaze fell upon the nearly heartbroken Krillin, revealing a maniacal grin. Watch out. Son Gohan shoved Krillin aside with all his strength, his slender frame instantly seized and immobilized by Frieza. Ho ho ho. Why rush so eagerly toward death, brat? Frieza gritted his teeth, glaring at Son Gohan with seething fury. Gohan. Stop. Frieza, stop this at once. A wave of icy dread washed over Son Goku's entire being. Rage, anguish, helplessness, he could only stand frozen, watching in horror as Frieza claimed life after life before his very eyes. Dad. With a cruel clench of his palm, Frieza crushed Son Gohan, suspended helplessly in midair, into crimson fragments. Warm blood splattered across Son Goku's face. Krillin stared paralyzed with terror as Son Gohan was obliterated before him. His limbs trembled, fury and despair surged within him. Crushed beneath the unbearable weight of his own powerlessness, he loathed himself more than ever. Bulma's face paled into stark ashen shock. Moments ago she had been chatting warmly with Dend, and now both he and Son Gohan lay dead before her eyes. Life extinguished so suddenly, so brutally, her soul plunged into a hellish abyss of darkness. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Now it's your turn, bald little one. Frieza chuckled triumphantly, pointing a finger directly at Krillin. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. You dared kill Gohan. You wretched monster. The heavens convulsed. Thunder coalesced overhead. Shards of stone and dust lifted from the ground, trembling under Son Goku's wrath. His hair and eyes shimmered and shifted violently, raw guttural snarls tore from his throat. Waya ag. With a final bestial roar, Son Goku underwent a metamorphosis. Jet black hair blazed gold, emerald irises burned with unrelenting fury, destruction, slaughter, annihilation. Primal instinct unleashed by rage surged forth, giving birth to the Super Saiyan. Krillin and Bulma stood transfixed, gazing upon Son Goku's transformed visage. The radiant golden aura blazing around him seared itself indelibly into their memories. Son Goku glared at Frieza with venomous hatred, then urgently commanded Krillin, while I still retain my reason, take Bulma and hide now. Goku! Krillin whispered, stunned. Bulma's trembling body stilled, her gaze locked upon the newly ascended Super Saiyan who descended like a divine warrior, unforgettable and awe-inspiring. I said, go now. Do you hear me? I can't hold myself back much longer. Son Goku's thunderous roar jolted Krillin and Bulma back to awareness. Understood, Goku. Krillin swept Bulma into his arms and soared skyward, carrying her far from the battlefield, yet her eyes never left Son Goku, her luminous gaze rippling with quiet awe. Impossible. Saiyans transform only into giant apes, what is this? Frieza frowned deeply, unnerved by Son Goku's unprecedented transformation. Krillin's heart churned with turmoil, the memory of Son Gohan shoving him aside replayed endlessly in his mind. Tears welled in his eyes, his chest felt pierced by 1,000 blades. Damn it, Gohan, why save a useless weakling like me? His anguished cry echoed as Krillin landed with Bulma on a distant barren plain, far beyond the reach of Frieza and Son Goku. On Earth at Bulma's home, Shishi shuddered violently. A sudden suffocating dread spread through her heart seemed to explode in that instant, and the coffee cup slipped from her hand, shattering on the floor. Mrs. Son, are you unwell? Is the coffee disagreeable, or is something else troubling you? Mrs. Briefs gasped upon seeing Shishi's tears. Shishi wept uncontrollably. Gohan's in danger. Something terrible has happened to Gohan, I know it. Gohan. Oh, Gohan. Ox King comforted her gently. Chi-Chi, Goku has already reached Namek. They'll all return safely, we must believe that. Yes, they'll come back, Shishi. Master Roshi added earnestly. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai watched in sorrow as Den and Son Gohan fell one after another beneath Frieza's hand. Gohan is gone. Lord King Kai, why is Goku's hair turned gold? Yamcha's voice trembled with grief, yet his attention was riveted on Goku's transformation. North Kai nodded emphatically. There's no doubt, Super Saiyan. Goku has become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiotsu and Piccolo exchanged stunned glances with North Kai. North Kai beamed with excitement indeed. Goku has awakened as a Super Saiyan, and perhaps even Frieza will no longer stand a chance against him now. Piccolo's pupils contracted sharply. More urgent than that, quickly informed the Earth's Kami. He must alter the wish now that Gohan is also dead, change it to revive everyone slain by Vegeta and Frieza's forces. Yes, I'll contact Earth's Kami immediately and instruct him to revise the wish without delay. North Kai swiftly diverted his gaze from Namek and relayed the dire situation to Earth's Kami, and to Popo, who was gathering the Dragon Balls. I am truly enraged, Frieza. On Namek, the newly ascended Super Saiyan Son Goku fixed Frieza with a glare of incandescent fury. Reason drowned in wrath and instinct, he craved only one thing: Frieza's annihilation. Crack! The earth beneath his feet shattered. Son Goku blurred forward at impossible speed, striking Frieza full force before the tyrant could even react, sending him hurtling backward. As Frieza tumbled through the air, Son Goku vanished, reappearing above him in an instant. Clenching both fists, he drove them down with crushing force, slamming Frieza deep into the ground and carving a colossal crater that radiated fissures across the landscape. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light. Sparks erupted skyward as Frieza burst from the crater, soaring upward to confront Son Goku face-to-face. Saiyan. Ha. Do you dare accuse me of senseless slaughter? Or is it you Saiyans who slaughtered countless innocents in your time? Was that justifiable? That is why you fell. Son Goku's voice was chillingly calm, his jade-green eyes utterly devoid of emotion, cold, detached, merciless. Ho. Exterminated by me. Those monkeys simply irritated me, ho. Frieza laughed, but Son Goku's knuckles whitened, his deep voice thick with lethal intent. This time, I shall be your judge. Ho. Judge me, Frieza. A lowly monkey's arrogance knows no bounds. You cannot defeat me. Even as the legendary Super Saiyan, you remain powerless. Frieza's words twisted Son Goku's lips into a faint, eerie smile. Yeah. Frieza hurled barrage after barrage of crimson energy blasts, but his breath grew ragged, his aura flickering under immense pressure. Gone was his earlier composure. Son Goku's overwhelming presence had shattered it completely. The battle between Son Wukong, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Frieza raged on, having unknowingly changed locations numerous times. As the fight wore on, Frieza's mental state began to crumble. Who are you really? Frieza, on the verge of a breakdown, trembled as he questioned Son Wukong. Son Wukong's expression was cold. Haven't you already recognized me? I am a Saiyan raised on Earth and I came here to defeat you. I once had a heart that cherished peace but now awakened by rage I have become the legendary warrior the Super Saiyan. Son Wukong. His final words were nearly a roar as the terrain of Namek was altered by their fierce battle. Though Vegeta had stolen the spaceship brought by Son Wukong to escape, there was less communication. However, now transformed into a Super Saiyan by his rage, Son Wukong affirmed his identity as a Saiyan determined to use this power to defeat Frieza. The battle was intense, with Krillin's mind constantly recalling the recent scene where Son Gohan had died before his eyes in an attempt to save him. At this moment Bulma was no longer afraid. The image of Son Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan lingered in her mind, an indelible mark. Suddenly she felt that this Namek millions of light years from Earth was not so detestable after all. Boom! Suddenly a cataclysm began with magma erupting. Frieza seized an opportunity to destroy the core of Namek, but fearing the destruction it would cause to himself, he did not obliterate the planet directly. A 5-minute countdown to the explosion of Namek, a scene reminiscent of the apocalyptic moments found in films and novels, vividly unfolded before their eyes. Krillin led Bulma in evasion as the Earth began to spew magma flowing to the surface and into rivers, causing the seas to overflow. Many primitive creatures on Namek began to commit suicide while most were fleeing. But in such a situation, where could they escape to? As the earth-shattering battle raged on Namek, Bobo finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls on Earth. With the invocation of the spell, the Dragon of Earth finally appeared. On Earth, the once bright sky suddenly darkened. In West City, Master Roshi and Bulma immediately understood that someone had gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. Even Chi-Chi, who had been heartbroken, stopped crying upon seeing the dark sky. The dragon. That means Wukong and the others succeeded. That's wonderful. Master Roshi exclaimed with joy. Ox King said, yes, Chi-Chi, look, someone has summoned the dragon, which means Piccolo has been revived. Wukong and the others truly succeeded. Chi-Chi's swollen eyes reflected a glimmer of hope as her longing and blessings for her family drifted into the boundless starry sky. The hazy darkness obscured his view and a familiar calling echoed in his ears. Is this hell? It's so dark, the feeling of death is truly unpleasant. However, having changed the outcome of Uncle Krillin's second death is tolerable. I just wonder if Dad has turned into a Super Saiyan. Wukong. Wukong, wake up. Wukong. The call became clearer and Son Gohan suddenly opened his eyes to see Dandy and Karu, who looked pleasantly surprised. Great, Wukong, you finally woke up. Son Gohan sprang up like a fish out of water. Looking around, the scene was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with a lush green meadow beneath his feet and the familiar blue sky and white clouds leaving him somewhat dazed. Are we in heaven? Son Gohan, still not fully returned from death to reality, felt a gentle breeze that brought him a sense of tranquility as he asked Dandy and Karu. Karu hurriedly replied, no, Wukong, you have been revived. Not only that, we all have been revived. We succeeded. Dandy, looking nervous, added, that's right, that's right. We are now on Earth and safe. Wukong. Suddenly a bright light dazzled his eyes like a mirror. Upon closer inspection, Son Gohan realized it was Krillin, who was now flying towards him with Bulma. Krillin excitedly embraced Son Gohan, weeping with joy. Great. You are alive, thank you for saving me. Uncle Krillin and Bulma, is this Earth? Am I revived? Son Gohan felt a strong sense of disconnection. Although it was painful after experiencing death and rebirth, he had gained some peculiar understanding of death. Child. Cough, cough. Your condition is not good. The Grand Elder, supported by Nail and Elder Muli, approached and noticed something was off with Son Gohan's state, quickly speaking up. Krillin released Son Gohan, looking somewhat anxious. Did something happen to Son Gohan? My condition is not well. Grand Elder, after dying I felt so peaceful, so tranquil, I knew nothing. Moreover, Son Gohan sensed a significant increase in his power after being revived from the brink of death, even contemplating whether dying again and reviving would make him even stronger. The Grand Elder sensed Son Gohan's thoughts and intended to guide him before his last breath. He couldn't bear to see a gifted child ultimately tread the path of self-destruction. Everything has a spirit, child. You are still too young. Cough, cough. Such thoughts are harmful. The Grand Elder spoke to Son Gohan with his last breath. Son Gohan nodded, somewhat understanding. Suddenly he remembered something, his expression changed and he hurriedly asked, what about Dad? How is he? And what about Frieza? After pondering for a moment, Bulma explained the situation. He had been immersed in death, unconscious of everything, and now that he woke up, everything had ended. Son Wukong had temporarily altered his wish. He and Frieza stayed on Namek fighting until the end. However, many things were different. Son Wukong had found the spherical spaceship left by the Jinyu Force earlier, and under the watch of North Kai and others he escaped from Namek, flying into the universe. Now North Kai was keeping a close watch on Son Wukong's situation. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. This situation could be considered a joyous occasion for all. All the Namekians who had been killed were revived, and Vegeta had stolen Son Wukong's spaceship, which would likely arrive on Earth in a few days. However, there was still some sorrow. The Grand Elder had passed away and the new Elder to replace him was Elder Muli. A somber atmosphere enveloped all the Namekians with Dandy and Karoo crying inconsolably. Son Gohan also shed tears of sadness. The Grand Elder who had lived to an old age had seen the Namekians preserved and left with a smile. On King Kai's planet, Piccolo, imitating the former Sun Wukong, departed from King Kai's planet, setting off through Snake Way to return, while Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan and Kaiotsu temporarily stayed on King Kai's planet to train. At this time, Son Gohan and others were in an unknown location. Bulma had already contacted her father Brief and would be arriving soon. Wow. Earth really is the best. Moreover, the Dragon Balls from Namek can resurrect someone repeatedly. Even Kaiotsu can be brought back to life. Bulma stretched lazily. The experiences on Namek felt like a dream. Recalling the terrifying visage of Frieza still made her feel a twinge of fear. Son Gohan's purple martial arts uniform was already tattered. Walking down the street, he looked no different from a beggar chatting with Dandy and Karoo. Ha ha ha. I didn't even know I had been resurrected by the dragon. If I had known, I really would have liked to see my father beat Frieza up. Son Gohan said angrily. Karoo replied, on Namek 1 year is 130 days. By then not only your father Goku will return but others will also be resurrected. Kaiotsu can be resurrected too, but... Son Gohan's gaze sharpened as he thought of Vegeta. Vegeta had not acted as the memories of the traveler suggested. Instead, he had stolen the spaceship and escaped. Future Vegeta might change, but for now he was still a villain. Son Gohan even doubted if the Vegeta from the traveler's memories was the same as the one he had seen. He couldn't even imagine that he would eventually marry Bulma and have children. Let fate decide. Vegeta will definitely come to Earth. Now that my father has gone to Yargrad, as long as I become a Super Saiyan before Vegeta arrives, he surely won't be my opponent. I don't believe this prince on a horse can fly to the skies. Son Gohan mused to himself. Buzzing. Suddenly a sound of something cutting through the air echoed from the sky as a large orange aircraft flew over. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, it's my dad and the others coming. Everyone. Elder Muli chuckled, sorry for the disturbance during this time, Miss Bulma. At the moment the plane landed, a cry filled with emotion rang out. Gohan, my Gohan. Shishi rushed towards Son Gohan. Mom. Son Gohan lowered his head slightly, exchanging glances with Krillin, Bulma, Dandy and Elder Muli before quickly shaking his head, signaling not to reveal that he had been killed by Frieza, especially not to his mother Shishi. Having discussed it beforehand, everyone nodded gently, indicating that they wouldn't disclose it, and considering how Shishi looked now, hearing that Son Gohan had been killed would likely shock her into fainting. A mother worries for her child across 1,000 miles. Son Gohan was only 5 years old and had been away for over a month. Moreover, this trip covered more than 1,000 miles as he had flown into space. Shishi looked at Son Gohan and suddenly burst into tears. Woo-woo. How did your clothes get so torn? Who have you been fighting with? My Gohan is turning into a delinquent. He. Mom, I'm fine. Look, I'm okay, right? By the way, Mom, I want to introduce you to my good friends I met on Namek, Dandy and Karoo. Son Gohan gently freed himself from Shishi's embrace and introduced them. After Shishi released Gohan, she stood up and looked at Dandy and Karoo. At that moment, Dandy and Karoo appeared somewhat shy, just like kids visiting a friend's house and encountering their friend's parents. Hello, Gohan's mom, I'm Dandy. I'm Karoo. Shishi's face darkened slightly as she glanced at the Namekians around her, muttering, 2 little Piccolos and a whole bunch of Piccolos. Sigh. Mom, don't be afraid. The Namekians are like gods, a peaceful race that seeks friendship and kindness. Son Gohan quickly said, while Dandy and Karoo were at a loss for words. The former King Piccolo who nearly destroyed the surface of the earth left a deep impression. Satan could be a successful liar because during the battle with King Piccolo, humanity used every possible tactic, military, high-tech weapons, poisoning, etc. But there was no way to win. It was a time filled with despair. Son Gohan followed Shishi and the Ox King back to the Capsule Corporation. Once home, Son Gohan changed into a new purple martial arts uniform. Gohan, you've been gone for over a month and you've fallen behind in your studies. You must catch up during this time. While I don't oppose you learning martial arts from Goku, you cannot neglect your academics either. Shishi held a stack of learning materials taller than herself and said. At this moment, Son Gohan, who was preparing to train weekly, said upon hearing Shishi's words, but I've already completed my middle school courses. Shishi smiled and said, there are many things in here that can't be learned in school. It's knowledge given to me by Bulma's mother. Bulma's mother. Son Gohan curiously wondered what kind of books they were, as Bulma and Brief were famous inventors and the books obtained from them wouldn't be simple. Dimensional space. Astronomical celestial bodies. Physical definitions. Time particle calculation formulas. These were completely different from what he had encountered before, and Son Gohan looked at Shishi in astonishment. Shishi showed a gentle and sweet smile. Gohan, to be honest, I don't want you to learn martial arts to fight with others, but since you've chosen this path, I won't stop you. Combining martial arts with academics, I believe our Gohan will surely become an extraordinary literary martial artist. I definitely will. Thank you, Mom. Son Gohan excitedly hugged the book and placed it into his room, unable to put down the dimensional space book. Space is a form of material existence relative to time. The connotation of the infinite and the relative positional values of finite parts of space. No. Son Gohan, who had just been absorbed in reading, suddenly realized and tossed the dimensional spacebook onto the bed. Now I need to focus on training and strive to become a Super Saiyan soon. Who knows when Vegeta will arrive at Earth? Now isn't the time to learn these things. Son Gohan quickly shook his head and hurried out of the room. Shishi was sitting in the living room watching a TV show while her grandfather, the Ox King, was out hunting. Son Gohan's appetite was just like Goku's. He ate quite a lot. Gohan, you're out. Are you going to pick flowers? There's a bathroom in your room. Shishi looked at Son Gohan, who was anxiously putting on his shoes, and asked in confusion. No, Mom. That guy Vegeta stole the spaceship Dad took and will come to Earth at any time. I need to prepare for training early. I'll be back before dinner. After Son Gohan walked out, he flew into the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon under Shishi's gaze, arriving at the place where he had once trained with Uncle Piccolo. Beneath the azure sky lies a landscape reminiscent of Namek with mountains and valleys. At the age of 4, Son Gohan was taken away by Piccolo and he trained here for a long time. His transformation began here along with the battles against the Saiyans. Gohan! Suddenly a deep and steady voice sounded from behind him, causing Son Gohan to instinctively pull back and turn around, gathering energy into a ki blast in his palm. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise, dissipating the ki blast in his hand. Gohan, you have grown stronger, surpassing me completely. Piccolo retracted his fist. He had just tested Son Gohan and he was very pleased with his response. How did you end up here, Gohan? Piccolo asked curiously. Son Gohan, feeling down, explained, Uncle Piccolo, during this trip to Namek I realized my own weakness. I don't want Dad, Mom, Uncle Piccolo, or anyone to disappear from my sight, so I must grow stronger. I want to become a Super Saiyan like Dad. Piccolo was gratified by Gohan's change. What once needed urging was now self-driven practice. I witnessed everything that happened on Namek from King Kai's planet. Gohan, as long as you are willing to train with your talent, I believe no one will be your match in the future, not even me or Goku. Piccolo didn't overpraise, speaking sincerely. He had seen Gohan's potential. He. Son Gohan shyly scratched his head. Piccolo assumed a fighting stance and the two landed steadily on a mountain peak, taking their combat positions. Gohan, let me see your progress during this time. All right. Uncle Piccolo, you better be careful. Whoosh. Son Gohan paused, instantly appearing behind Piccolo, delivering a flying kick aimed at Piccolo's shoulder. So fast. Piccolo's pupils contracted as he extended his arm to catch Son Gohan's short leg. Ha! Son Gohan shouted, and at the moment Piccolo seized him, he leveraged Piccolo's grip to kick his other leg towards Piccolo's chest. Wah! Piccolo was sent flying back several hundred steps, crashing heavily to the ground. Having just landed, Son Gohan used the ground to propel himself forward toward Piccolo, executing a series of fluid movements. If this were the old him, he would never have been able to perform such a continuous series of actions. His experience from the Namek journey had compensated for his previous lack of experience. Piccolo revealed a mischievous smile. After stabilizing his body, he raised his leg to kick at Son Gohan, who was now a smaller target due to his diminutive stature, still advancing in midair. Whoosh! Son Gohan's figure vanished like a phantom. After image fist. Piccolo's pupils shook as he suddenly felt a sensation at the back of his neck. Son Gohan's hand lightly touched the back of his neck. Ha. Uncle Piccolo, how about that? I win. Son Gohan cheered joyfully as he descended from the air, landing on the ground. In the past he had never won during their training sessions together with Piccolo, but now he had defeated him in less than a few seconds. Impressive, Gohan. It seems your strength is not your only asset. Piccolo turned around, gently touching the back of his neck, slightly lowering his head as he smiled at Son Gohan. Of course, it's all thanks to you and Uncle Piccolo's teachings. Son Gohan proudly placed his hands on his hips. Suddenly Piccolo's fist came crashing towards Son Gohan, but he had anticipated it, lightly jumping back. Spreading his legs, he grabbed Piccolo's arm and using his strength executed a shoulder throw, slamming Piccolo to the ground. Uncle Piccolo, I knew you would use that move. I won't fall for it again. I was waiting for you. Son Gohan reached out to pull Piccolo up and helped him brush off the dust. That's the spirit. Always keep it up, Gohan, don't slack off. Piccolo said to Son Gohan with a smile. He. I will never give up on training. Likewise, I won't abandon my studies. After seeing the memories of the traveler, Son Gohan didn't want his father Son Gohan to face those dangers alone anymore. He could not just watch danger unfold while hiding behind his father. Now that the hardest times on Namek had passed, he had to train even harder for the future challenges posed by Cell Majin Buu and the God of Destruction. After returning from Namek, nearly a week passed. One day Son Gohan was training with Piccolo and Krillin when suddenly he sensed a familiar and powerful energy coming from the universe. This is Vegeta, he really came to Earth. Krillin's face changed dramatically as he shouted. Son Gohan hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, but he was confident he could handle Vegeta, just needing a little more effort. Piccolo asked Son Gohan, how do you feel about facing Vegeta? Very easy, but we can't be careless. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, let's go together. All right. Son Wukong activated his flight technique and Piccolo and Krillin followed closely behind heading towards Bulma's home in West City. A spherical spaceship sliced through Earth's atmosphere slowly descending towards the surface, its speed decreasing. The Namekians living at Bulma's home instinctively looked up, and that familiar presence made some of them clench their fists in discontent because they had died at Vegeta's hands. Bulma's jaw nearly dropped. This spaceship Vegeta really came to Earth. Mrs. Brief was watering the flowers and exclaimed, "Ah, the spaceship thief is coming." Whoosh. Whoosh. As the spaceship was about to crash, Son Wukong, Piccolo and Krillin arrived promptly. Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo. Seeing Son Wukong arrive, Bulma felt much more at ease while the other Namekians smiled and waved at Son Wukong. Piccolo and Nail exchanged glances. They resembled each other, and because of Son Wukong, Nail hadn't assimilated with Piccolo as he did in the original memories and was still alive. He looks just like Brother Nail. Dandy and Kalu looked at each other in surprise. As the spaceship landed, the hatch slowly opened and a figure stepped out, leaving Son Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin and others in shock. Bulma incredulously exclaimed, "Vegeta, why are you wearing Goku's clothes?" Vegeta was equally stunned upon seeing so many people, his mind reeling. Shouldn't these people have been killed by Frieza on Namek? How could they be on Earth? More importantly, his current outfit had been seen. Why is Vegeta wearing Goku's clothes? Because his previous battle outfit was in tatters, almost akin to a bikini, and moreover Goku's outfit was a matching set gifted by King Kai of the North. Originally, Vegeta planned to quickly find a suitable outfit upon arriving on Earth and change into it. However, Vegeta never anticipated that Gohan and the others would return and witness his current predicament. It was truly a social death. Put. Krillin couldn't help but laugh first, followed by Bulma, Brief, Mr. Brief, Gohan and others bursting into laughter. Finally, as if infected by their joy, the remaining Namekians also started to chuckle. Even Piccolo displayed a faint smile. "Don't laugh. You bastards, don't laugh," Vegeta shouted in exasperation. Now he regretted it. He shouldn't have worn Kakarot's clothes, especially not in front of Kakarot's acquaintances. He wished he could just find a hole to crawl into. Bulma laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Gently waving her hand, she said, "So what brings you, the wandering prince, to Earth?" "It must be for the Dragon Balls, right?" Vegeta looked around, noticing the Namekian he had killed, and asked, "How did you come back? That guy Frieza didn't kill you. And these Namekians, they actually..." Gohan solemnly replied, "Naturally, we were revived by the Dragon Balls on Earth. As for Frieza, he has already been defeated by my father." "What did you say?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Vegeta nearly yelled as he stepped up to Gohan. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Humph, what do you know? Goku is currently on planet Yardrat. It's a pity that you, the thief, didn't get to see Goku transform into a Super Saiyan." "What did you say?" "Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan." "You Earthwoman, stop joking. Do you even know what a Super Saiyan is? Only 1 in 1,000 can possess such talent. How could that lowly warrior Kakarot possibly be a Super Saiyan?" Pointing at himself, Vegeta arrogantly declared, "If anyone should become a Super Saiyan, it should be me, the Prince of the Saiyans." "Ha! How could a petty thief like you possibly match Goku? Goku could defeat you with just a finger. That big bad Frieza has already been defeated by Goku." Recalling the moment on Namek when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan made Bulma's heart flutter. She had dreamt about it several times, a feeling akin to a drowning person spotting the shore or a desperate person seeing the light of dawn. As she saw Vegeta's disbelief in Goku, she gave him the middle finger in disdain. A Super Saiyan. Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta found it hard to accept. He believed Bulma's words, otherwise Frieza would not have shown mercy and let them go. Yet he just couldn't accept it. After a long silence, Vegeta looked at Gohan and asked, "What does a Super Saiyan look like?" Krillin stepped forward to explain to Vegeta, golden hair, emerald green eyes and uncontrollable rage. Gohan didn't see it, but Krillin explained to Vegeta about a scene he could never forget. "Vegeta, do you still want the Dragon Balls now?" "I'll tell you, it's useless now. The Dragon Balls are in their cooldown period and can't be used for another year. If you want to fight, I'm more than willing to oblige." Gohan unleashed his full power. After being revived from death, he was stronger than during the Namek saga, having made great leaps in strength. Vegeta's expression changed, slightly unwilling to accept Gohan's current strength. "I'm not in the mood to fight you, but if you want to, I can accommodate Kakarot's son." Vegeta stared at Gohan and the atmosphere froze. Neither side truly wanted to fight. In the end, it was Bulma who broke the silence, saying, "You should take off Goku's clothes. I'm not used to seeing you in them." Vegeta was infuriated by Bulma's words, his anger surging. "Shut up, you despicable Earth woman. Do you think I wanted to wear Kakarot's clothes? If my battle outfit hadn't been nearly destroyed in the fight against the Jinya force, I would never wear his clothes. And does Kakarot only have that one outfit? It's infuriating." Vegeta temporarily stayed, but he didn't live at Bulma's house because every time she saw him she remembered the scene of him in Goku's clothes and laughed uncontrollably. Now with a dark expression, Vegeta left with a universal capsule house and several outfits, searching for a place to train on Earth, and many days had passed. Currently he was wearing a complete black casual outfit, looking quite stylish. If he wore sunglasses he would definitely resemble a Saiyan big brother. Vegeta had not discovered the gravity chamber in the spaceship, otherwise he wouldn't be training in the outskirts of North City. It was filled with soft overlapping mountains and wilderness. He had been training there for many days with no one passing by, making it a suitable training ground. He chose to stay on Earth for now, living a lonely yet proud Saiyan life. Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta felt somewhat lost. His long-standing goal of defeating Frieza was achieved, but he felt both unwilling and pleased that Frieza had finally perished at the hands of the Saiyans. If Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, then I, the Prince of the Saiyans, cannot be left behind. I must see what is so different about this Earth. After learning of the wish made by Den, Vegeta lost interest in enhancing his power with the Dragon Balls. It could be said that even without the Dragon Balls guiding them, Gohan and Goku would reach that level in subsequent battles. However, the Grand Elder made that second wish just to be safe. Suddenly the sound of a motorcycle interrupted Vegeta's thoughts. I can't believe there are still people in a place like this. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, heading to the mountain peak to look down at the source of the sound. A stylish girl with short purple hair was riding a motorcycle, dressed in a green short-sleeve shirt and orange jeans, exuding a capable appearance, sporting a pair of red fingerless gloves. Behind her were 3 purple metallic robots with a red double triangle logo imprinted on their abdomens, and 2 white are characters within the triangle. The stylish girl looked anxious, saying, "Impossible. The Red Ribbon Army should have been destroyed by that little brat with a tail. How could they possibly still have the capability to chase me? After such a long time, how could they still have the power to hunt me down? The Red Ribbon Army, even someone as thick-skinned as Son Gohan would not forget the infamous name of the Red Ribbon Army." A robot in pursuit emitted a mechanical voice. Target Violet locked on. Rat-a-tat. The machine gun fired in a dense barrage. The woman named Violet was once a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army who, during Son Gohan's destruction of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, made off with the army's treasury and escaped. Violet was able to become a key colonel due to her exceptional skills among humans. She twisted the throttle, accelerating to full speed, making a right turn as she navigated through the mountains, bullets raining down and kicking up dust on the ground. Boom! The robot soared through the air, its engine spitting out flames as it relentlessly pursued her. Vegeta, watching all of this, remained cold and indifferent, showing no intention to intervene. Bang bang bang. Violet drew her pistol and shot at the pursuing robot, but each bullet bounced off its exterior without effect. TCH. Violet holstered her pistol and accelerated forward. Suddenly a cannon on the robot opened up and a missile was fired toward Violet, who was riding her motorcycle. What? Violet was startled and accelerated with all her might. Although she dodged the explosion of the missile, she was still thrown by the shockwave, crashing to the ground, her arm scraping against the rough earth, leaving a trail of blood. Whoosh! Suddenly it felt as if darkness had fallen. Violet looked up to see the enormous shadow of the gigantic purple robot standing before her. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly the glass canopy opened, automatically revealing that the cockpit had been on autopilot, controlled by a computer. Long time no see, Colonel Violet. A voice from an old man made Violet's pupils tremble and she involuntarily shivered. It's you, Dr. Gero, it's actually you. The computer's voice was filled with a sense of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about old times. Violet swallowed hard, standing up while covering her bleeding arm. Dr. Gero, why are you trying to kill me? If you're holding me accountable for my escape back, then I have no words to say. Didn't you also flee like I did? Or is it about money? I'm not looking for you for that reason, Colonel Violet. I need you to return to the Red Ribbon Army. Your capabilities are essential to me. Dr. Gero extended an invitation to Violet. She was slightly taken aback and questioned, the Red Ribbon Army still exists. Wasn't it shattered after Son Gohan destroyed the base? It still exists. Hearing Son Gohan's name piqued Vegeta's interest slightly as he continued to eavesdrop, not expecting to hear anything related to Kakarot. Dr. Gero's voice was filled with hatred and madness. The current Red Ribbon Army has been resurrected to take revenge on Son Gohan. Its only purpose is to seek vengeance against him. Revenge. Violet's face turned pale as she recalled the boy with a tail wielding a red staff who single-handedly destroyed their armed Red Ribbon Army of millions. Although she had left in style, thinking back to that time filled her with fear. Why was there someone in this world who was so extraordinarily powerful? No, Dr. Gero, are you joking? I won't agree to seek revenge on Son Gohan. Violet replied, her expression one of clear refusal. Anticipating Violet's reaction, Dr. Gero's tone turned cold. If you refuse, your only fate is death. Violet, you know too many secrets of the Red Ribbon Army, you must die. Better to be my enemy than to be against that monster Son Gohan. Violet quickly pulled a grenade from her pocket, pulled the pin, and as the glass canopy began to close, she threw it into the cockpit. Immediately after, Violet covered her head with her hands and hurriedly hid away, crouching on the ground. Boom. In a solid fortress, the interior is often the first to be destroyed. The control system of the purple robot was instantly obliterated and the glass canopy was blown apart, leaving behind a smoking machine carcass lying on the ground. Huff. Violet gasped for air, looking at the heap of scrap metal that was once a robot, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly she realized that she was still not safe as long as she was alive. Dr. Gero would continue to pursue her. What to do? That old man Dr. Gero won't let me go. I know many internal matters of the Red Ribbon Army, but to go against Son Wukong. As Violet propped up her motorcycle, she shook her head vigorously, thinking about how she could have such terrifying thoughts. Right, I can just ask Son Wukong to protect me. He defeated Demon King Piccolo after all, and I heard in the news recently that he must have been the one to defeat the aliens that invaded Earth. With this thought, Violet's face lit up, her previously worried expression relaxing. Ha ha ha. As long as I tell him about the Red Ribbon Army, he will definitely protect me. Yes, that's what he'll do. But how do I find Son Wukong? Violet pondered for a long time and suddenly exclaimed in delight, that's right. Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation in West City, is a friend of Son Wukong. If I find her, I will definitely be able to locate Son Wukong. Just as Violet started her motorcycle preparing to head towards West City, a ki blast suddenly whizzed past her, landing on a large rock. Bang! The debris exploded and Violet's heart, which had just calmed, tensed again. She quickly drew her pistol, disengaged the safety, and in one fluid motion turned around to aim at the target within 2 seconds. Vegeta smirked wickedly. Hey, grenade-wielding woman, were you just hoping to find Kakarot to protect you? Violet gritted her teeth in anger at Vegeta's words, keeping her pistol aimed at him. Although fear began to creep into her heart, she displayed no sign of fear on the surface. You, the punk with the flashy hair, have been eavesdropping from the beginning. Wait, aren't you the alien who invaded Earth back then? And who is Kakarot? I'm talking about Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Violet recognized Vegeta from the news on television. The extraordinary ability she had glimpsed made her instantly realize that she was in deep trouble. However, surrendering was not an option. Put away your toys, grenade-wielding woman. I'm not like this heap of junk. Vegeta crossed his arms, exuding an aura of arrogance as he just heard Violet mention looking for Kakarot. Violet clicked the safety on her gun and put it away, her pair of azure eyes fixed intensely on Vegeta. No, you should have been defeated by Son Wukong. Violet's question pierced Vegeta's heart like a dagger, leaving him genuinely hurt. I'll definitely defeat that Kakarot. He can transform into a Super Saiyan, and as a Saiyan Prince I can do the same. What do you, a grenade woman, know about this? Ha! You can't even defeat Son Wukong yet, you're taking your anger out on a weak woman. You alien can kill or torture me, whatever you want. Violet felt Vegeta's sudden anger was somewhat inexplicable, but soon realized it was due to her piercing his defenses. However, she had no intention of apologizing. Vegeta felt another stab in his heart. Damn it, why does everyone keep mentioning Kakarot? That shameless woman, and this grenade woman too. By the way, why did I even try to stop this grenade woman? Damn it. Vegeta recalled why he had tried to stop her. Every time he heard anything about Son Wukong, he would lose his usual rationality. Even when Vegeta was on Namek, it was the same. After thinking through countless words, he looked seriously at Violet and said, don't go looking for Kakarot. Let me protect you, grenade woman. I am the prince of the Saiyans, and one day I will surpass the low-level warrior Kakarot. Violet. She felt struck by lightning, crossing her arms defensively, filled with alertness. You want to protect me? Is this some sort of cruel joke from your alien kind? Just moments ago he wanted to blow me up, and now he wants to protect me. I don't need it. Compared to you, I feel safer with Son Wukong. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he unleashed a powerful energy wave that crashed into a distant mountain. Under Violet's astonished gaze, an explosion erupted, instantly obliterating the mountain and causing the ground to tremble violently. Grenade woman, I told you not to look for Kakarot. I will protect you. Violet nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her eyes dull, losing their sparkle. She had already conjured up a series of unfortunate scenarios that could only exist in cinematic films, thinking about a tragic future, her heart aching with uncried tears. It's over. I never expected to survive Dr. Gero's attempts on my life, only to be kidnapped by an alien. Boo-hoo. Rather than be tortured to the point of wanting to die, I might as well take my own life. With a heavy heart, Violet transformed her motorcycle back into a universal capsule and followed Vegeta. She promised herself that if anything felt wrong, she would immediately end her own life and would not give Vegeta the satisfaction. She was not vain. While not the typical pampered weak woman, she certainly belonged to the category of beauties. Meanwhile, the deity observing from the temple was stunned to see Vegeta with Violet, shocked for an entire year. Is that really Vegeta? The deity muttered with suspicion. After 130 days, Son Gohan, Chi-Chi, the Ox King Master, Rashi Ulan Pure, and others arrived at Bulma's house in West City, and even Vegeta came along with Violet. In the beginning, Violet felt anxious, but eventually realized that apart from being somewhat aloof, Vegeta hadn't done anything to her. She felt at ease living together with Vegeta. Plus, her cooking skills improved their meals, making Vegeta find Violet much more pleasant compared to Bulma, who often mocked him. Who is that woman? Bulma exclaimed in shock. Has Vegeta found a wife? She's so beautiful. Should I get married too? Krillin said enviously. Damn. This is a mess. The one who cursed was Son Gohan, a phrase he unconsciously picked up from the memories of the time traveler. Son Gohan was frantically clutching his head, feeling that everything was chaotic. In the time traveler's memories, Vegeta was supposed to be with Bulma. How did this happen? Who is this suddenly appearing purple-haired woman? Now that Son Gohan was back, he planned to sort through the memories of the traveler properly. He had only skimmed through the important plot points before and couldn't recall the finer details. Hello, I'm Violet. Violet politely greeted everyone. Hello. Son Gohan, Krillin and others politely responded. With Danda's summons, the once bright sky suddenly darkened and Shenron's Dragon Balls soared into the sky. For the first wish, let Son Wukong return to Earth. After Dandi conveyed this in Namekian, it failed because Son Wukong refused Shenron's call. This outcome stunned everyone except Son Gohan, who already knew, while Vegeta seemed to be pondering something. The Yard Rat people may have low combat levels, but they possess amazing techniques. That Kakarot. Vegeta felt he could no longer stay on Earth waiting for Kakarot. His gaze shifted to the modified spherical spaceship and he began to entertain other thoughts. What is that guy Wukong up to? Shishi said disapprovingly. Master Roshi teased, I got it, Wukong must be afraid of his wife, so he dares not come back, hee. Who would have thought a Super Saiyan would be afraid of his wife? Ha ha ha. Shut up, you old pervert. Shishi delivered a heavy elbow strike on Master Rose's head. Elder Mori said, in that case we can wait for the next summoning opportunity. Let's revive your companions this time. Thank you so much, Elder Mori. Bulma gratefully expressed. Subsequently, the three wishes revived Yamcha, Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. After a reunion, Shenron vanished and the sky returned to its original brightness. Boom. Suddenly a sound of breaking through the air echoed as the spherical spaceship slowly ascended and then flew out of the atmosphere into space. Bulma angrily exclaimed that thief actually stole the spaceship again. Violet stared blankly at the sky that had disappeared without a trace. I didn't even get on the ship. I wasn't on the ship. Hey, wasn't it said that you would protect me? What kind of prince would leave me behind like this? Bulma curiously asked, Miss Violet, how did you come to know Vegeta? That's quite a long story, but when will Son Wukong be back? I have something to discuss with him. Violet sighed, but it was time to get to the point. Shishi asked warily, what do you need to talk to my husband Wukong about? Violet had no romantic intentions towards Son Wukong, she just felt safer with him. She said, I have information about the Red Ribbon Army that I need to discuss with Son Wukong. However, since you are all friends of Son Wukong, talking to you is also fine, but before I do you must promise to protect me. The Red Ribbon Army. Yamcha, Master Roshi, Krillin, Oolong, Son Gohan, Chi-Chi, Bulma and others exclaimed in unison. Except for Son Gohan and Chi-Chi, the rest had faced the Red Ribbon Army directly. In Bulma's home, Mrs. Brief smiled as she poured coffee and drinks for everyone, sharing the story of how she met Vegeta and the reasons for being pursued by Dr. Gero. Violet, originally a colonel of the Red Ribbon Army, possessed much insider information, leaving Son Wukong somewhat bewildered. After sorting through his memories, he realized there was indeed information regarding Violet. If it weren't for Vegeta training in North City, Violet might have been silenced by Dr. Gero. Krillin asked, is the research on androids still ongoing? Piccolo, with a scrutinizing gaze, questioned, androids humph, no matter how powerful, can they surpass Frieza? Exactly, Goku has now become a Super Saiyan. Even the Cosmic Emperor Frieza has been defeated by him. What is the Red Ribbon Army? It's already a part of history. Recalling the sight of Vegeta training during this period and comparing it with the androids, Violet felt considerably more at ease. Son Wukong then asked Aunt Violet, do you know where Dr. Gero's laboratory is hidden? Ah. Aunt. Violet felt a sharp pang in her heart. She realized she was no longer young. I don't know the exact location, but it's somewhere in North City. After the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed by Son Wukong, Dr. Gero sought funding for his research and appeared in a scientific magazine. Violet replied. Son Wukong fell into thought his intention was to defeat Dr. Gero as soon as possible and resolve the crisis, but he quickly abandoned that idea. His strength was insufficient. The androids number 17 and 18 had probably long since been created. Moreover, he yearned for battle. The situation with Frieza was not the same as it was now. Feeling his heart grow increasingly fervent, Son Wukong looked intently at Piccolo and said, Uncle Piccolo, please guide me in my training. I want to become a Super Saiyan like my father before he returns. Ha! Alright, Gohan. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction. In truth, he had also made significant progress during their training together. Shishi wanted to say something but ultimately sighed helplessly. As a mother, she truly did not want her child to lead a life of fighting. However, Son Wukong understood the balance and did not neglect his studies while training. Be back before dinner, Gohan. Shishi gently patted Son Wukong's shoulder, smiling tenderly. I know Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, everyone come along. Son Wukong invited everyone. Tien and Chaozu exchanged glances and laughed. Not right now, Gohan, we might need to go back and take a good look at things. I've been away for a long time. Although I really want to train with you guys, I think there are many things I need to discuss with Bulma. Krillin, looking a bit shy and awkward, said, I'm sorry, Gohan, Piccolo, I probably can't train with you guys. I have a date. As he said this, his voice trailed off. Bulma was taken aback, saying, "What? A date? Krillin, you actually have a girlfriend?" Tien, Chi-Chi and the others looked at Krillin with astonishment. "Yes, after the events on Namek I wanted to get married. I met a lovely girl through a matchmaking service, although we haven't married yet." Krillin blushed shyly, sounding innocent. Yamcha laughed heartily and hugged Krillin. "That's great, Krillin. When you get married, don't forget to invite us. It'll definitely help out." "Thank you," Krillin replied gratefully. "Congratulations." Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong, Tien, Chaozu and Dandy smiled and congratulated Krillin, while Sun Wukong felt strangely about Piccolo's continued indifference, showing no reaction. After dropping his mother Shishi off at home, Sun Wukong went to train with Piccolo. On the way he pondered about Krillin's current girlfriend, especially that line about meeting through a matchmaking service, which sent shivers down his spine. This feeling stemmed from the memories of the crossover, and even though the other party had completely disappeared, Sun Wukong sensed the distaste for Krillin's current girlfriend lingering in those memories. Another 130 days passed in Bulma's home. Shenron appeared in the sky once more with Sun Wukong, Krillin and Bulma present. Dandy asked Sun Wukong, "Gohan, do you have any wishes to tell Shenron?" "There are 3 wishes in total, we just need to save the last one for ourselves." "Thank you so much, Dandy. Tell Shenron we all wish for good health." Sun Wukong quickly said to Dandy, as he had been concerned about his father Sun Wukong's viral heart disease. "Good health?" Krillin asked curiously. At that moment he was dressed in a suit, looking fresh and clearly in love. Sun Wukong nodded heavily and said, "That's right, my dad is on another planet and I don't know how he's doing. I'm quite worried about him, and my mom was sick recently too, so." Understanding Sun Wukong's intentions, everyone smiled with relief. Dandy used Namekian language to convey Sun Wukong's wish to Shenron. After a moment of silence, Shenron spoke. "One wish can only grant one person good health." "What? Is it still so rigid? It's not like we're resurrecting the dead." Krillin complained, puzzled by Shenron's response, having grown weary of the Namekian dragon. Elder Muli stepped forward and said to Sun Wukong, "In that case, Gohan, let your first and second wishes grant your dad and mom good health. We are fine." Krillin raised his sturdy arm and smiled. "I've never been sick, so it's no problem, Gohan." "Thank you everyone, Dandy, I appreciate your help." Sun Wukong politely expressed his gratitude. Dandy made the first and second wishes to Shenron, and then for the third wish to reach a planet suitable for Namekians to inhabit. Dandy and Karuto, with tears in their eyes, bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Krillin. The Namekians all left Earth, arriving at their new homeland. Sun Wukong began to push himself in his training to become a Super Saiyan, striving to achieve this before his father Sun Wukong returned. The training continued, and aside from his practice, Sun Wukong also set aside a small portion of time to read books, which could be described as monotonous and tedious. Day after day he persisted. After witnessing such a future through the memories of the traveler, Sun Wukong would no longer sit back and enjoy peace, neglecting his training and leaving everything to his father Sun Wukong. One day, after waking up and finishing breakfast, Sun Wukong helped Shishi clean up the dishes and then picked up the book on dimensional space, sitting down on the sofa. Suddenly feeling a pressure, Sun Wukong instinctively sat up and looked behind him, only to see that his tail had grown back again. Grabbing his fluffy tail, Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something. It felt as if a light bulb went off in his mind. He really wanted to try it in the future, and even if it was just a fantasy and he didn't succeed, keeping his tail wouldn't be a loss. Shishi returned to the hall and happened to see the scene, exclaiming in surprise, "Your tail, Wukong, it's grown back. Shouldn't we remove it? It might be quite inconvenient for school." Sun Wukong shook his head, wrapping his tail around his waist, and said, "This is a part of my body, so let's keep it. Didn't Dad have a tail when he was young, just like me?" "That's right. Since you don't want it removed, well, leave it as is." After regaining her health, Shishi's wrinkles had vanished and her skin appeared as delicate as a baby's. Moreover, her healthy state was even better than Sun Wukong had imagined. For instance, if she accidentally cut herself and bled, she would recover quickly. In short, there were many such instances, and Sun Wukong was very curious about the state of his father Sun Wukong. The book on dimensional space inspired Sun Wukong greatly. Whenever he had free time, he would hold this book and read it. When the time came, Sun Wukong placed the book in his room, flew out and began training with Piccolo, returning again at dusk. Anger was merely a prelude, but without guidance and an opportunity, Sun Wukong could not possibly harbor the deep, despairing anger like that of Sun Wukong on Namek. About half a month later on this day, Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu and Krillin all arrived to train together. The azure sky was slowly drifting with white clouds. Suddenly a sound of breaking air pierced through the clouds. A small boy with a tail flew through the air, surrounded by a transparent white aura, followed closely by 4 others: Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan and Yamcha, all teaming up against Sun Wukong. Kamehameha. As Piccolo, Krillin and Yamcha worked together to restrain Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, flying above, cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape in front of his mouth and with a loud shout unleashed his attack towards Sun Wukong below. Prepared in advance, Yamcha and the others scattered. Sun Wukong faced the full brunt of Tien Shinhan's Kamehameha, crashing down to the ground and creating a massive crater. As dust flew everywhere, Sun Wukong stood up. His hands and feet were adorned with red rings, weights specially prepared by Piccolo, each weighing a ton. Energy ball. Yamcha formed 2 energy balls with his palms. The energy ball was a technique he had created himself. Although it was later learned by Son Wukong, Krillin and others, the two energy balls flew towards Son Wukong under Yamcha's control. Whoosh! Whoosh! After rising to his feet, Son Wukong quickly moved out of the crater while Yamcha's two energy balls exploded in the pit, creating a violent shower of sparks. Solar flare. Krillin, who had been waiting for Son Wukong, suddenly stood in front of him. The intense blinding light made Son Wukong instinctively close his eyes, and the scorching pain made him gasp. Piccolo arrived in an instant, unleashing a fierce energy wave that engulfed Son Wukong and sent him flying. Ah! Son Wukong cried out in pain, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a stop, his purple martial arts uniform already tattered and covered in wounds. Incredible! Carrying 4 tons of weight, he managed to endure our relentless attacks for so long, Tien Shinhan praised. Son Wukong wiped the blood from his lips, flying in front of them, and smiled. Uncle Tien, if this were a real battle, I would have died long ago. Just like just now, if Uncle Piccolo had charged up to use the special beam cannon, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Understanding self-reflection leads to growth. Making mistakes isn't scary, what's frightening is knowing you've erred yet stubbornly refusing to change. Son Wukong understands self-reflection. He is now 6 years old and more than half a year has passed since the events on Namek. Piccolo used magic to remove the weights from Son Wukong. Phew. This feels a lot lighter. After moving his limbs, Son Wukong exhaled a breath of stale air. Having fought intensely with the 4-ton weights, removing them made him feel a warm current flowing through his body, stretching out all over. I want to try again. Son Wukong gradually descended with Piccolo and the others closely following. Krillin asked Wukong, do you want to become a Super Saiyan? Yes, this time I want to try again. He nodded, revealing a bright smile. Concentrate power in your back and unleash it through anger like an explosion of fury. Suddenly the surrounding rubble and dust began to lift as his power clashed. What is this? Krillin's eyes nearly popped out. During the events on Namek, he had witnessed Son Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan, and Son Wukong before him was nearly identical to that moment. With a voice filled with gritted teeth and anger, an empty yet sorrowful roar echoed as Son Wukong let out a beastly howl. His aura exploded, sending debris flying, with his hair, tail and eyebrows turning golden, and his emerald green eyes became cold and emotionless. He succeeded. After continuous training and exploration, Son Wukong finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. He. Is this what a Super Saiyan feels like? Indeed, it feels powerful, as if I can control everything. The sinister smile on Son Wukong's face left Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and even Kaiatsu, who had been watching, feeling a chill run down their spines. Yamcha nervously swallowed, looking at the now drastically changed Son Wukong. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Why has Wukong changed so much? Son Wukong tried to calm the violent feelings within. The mental state brought on by this power boost wasn't good, like a beggar suddenly hitting the jackpot and wanting the whole world to know, much like Vegeta when he first transformed. Now Son Wukong felt a bit of that mindset too, but he was still far from Son Wukong. However, he understood this was the wrong mentality. Coupled with the memories of the traveler reminding him, Son Wukong restrained the explosive feeling of exhilaration and did not let the surge of power cloud his judgment. As he gradually felt the power of the Super Saiyan, Son Wukong reverted to his usual base form. After enduring arduous and tedious training, he finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wufan recalled his Yetobebran younger brother Sun Wutian and suddenly felt a surge of envy. He who couldn't even fly had already become a Super Saiyan, while the sequence of his training was all in disarray. However, even after becoming a Super Saiyan, Sun Wufan did not slack off in his training, and time passed by little by little. It has been a year since the events on Namek. At this moment, Bulma's house was crowded with Oolong, Yamcha, Pure and Zilluo, all gathered together with Bulma. Bulma sported a hairstyle with explosive curls and wore a red plaid bodycon dress exuding a sense of fashion. Yamcha took a sip of juice, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body. In the hot weather, he felt utterly comfortable. Wow. Peaceful days are really nice. Bulma glanced at Zilluo and said, Vegeta really left you all alone, how irresponsible. He clearly promised to protect you, yet he's been gone for over half a year. Zilluo forced a smile and replied, I'm very sorry for bothering you during this time, and thank you for giving me a job and letting me stay here. Bulma waved her hand and laughed, not at all. Having you serve as the security chief of our capsule corporation is quite the honor for you. No, Bulma, you are too kind. I should be grateful to you for not being pursued by Dr. Gero. Zilluo and Bulma had a great relationship akin to sisters. Previously, Zilluo was a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army managing tens of thousands of subordinates, hence Bulma's remark about Zilluo being put in a difficult position. Suddenly a sound of breaking air resonated from the sky as a spherical spaceship descended slowly to the ground. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise, Vegeta has returned. He must have gone across the universe to chase after Goku. I wonder if he found him. Bulma snorted coldly. He probably returned because his fuel ran low, haha. The hatch opened and Vegeta stepped out. After briefly pausing on Zilluo, his gaze shifted to Yamcha and the others, asking, has Kakarot returned? Sai. Did you not find him? Bulma asked in astonishment. Vegeta did not answer. As he looked at his hands, knowing that Sun Wukong had not returned, disappointment washed over him. However, Yamcha's next words stirred a storm within him. By the way, Vegeta, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan yet? Yamcha asked. Vegeta clenched his fists unwillingly, stating tch. If Kakarot the lowly warrior can turn into a Super Saiyan, then as the Prince of Saiyans I certainly can as well. Once I achieve that form I will surpass Kakarot that lowly warrior. Hearing Vegeta's words, Yamcha felt somewhat disappointed, saying, so you haven't become a Super Saiyan yet? Wufan transformed into one during the time you were away from Earth, right after Goku did. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his voice rising as he looked at Yamcha and demanded, what did you say? You mean Kakarot's son Wufan has also become a Super Saiyan? Impossible. Yamcha shrugged innocently, clearly intending to provoke Vegeta, wanting to see him get worked up. After all, he had been killed by a vegetable man, leaving behind that world-famous painting. A little retaliation was not excessive, was it? At that time Piccolo, Krillin, Tangin, Fan and Dumpling were all present. After Wufan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his personality changed drastically. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wufan directly, he should be home studying right now. Anger surged within him. Vegeta was furious that his rival Kakarot had become a Super Saiyan, and now even Son Wufan had attained that form. This father-son duo had both surpassed him one after the other. Your clothes are all dirty, you haven't changed them in a long time, have you? Hurry up and take a shower and change into something else. Zilluo suddenly walked up to Vegeta, pointing at his current outfit. Zilluo's call brought Vegeta back from his thoughts. Looking into Zilluo's serious eyes, he said nothing and followed her, his previously agitated heart seemingly calming down. Bulma, Yamcha and the others stared wide-eyed at Vegeta, questioning whether they were seeing things. Oolong exclaimed in surprise, no way. That guy Vegeta is actually being obedient. Pure added, it turns out there is something going on. Vegeta and Zilluo seem more reliable than Krillin. We can't keep advising him, we hope Krillin can wake up from this soon. That woman. Yamcha felt goosebumps all over, uncomfortable at the thought. Initially it was fine to meet her, but once he calmed down he realized that Krillin's girlfriend had too many problems. Bulma said, somewhat displeased, that fool Krillin won't listen to us no matter how we advise him. He even got angry with us, he'll probably wake up only after he hits rock bottom. At Baozi Mountain it was noon and Son Wufan was reading. If one looked closely they would see that he was studying knowledge meant for junior high school. At 6 years old, Son Wufan had already begun his junior high courses. The books that Shishi brought back from Bulma's house were very useful to him, but there were many concepts that Son Wufan still couldn't comprehend. His study time was insufficient. If he wanted to understand, he had to integrate study with martial arts. He was serious about it, not just casually mentioning it. Suddenly an overwhelming aura surged, causing Son Wufan's book to drop to the ground. Frieza. He really isn't dead. And another. That would be King Cold, from the memory of the traveler Frieza's father. Without time to pick up the book, Son Wufan hurriedly returned to his room to change into his purple martial arts outfit. He didn't even have time to say a word to Shishi as he flew out the window, heading straight for the target landing site. Has it really come to this? Frieza has returned to Earth with his father for revenge. I wonder if Trunks will appear next, as I don't know what other changes might occur. Son Wufan pondered inwardly. Flying at high speed, he soon spotted Krillin, who was dressed in an orange martial arts outfit. At this moment Krillin looked somewhat haggard, his smile forced, clearly not very happy, completely devoid of the blissful demeanor one would expect when in love. Wufan, you're here too? Krillin said upon noticing Son Wufan exuding an aura of numb fatigue. Yeah, Uncle Krillin, what's going on with you? Son Wufan hesitated to ask. He knew the reason, but Krillin was still trapped in it, tormenting himself. It's nothing, I'm fine. Wufan. Krillin forced a smile, falling into silence as they flew at high speed together, gradually joining up with the others. Vegeta. Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment upon reuniting with the others and spotting Vegeta. Poof. Clad in a pink short-sleeved shirt and yellow trousers, Vegeta cast a cold glance at Son Gohan and let out a disdainful snort, saying nothing, yet momentarily surprised by the tail that had regrown on Son Gohan's back. His own tail, severed by Yajirobe during their last encounter, had never regrown. Vegeta suspected the portly warrior might have tampered with his physiology, perhaps sealing the regenerative capacity altogether. Yamcha then arrived with Bulma, setting her down gently upon landing before deliberately stepping back, a gesture of detached composure. Son Gohan stared at them bewildered. Uncle Yamcha and Bulma, what is this? We amicably parted ways after my resurrection. Yamcha spoke with serene calmness. Bulma nodded politely toward the group. That's right. Even when we were together we lived entirely separate lives. Rather than cling to a hollow attachment, parting was the wiser choice. Yamcha remained silent. After the separation, Bulma no longer sought him out as she once had, yet he remained unchanged. And he understood deeply why she had become this way. Everything feels utterly chaotic. Son Gohan pressed his palms to his temples. So much had transpired, deviating sharply from the memories of the transmigrator. Violet, a minor character who should have faded into obscurity, had reappeared, and now shared an ambiguous connection with Vegeta. They're here. Piccolo's sharp cry snapped everyone back to attention as a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft pierced the atmosphere and began its descent. It's Frieza. Gohan, how do you feel? Can you handle this? Son Gohan responded with effortless poise, nodding. Uncle Piccolo, I'm fully prepared. Neither Frieza nor that other unfamiliar presence poses any threat to me. Hearing his words, the others drew confidence and advanced resolutely forward. Vegeta fixed Son Gohan with a long searing gaze, then clenched his fists tightly, consumed by bitter fury at his own weakness. How could the Prince of the Saiyans be so thoroughly eclipsed, first by Kakarot then by his son? The spacecraft's hatch slid open. First emerged a towering figure, then Frieza himself, followed by a legion of soldiers each bearing a scouter. So this is Earth. Frieza. The massive figure lowered his head, addressing Frieza with a voice like grinding stone. Towering and broad-shouldered, far larger than Frieza, he bore a bovine cranium reminiscent of Frieza's second form, standing well over 2 meters tall. Father, this is it. The planet where the Super Saiyan dwells. I will slaughter every human here so that when the Super Saiyan returns he'll drown in unbearable grief. What exquisite vengeance that would be. Frieza spoke with venomous hatred. The colossal being he addressed as father was Cooler. Their vendetta against Son Goku had brought father and son to Earth. Cooler crossed his arms over his chest, surveying Earth with amused curiosity. This planet appears rather beautiful, surely worth a fortune on the galactic market. Frieza himself had undergone a radical transformation. Though he'd survived the explosion of Namek, he'd been reduced to his final breath, his ravaged body now augmented with biomechanical grafts replacing ruined flesh with cold metallic components. You too, kill every human on this planet. Leave none alive. Yes, Lord Frieza. With bloodthirsty grins, the two scouts surged forward. A streak of light flashed, then a low hum vibrated through the air. Before anyone could react, the two soldiers were cleaved apart, limbs severed, bodies dismembered, without even registering their own deaths. A crisp metallic shink echoed as the blade slid home into its sheath, and there suddenly standing before Frieza and his entourage stood a lithe, striking young woman. She wore shoulder-length black hair and vivid sapphire eyes now sharpened with icy resolve. A crimson vest draped over a violet top fitted purple denim hugged her silhouette perfectly. Across her back rested a finely crafted sword. Who are you? Frieza recoiled slightly, demanding. Who I am matters little. What matters is that you just declared your intent to exterminate every human on this planet, am I correct? Her voice was calm, measured. Coo. Indeed. Yet you seem remarkably foolish not to recognize danger when it stands before you. Frieza bristled under her unflinching gaze, irritation flaring in his tone. She scoffed. I speak of you. Reduced to this pitiful mechanical mockery, and still you dare march onto Earth seeking death. I know everything, your crimes, your failures, Frieza. And you, Cooler. Frieza chuckled, feigning amusement. How flattering, to think my name has reached such distant corners of the universe. But you clearly underestimate the terror I embody. I also know this: you will die here. Today your death shall come by my hand. Frieza, no matter how many hues you dye or hide, death remains your sole inevitable destiny. A sly enigmatic smile curved her lips, and her aura erupted, surging violently. Every scouter detonated in rapid succession. This energy, it can't be. Could you possibly be a Saiyan too? Frieza gaped, witnessing her transformation, the golden aura, the blazing hair, uncannily mirroring what he'd seen on Namek. Cooler's brow glistened with cold sweat. His soldiers trembled rigidly in place. At that very moment, Son Gohan and the others racing toward the site felt the sudden overwhelming surge of power. Krillin cried out in delight, this energy, it's identical to the one on Namek. Has Goku returned? Son Gohan shook his head urgently. No, it's impossible. Though it is a Super Saiyan aura, its magnitude dwarfs even my own. Piccolo gritted his teeth. We must reach the site immediately, but stay vigilant. Conceal your energy. We don't yet know who or what she is. Understood. They nodded in unison, suppressing their auras as they descended silently to the ground, moving low and cautiously wary of detection. The young woman underwent a breathtaking metamorphosis. Her hair blazed gold and rose defiantly upward. Her emerald eyes gazed upon the stunned Frieza and his forces with chilling detachment, utterly devoid of warmth or mercy. Crackling arcs of static electricity danced violently around her, drawn by the sheer density of her power. Though defeating you requires no more than my base Super Saiyan form, only this next evolution will make you comprehend the depth of your folly. Super Saiyan. Second stage. Frieza stood paralyzed, utterly undone by the magnitude of her power. Cooler's knees trembled, he yearned only to flee. She slowly unsheathed her sword, its blade shimmering with molten golden energy. The Super Saiyan second stage is the pinnacle beyond the Super Saiyan state itself. Choose wisely, how shall you meet your end? Damn it. What nonsense is this, Super Saiyan second grade? I am the Emperor of the universe, the sole sovereign of this cosmos. Do you even comprehend that, you wretched female monkey? Attack now. All of you, kill that accursed female monkey. Frieza pointed furiously at the young woman and roared at his underlings. The soldiers stared blankly at Frieza. Kurud trembled violently, bile rising in his throat. Lord Frieza. Attack, immediately. Spittle flying from his lips, Frieza bellowed in rage. Yais. Reluctantly the soldiers advanced, but each heart pounded with paralyzing fear. A blade gleamed in the young woman's hand, its edge coalescing into an inky emerald radiance, crackling with lethal arcs of lightning. With a fluid flick of her wrist she hurled the emerald energy wave forth. Myriad Nation heaven-shaking palm. Crack! The emerald energy wreathed in searing lightning erupted outward, engulfing scores of soldiers in an instant. A pungent stench of charred flesh filled the air. Frieza and Kurud instinctively recoiled several steps. No screams escaped, their men were reduced to blackened cinders by the Myriad Nation heaven-shaking palm, then scattered like ash-black snowflakes upon a sudden breeze, vanishing without trace. Gah! Frieza and Kurud roared in unison, surging toward the young woman. Die! Frieza's fingers ignited with concentrated death beams, lashing relentlessly against her form. Golden aura shimmered around her, shattering Frieza's assault as though it were brittle glass. Just as she prepared to strike, a searing ki blast pierced Frieza's chest, delivered by Kurud. The young woman watched, faintly startled. Father! Frieza could not believe his end. Mechanically turning his head, he met Kurud's cruel, unblinking gaze, and within him surged a maelstrom of wrath. He had never imagined being slain by his own sire. Silent, the young woman observed coldly with jade-green eyes, the grotesque spectacle of father and son tearing each other apart. Boom! Frieza's body detonated violently, obliterated by Kurud's treacherous blast. Had it not been for the ambush, Kurud would never have stood a chance. Thud! Kurud collapsed onto his knees before her, bowing deeply, forehead striking the earth in abject prostration. Forgive me, O exalted one. My unworthy son, having enraged your grace, has been duly purged. Grant me your mercy. His utter emotional detachment, this chilling pragmatism, was terrifying. The young woman's eyes grew colder. Still, Kurud, she realized, posed a far greater threat than Frieza ever had. She released her sword into the air, her lithe graceful form pivoting sideways as the blade slid smoothly into its sheath with a crystalline chime. Kurud exhaled inwardly, relief flooding his veins. All he desired now was swift escape, never to return. He would resume his carefree reign as sovereign emeritus. And inwardly he cursed Frieza bitterly. Had his son not sought vengeance, he would never have ventured into this remote, forsaken realm. Demon Flash. Without preamble, she raised both hands, and the moment Kurud's vigilance slackened, a colossal golden ki beam engulfed him. No, no. Kurud shrieked in agony. The Demon Flash reduced him to dust, then unrelenting slammed into the saucer-shaped spacecraft, detonating it into splintered ruin with a deafening roar. The violent shockwave lifted her golden hair, standing straight as lightning. From first clash to Kurud's annihilation, less than 1 minute had elapsed. As dust settled, she reverted to her natural form, her aura calm once more. Her sapphire eyes softened, losing their earlier glacial sharpness, gazing serenely upward at the azure sky, as if awaiting something. What? Gohan and Piccolo, mid-rush forward, suddenly sensed a vast swath of ki vanish entirely. What just happened? Even Frieza's ki, it's gone. Krillin gasped. Gohan broke into a cold sweat and quickened his pace, desperate to uncover the truth. If this were Trunks from the future, he couldn't possibly be this strong. Reality had veered wildly off course. Only upon arriving did the others behold the truth. Yamcha's eyes widened as he pointed at the raven-haired blue-eyed girl ahead. Who was that girl? Was it she who defeated Frieza and his forces? Is she also a Saiyan? Tian asked gravely. Vegeta snapped back instantly. Impossible, utterly impossible. The Saiyan race survives only in me, Kakarot, and the hybrid Gohan. There are no others. Gohan's mind reeled, 6 years old, utterly bewildered. Everything's changed. Not Trunks, some unknown girl. And she carries a sword, moves with lethal precision, yet far surpasses Trunks in power. Then Gohan's gaze locked onto the sword slung across her back, and lightning struck his memory. Uncle Piccolo, look. That sword, isn't it the very one you gave me? Back then Gohan had been a tearful child. After Goku and Raditz perished together, Gohan trained on King Kai's planet, his transformation beginning with Piccolo's guidance. Clad in orange GI identical to Goku's, except emblazoned with the Kanji 4 demon, and armed with that sword, Gohan embarked upon his path of survival, then commenced rigorous training alongside Piccolo. He'd kept that sword ever since, as a sacred memento. The weapon borne by the girl before him was identical in every detail. In that instant Gohan's suspicion flared. Who exactly is she? Piccolo's jaw dropped. He recognized it too. Yes, it's unmistakable. But who is she? Yamcha felt a strange familiarity stir within him. Then, a flash of intuition, a sudden clarity. A bold, almost unthinkable hypothesis formed in his mind, but he dared not voice it, fearing he was mistaken. She resembled someone so profoundly the resemblance demanded contemplation. Could it truly be? Yamcha murmured inwardly. Krillin declared, regardless of her identity. Her Saiyan lineage is certain. That surge of ki, identical to Goku's and Gohan's Super Saiyan transformation, I'll never forget it. TCH. Vegeta clenched his teeth, seething. Krillin's certainty only deepened his resentment. First Kakarot and his son, now this enigmatic Saiyan girl, each ascending where he had faltered. Worse still, she too could achieve Super Saiyan. His own inadequacy already gnawed at him, now another had surpassed him utterly. Amidst the towering peaks, a gentle breeze brushed through the girl's long hair. No need to hide any longer, I've already discovered you all. Come out now. The girl's gaze turned toward Sun Wukong and the others, smiling and waving her hand in a friendly manner, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor when facing Frieza and Kurd. We've been discovered. Son Gohan and Piccolo felt a sudden tension in their hearts. How could they have been found? They had suppressed their energy completely. Krillin looked at Piccolo and Son Gohan asked, what should we do? Should we go out? Son Gohan shrugged helplessly and said, it doesn't seem like she's trying to deceive us. That girl is far stronger than us. Whatever she intends to do, we simply cannot stop her. The girl continued to wave her hand playfully, saying, everyone come with me. I know you have many questions. Once, mister. Wukong returns, I will explain everything to you. Whoosh. The girl flew towards a certain point in the sky at a slow pace, intentionally allowing Son Gohan and the others to follow her. That girl wants us to follow her. What should we do, everyone? Krillin inquired of the group. TCH. Vegeta grit his teeth in frustration and followed. Son Gohan and Piccolo closely followed along with the reluctant Krillin. Just as Yamcha was about to take off, Bulma suddenly hugged him, saying, hey, I want to go too. Yamcha, don't leave me behind like this. So what are you doing here? Yamcha replied, quite speechless. Hurry up, they're all leaving. Bulma urged. Yamcha helplessly wrapped his arm around Bulma's shoulders, lifting her into the air, feeling somewhat awkward. After stealing a glance at Bulma, his suspicions were further confirmed. It shouldn't be possible, right? Yamcha thought uncertainly. The group followed the girl to an open area filled with rocky mountains. After landing, the girl took out a capsule from her red vest and tossed it down. A refrigerator filled with drinks appeared before everyone's eyes. The girl waved her hand and smiled, saying, everyone, there is still some time before. Cough cough, mister. Wukong returns. Here are plenty of drinks, please help yourselves. As she mentioned Mr. Wukong, the girl lightly coughed a few times, feeling a bit awkward. Then I won't be polite. Bulma confidently walked over. Ah, there are my favorite drinks. I want some. Son Gohan exclaimed as he spotted his favorite beverage and sprinted over, completely oblivious to the girl's gaze on him. Thank you, sister. Son Gohan said, taking out his preferred drink, which he rarely had at home, as his mother Chi-Chi often said that drinks were bad for one's health. Put. Cough cough. The girl heard Son Gohan's address and sprayed the drink all over Bulma's face, coughing violently, causing her face to flush red with embarrassment, utterly dumbfounded. Hey, that's dirty. How could a girl do something so crude? Bulma said while taking out a handkerchief to wipe her face, very displeased. The girl ignored Bulma, looking down at the now bewildered Son Gohan, saying, let's skip the sister part, your tail has already grown out. Son Gohan realized what he had just said wrong. It was merely a polite habit that slipped out subconsciously. After noticing the girl looking at his tail, Son Gohan smiled and said, yes, it has grown out. You're a Saiyan too, where's your tail? The girl gently shook her head, saying, it's different for me. Although I have Saiyan blood, I was born without a tail, unlike you. So that's how it is. Son Gohan recalled the Saiyans from Universe 6 and the memories of the traveler who also did not have tails. Tianjin Fan, Krillin and Dumpling arrived shortly after, while only Piccolo and Vegeta remained unmoved, crossing their arms and watching silently. Bulma noticed the girl's red vest and felt inexplicably drawn to her. Have we met before? And why are you so cold towards me? Bulma asked curiously after adjusting her wet clothes. Once Mr. Wukong returns, you'll know. The girl cast a cold glance at Bulma, remaining aloof, and then squatted down to chat with Son Gohan. The girl widened her eyes in surprise and asked, can you transform into a Super Saiyan already? Son Gohan nodded heavily, smiling, that's right, but I'm not as powerful as you. The energy you unleashed just now was far stronger than mine. The girl smiled brightly, saying, your potential surpasses mine by far. It's only a matter of time before you exceed the current me. Vegeta stepped forward with determination, hands on his hips, and asked sternly, who exactly are you? How can you possess such immense power? The only Saiyans should be me, Kakarot, and this half-breed Wufan. There are no others, so you cannot be a Saiyan. Who are you really? The girl stood up, appearing somewhat troubled, casting a casual glance at Vegeta with her blue eyes. Suddenly everyone froze, including Son Gohan, who stared blankly. Vegeta was especially alarmed, his hair standing on end, sweating profusely as the girl appeared behind him, her voice light and teasing, her calm gaze devoid of any ripples. Uncle Vegeta, why are you so restless? Didn't I say I'd tell you all when Mr. Wukong returns? You. When? Did you get so fast? Vegeta shivered all over, realizing that the girl had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. Her strength utterly overwhelmed him. How much more did he need to improve to reach the threshold of becoming a Super Saiyan? The girl noticed the increasingly vigilant gazes from the crowd side, lightly released Vegeta and stowed the refrigerator away. I will tell you all about my background when Mr. Wukong returns, but I can share my name with you now. I'm 16 years old. My goal is to become the strongest Saiyan beauty in the universe. I love training and plush toys, and the person I admire the most, I can't yet say. Son Gohan was shaken by the revelation of her name, his mind racing as he realized this was none other than the daughter of Vegeta and Bulma from the traveler's memories. But why did Bra have black hair now? What exactly had happened? Everyone was waiting for Son Wukong's return. The recent conflict between Bra and Vegeta had come to a temporary halt. Vegeta sat alone on a stone, and if it weren't for waiting for Son Wukong, he would have likely left to train by now. At this moment, Son Gohan was lying on a large stone gazing at the sky, lost in thought and still recovering from Bra's earlier blow. Only after hearing Bra's name did he realize that she indeed resembled Bulma, especially with those big eyes. But why did she have black hair? Where had the discrepancy come from? With Trunks gone, did this girl come here because of the future androids? Gohan. Piccolo's voice snapped Son Gohan back to reality. Son Gohan sprang up and asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? You seem troubled. Is it about that bra?" Though Piccolo appeared somewhat aloof, he was genuinely concerned about Son Gohan's state. Son Gohan nodded heavily, glancing at Bra, who was playfully swinging her legs from a stone over a meter high. She had been watching Son Gohan intently, and upon catching his gaze she smiled sweetly and waved gently. However, inexplicably Son Gohan felt a chill from Bra's smile, as if she might devour him. Mechanically he nodded. He could now confirm that Bra was Bulma's daughter. Her eyes and facial features were strikingly similar, but he couldn't understand why Bra was so distant from her mother. Suddenly a sound of air being torn filled the sky, causing everyone to look up in unison. "It's Dad's energy. He's back!" Son Gohan exclaimed with excitement. A spherical spaceship descended from the sky, passing over their heads and crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deafening roar. With dust flying everywhere, Son Gohan, unable to contain his excitement, dashed forward first, followed closely by Krillin and the others. "Wait for me. Take me with you," Bulma shouted anxiously before reluctantly running off alone. Below the spherical spaceship was one of Frieza's small ships. During the explosion of Namek, Son Wukong had taken the opportunity to escape in a ship left by the Jinyu force. As the hatch slowly opened, Son Wukong, whom they hadn't seen in a year, appeared before them, dressed in a white shirt, black armor and a white rope around his waist with red trousers. Seeing the cheering crowd, Son Wukong looked somewhat surprised. "Why are you all here?" Son Gohan was so excited he nearly jumped up. "Welcome back, Dad." Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha and Kaiotsa cheered. "Awesome. Awesome. Wukong is really back." Son Wukong, using his flight technique, floated in the air and slowly descended. Puzzled, he asked, "How did you know I was coming back?" Bulma introduced to Son Wukong, "It was this girl who told us you would land here." "Ha! Who is she?" Son Wukong floated down to the edge of the pit, preparing to land. He had never seen this girl before. Bra looked up, displaying a gentle smile, and said, "Dad, welcome back." Silence. Everyone except for Yamcha froze at Bra's call, shocked and wide-eyed. Even Vegeta and Piccolo were no exception. "Ah." Son Wukong momentarily couldn't react. When he came to his senses, a shiver ran down his spine. He let out an incredulous exclamation and fell from the air, tumbling into the pit, colliding with the spherical spaceship and getting his clothes dirty. Leaning against the spaceship, Son Wukong pointed at Bra, incredulously asking, "You? What did you just call me?" Bra smiled sweetly, unfazed by her appearance, and replied, "Dad, there are some things that are better kept hidden. I will explain everything to everyone slowly later." As she reined in her smile, Bra stood right before everyone, yet they could not feel her presence. Buzz. Under the astonished gazes of Son Gohan and others, Bra's hair, eyebrows and eyes turned purple, standing upright like a Super Saiyan, emanating an eerie energy wave, her gaze sharper than before. Although they couldn't sense it, there was a strong sense of pressure. This was Bra's self-destructive transformation, which differed somewhat from Vegeta's in the comics. Vegeta's transformation saw his eyebrows vanish, his face resembling that of Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong, while Bra's appearance was closer to that of a Super Saiyan. However, none of this existed in Son Gohan's memories as a time traveler. His memories ended with the Dragon Ball Super Power Tournament, and he knew nothing of the subsequent events with Moro. "Destroy the protective shield." Bra raised her hand high and a purple energy shield instantly expanded, enveloping everyone. Once everything was set, Bra clapped her hands lightly and smiled, "Now we don't have to worry about any troublesome eavesdroppers." Finishing, Bra turned her gaze to Son Gohan and teasingly said, "I'm your little sister, not your big sister." "Anakin." Son Gohan nodded stiffly. Wasn't Bra a bit off? Although he couldn't sense her current power, he was sure she was much stronger than Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. But how had Bra become so powerful, and why had she traveled through time from the future to here? Son Wukong suddenly flew out of the pit, looking at Bra in astonishment. "You are my child, that's impossible. I only have Gohan with Shishi. By the way, did you just defeat Frieza and the others?" "I was suspecting it was Gohan, Piccolo, or Vegeta." "Where are those three?" Piccolo and Vegeta perked up, filled with curiosity. Bra, still with her purple standing hair, explained, "Because I came from more than 20 years in the future, piloting the time machine made by my mom, Dad." The future. Except for Son Gohan, who had already known, and Yamcha, who sensed something, Piccolo, Vegeta and Son Wukong all looked shocked, their jaws nearly dropping. Krillin suddenly came back to his senses as if he had discovered a blind spot and asked, "Wait a minute, Bra, your mom made the time machine?" "Your mom can't be." Bra nodded, looking at Bulma, and replied, "That's right, my dad is Son Wukong and my mom is Bulma. I'm their daughter and I will be born in about 4 years." Kaboom! Bulma and Son Wukong were both petrified at this moment. Yamcha silently nodded, smiling, just as I thought I was right all along. I didn't expect Bulma to actually end up with Ryukan. Son Gohan looked aggrieved, tears welling up in his eyes. He looked up at his father Son Wukong and said weakly with a choked voice, how could this happen? How could Dad cheat on Aunt Bulma? Dad really has turned into a scumbag. Gohan was on the verge of tears, snapping Son Goku back to reality. No, it can't be true. Gohan, don't cry. How could I ever do such a thing? If Chi-Chi found out, she'd scold me to death. This isn't real. Goku quickly crouched down and gently wiped Gohan's tears away. His mind reeled in utter confusion. What on earth was happening? A girl named Bra had suddenly appeared, claiming to be from the future and his and Bulma's daughter. How could that possibly be? He and Chi-Chi had only one child, Gohan. Onayakan. Bra's sweet honeyed address sent shivers down Gohan's spine, raising gooseflesh all over his body. What are you going to do? Gohan instinctively stepped forward, shielding Goku behind him like a protective chick guarding its nest, his gaze sharp with suspicion as he stared at Bra and Bulma. When his eyes met Bulma's, a flicker of resentment crossed his face. To him, this woman, who had stolen his father, was no longer the kindly Aunt Bulma he once knew. Bulma too felt deeply unsettled. She harbored profound affection for Goku, so much so that the image of him transforming into a Super Saiyan lingered vividly in her dreams each night, intensifying with every passing day like an unstoppable snowball. Yet Bra's sudden arrival had left her stunned and trembling with dread. Wait, Bra. If in the future I'm your mother, why are you treating me so coldly? Bulma regained her composure and asked, her voice edged with wounded bewilderment. Bra blinked in genuine surprise. Really? Mom, am I being cold to you? Yes, you absolutely are. Bulma retorted, clearly irritated. Bra smiled faintly and said, sorry Mom, I was just startled by Onayakan calling me Onizen just now. My apologies, truly. Krillin whispered softly, glancing at Bulma, Goku, Bra and Gohan, I have to admit, this atmosphere feels incredibly strange. Tien, Shinhan, Kaiotsu and Yamcha nodded vigorously in silent agreement. Piccolo asked Bra, is that your name? You claim to have arrived here via a time machine from the future. Then why reveal your identity so openly? If Goku never ends up with Bulma in this timeline, wouldn't that mean you'd never be born? Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan also turned his gaze toward Bra. Indeed, if the Trunks who traveled from the past had been so cautious, terrified of exposing his identity, why did Bra brazenly declare hers without hesitation? Bra rested her chin thoughtfully on her thumb and explained, time is inherently multi-layered. Even if father and mother never unite in this timeline, it won't affect my existence, because we belong to entirely separate branches of spacetime. Bulma fell into deep contemplation. A temporal paradox. Bra, if that's the case, then why risk crossing dimensions to reach us? What urgent purpose brings you here? Tears welled in Bra's large glistening eyes, silencing the room instantly. A heavy suffocating weight settled over everyone's hearts. The cosmos is vast, 12 universes exist in total, and ours is Universe 7. 12 universes. Universe 7. The revelation was staggering. Goku, Vegeta and the others stood momentarily speechless. Yet what struck Gohan most was how much Bra, arriving from the future, already knew. What cataclysm had reshaped the future beyond recognition? Bra continued, her voice trembling, at the apex of these 12 universes reigns the Omni King. One day he annihilated 8 universes outright, leaving only Universe 1, Universe 5, Universe 8 and Universe 12. With them perished all hope of resurrection. The Dragon Balls themselves vanished into the Omni King's grasp, and everyone was gone. Her voice broke completely, she collapsed against Goku, sobbing uncontrollably. Her grief-stricken sobs pierced the heart, tightening every chest in the room. No one doubted her authenticity, not even Gohan, who recalled from the time traveler's memories that the Omni King had indeed contemplated destroying 8 universes. Had it not been for his father Goku, the Omni King might already have acted. Goku felt a sharp pang of sorrow. Bra's tears had soaked through his shoulder. Gently he patted her back in quiet comfort. All hope of revival gone forever. Bra, what exactly happened? Did we all die in the future? Gohan pressed urgently. Bra lifted her tear-streaked face from Goku's chest and wiped her eyes before answering, Gohan, 10 years from now Onayakan will be ambushed and killed by an artificial human known as Majin 21, who will then absorb your power. Soon after father falls. Then Uncle Vegeta. One by one everyone succumbs to Majin 21. Even the Namekian Dragon Balls on New Namek are shattered by him. Majin 21, the artificial human. Bra, tell us, what is this creature? Gohan was certain the time traveler's memories held no record of any artificial human 21. Was this yet another unforeseen divergence in fate? Bra nodded softly and addressed the group. Artificial human 21 was created by Drive Jero of the Red Ribbon Army. 3 years from now 2 artificial humans will emerge on a small island near South City, wreaking havoc and draining life energy to feed an ultimate artificial human named Cell. This is overwhelming, my head can't keep up. Krillin groaned, clutching his temples in exasperation. Goku asked, astonished, the Red Ribbon Army. The same one I defeated long ago. Vegeta recalled Violet's earlier words. Tien, Shinhan and Piccolo shared the same recollection. In truth, none of them had fully grasped the implications until Bra exhaled softly and said, "Uncle Krillin, perhaps I spoke too hastily. Let me explain more carefully. Though Father dismantled the Red Ribbon Army Dr. Gero, one of its core architects, survived and escaped in the chaos. Driven by vengeance against Father Dr. Gero secretly resumed his research on artificial humans. Among his creations, Cell stands supreme, a culmination of multiple genetic recombinations. His cells contain traces of Father Zonyakin's, Uncle Tien's, Uncle Piccolo's and Uncle Vegeta's DNA. 3 years hence, on a secluded island near South City, 2 artificial humans will appear, one of them being Dr. Gero himself, who, seeking immortality, transformed his own body into an artificial human. To nourish Cell, he will launch widespread destruction, harvesting life energy across the land. At that time, even Cell's perfected perfect form, bolstered by lightning speed transformation, proved no match for Onyakin's overwhelming strength. After defeating the Red Ribbon Army, the world enjoyed 7 years of peace. Bra paused, her expression hardening with simmering fury, her hatred for the ever-resurgent Dr. Gero burning with visceral intensity as though she longed to tear him limb from limb. What no one realized was that Dr. Gero had left behind one final contingency, the newly forged Majin 21. And it was she, not Cell, who ultimately extinguished all remaining hope. Bra came to a halt, allowing everyone to fully digest what she had just explained. Each piece of information detonated in their minds like a bomb, including Son Wukong, who bore the memories of a time traveler. Son Wukong was certain that there were no records of the artificial being known as Android 21. This indicated it was an unknown entity. However, the mention of the demon reminded him of Majin Buu. Could there be a connection between the two? As Son Wukong pondered this, he was suddenly lifted into the air uncontrollably. Bra embraced him, holding him close, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, her face radiating excitement and her breathing becoming increasingly erratic. He. I never expected my big brother to be so cute as a child, all chubby and adorable. I really miss you guys. Let me hug you tight. I can't breathe. Whoa. Son Wukong struggled desperately. At only 6 years old, he didn't understand why Krillin looked at him with envy. Now he felt as though he was about to suffocate. Bra. Let Wukong go. He seems to be in distress. Upon hearing Goku's words, Bra looked down at the struggling Son Wukong in her arms, playfully stuck out her tongue and released him. After landing, Son Wukong gasped for air as if he had narrowly escaped a murder scene. This Bra was indeed extremely annoying. He had previously felt sympathy for this future sister, only to find her trying to smother him. Sorry, big brother. I just got too excited. But you probably don't understand all this yet, hee. Seeing Bra looking like she might pounce on him again, Son Wukong quickly hid behind Goku and Piccolo. He couldn't afford to provoke her. Piccolo raised his head, having listened to Bra's explanation. He understood why she had set up the protective barrier. It was likely to prevent the hidden threat posed by Dr. Gero. Bulma suddenly recalled something, saying, "Wait, if we find Dr. Gero and eliminate him now, wouldn't that resolve the issue of the androids completely?" No one is allowed to do that. 3 years from now, if you're not confident in your strength, then don't come. Kakarot, you too, right? Goku nodded with a smile. That's right. I'm also very curious about the androids that will emerge in the future. I thought after Frieza there would be no opponents left, and now I feel my blood boiling. Me too. See you at the target location 3 years from now. Tien Shinhan declared with fighting spirit. Bulma, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "You guys, how can you be like this? Didn't you hear Bra? That poses a catastrophic crisis." Bra patted Bulma on the shoulder and addressed everyone, saying, "Mom, I advise you not to do that. Dr. Gero has androids 16, 17 and 18. These 3 powerful androids are sealed by him and are not something you can handle right now. They were frozen and sealed because they are not under Dr. Gero's control." "Are they really that strong?" Goku asked in surprise. Bra nodded heavily. "Yes, they are very strong, and you are currently incapable of handling them. Even if you all team up, you won't be able to deal with even one of them. It would be better to use this time to improve yourselves. On the morning of May 12, 3 years from now, at around 10 o'clock on a small island southwest of the South capital, you must stop Dr. Gero from transforming into Android 19 and Android 20. Ha. How interesting, truly fascinating." Vegeta clenched his fists, laughing excitedly. "I never expected there would be such beings on this planet. Kakarot, what do you think?" "I too wish to fight them." "Bra, what is this Android 21 like?" Goku replied with a faint smile, but he did not forget the important matters. Bra explained Android 21 was not originally in her Majin form. She is an ultimate fusion android that surpasses Cell, capable of consuming lifeforms to gain energy and grow infinitely, just like ordinary humans. However, after absorbing a cell from a being called Majin Buu, the originally gentle Android 21 developed a terrifying evil personality, hence becoming the Majin Android 21. At that time, I was able to defeat Majin Android 21 thanks to the support of Android 21, which barely allowed me to eliminate her. Bra looked at Son Wukong, who was hiding behind Goku and Piccolo, and said at that time the strength of Majin Android 21 was not even a match for Big Brother and Dad. It was only slightly stronger than Uncle Vegeta. As long as you take precautions you will be just fine. I can't believe I just heard that from you. Vegeta muttered in frustration. It was evident that this was Kakarot's child. This whole family was infuriating and he did not expect to be innocently caught in the crossfire of Bra's comparison. Bra with her hands behind her back smiled brightly. I've said everything that needs to be said. Dad, big brother, mom and all you uncles, I'm leaving now. Traveling through time is actually not permitted, but I was granted a special exception to drive the time machine here due to Master Kess' plea. Master Kess. Son Gohan momentarily failed to connect who it was. Planning to review the memories of the time traveler later as there were many details he had not scrutinized. Bra took out a universal capsule and threw it down, causing a spherical glass dome spacecraft to appear equipped with 4 energy blocks resembling shells, which was the time machine she used to travel here. The purple protective barrier was removed by Bra, returning it to its normal state, and after the time machine's glass dome opened she entered the cockpit. Through the glass dome Bra looked back at those waving goodbye, tears streaming down her face, her heart filled with reluctance. Dad, big brother, mom, even with my warnings about Majin Android 21, the future king will still destroy 8 universes and the god of destruction of universe 7 is an incompetent fellow. Sigh. With a heavy heart, Bra piloted the time machine out of everyone's view. In the future the king at the pinnacle of the 12 universes will obliterate 8 poorly performing universes, and universe 7 is second to last in performance, leaving Bra in a very heavy mood as she departed. Everyone remained in a daze, unable to regain their senses for quite some time. After a while Piccolo crossed his arms and addressed everyone, saying, those who lack confidence 3 years from now should not show up. It won't be good if you drag everyone down. Het, are you talking about yourself? Vegeta scoffed, glaring at Piccolo with an unyielding demeanor. Tien Shinhan said, on May 12, 3 years from now let's wait for them an hour early at the designated location. Agreed. I feel my blood boiling with excitement. Everyone, let's give it our all. Yamcha, still dedicated to his martial arts, was brimming with enthusiasm. Only Krillin felt a bit fearful. His mindset was similar to Bulma's, seeking stability. However, after hearing Bra mention the even more terrifying androids 16, 17 and 18, he abandoned the thought. Androids 3 years from now. Son Gohan thought to himself, his face full of anticipation. Like Vegeta and Goku, he felt his blood ignite with desire for battle, especially after transforming into a Super Saiyan. This feeling was even more intense. It turned out that in the memories of the Traveler, Trunks had transformed into Bra, leaving everyone in a state of shock that they couldn't recover from. Vegeta, with his hands in his pockets, asked Son Goku, Kakarot, you must have learned some impressive techniques from the planet Adatra, right? It's impossible to return empty-handed. Although their battle power isn't strong, they possess many unique abilities. That's right. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I couldn't learn more techniques. As of now, I have already mastered instant transmission. Son Goku said to everyone. Instant transmission, a technique Son Goku learned on the planet Adatra, requires setting a location beforehand and locking onto a target using chi. This technique cannot be used to reach an empty place. Then Son Goku demonstrated instant transmission to everyone. After catching onto Master Roshi's aura, he disappeared in an instant, bringing along Master Rosa's sunglasses, leaving Tien Jinhan, Yamcha and others dumbfounded. This technique is so practical. Son Gohan recalled the book on dimensional space and began to study his own martial arts. The master leads one to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Whether it was Krillin, Yamcha or Tien Jinhan, after achieving great success they all began to delve into their own martial paths. For instance, Krillin's Chi Blade, Yamcha's Spirit Ball and Tien Jinhan, originally from the Crane School, developed techniques such as the Solar Fist, Four-Way Fist and Ki Cannon based on his original foundation. As for his father Son Goku, surely no one really thought he was just a brute, right? In the traveler's memories he had neglected his martial arts training due to academic reasons, but now he was different. Krillin, when we get back please return these sunglasses to Master Roshi. Son Goku said as he handed the sunglasses to Krillin with a smile. I got it. Krillin coolly put on the sunglasses and flashed a victory sign at Son Gohan. With his bald head, it indeed gave off a somewhat dubious vibe. Bulma quietly shrank away like an ostrich, glancing at Son Goku before quickly looking away. The direct revelation of Bra arriving from the future made her instinctively want to avoid Son Goku. Son Goku had been married to Shishi for a long time and had children, while she was the third party who intruded into someone else's family. To put it bluntly, she felt ashamed to face Shishi. As everyone dispersed, Son Goku invited Piccolo, saying, Piccolo, do you want to train with Gohan and me? I need someone strong to spar with to progress faster. Sure. But Goku, don't underestimate Gohan, he has also transformed into a Super Saiyan now. Piccolo's words surprised Son Goku, who exclaimed in shock, that's amazing, Gohan. You can transform into a Super Saiyan on your own now. Dad, I owe it all to Uncle Piccolo and everyone else who helped me train together. That's how I broke through my limits and became a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan scratched his head and said with a grin. Son Goku asked, that's great, Gohan. How has everyone been while I was away? Are you all doing well? Everyone is fine, Dad. How about you? Have you felt any changes in your body? I made a wish with the dragon on Namek for you and Mom to have good health. Son Gohan's eager expression made Son Goku ponder for a moment before nodding. So that's how it is. I have indeed felt that my body has been feeling smoother and much more comfortable for a while now. So that's it, Gohan, thank you. As long as Dad and Mom are safe, that's all that matters. Son Gohan replied joyfully. The three returned home, and the moment Shishi saw Son Goku, she burst into tears with excitement. The scene of their embrace was filled with warmth. There's another enemy. Upon hearing about the artificial humans 3 years later, Shishi looked disappointed and glanced at Son Gohan beside her. Son Gohan quickly replied, Mom, don't worry. I won't fall behind in my studies. You saw it too, aside from literature papers and self-understanding, I scored full marks in everything else. Shishi smiled gently and said, Mom knows Gohan is amazing and doing great, but... She turned her gaze to Son Goku, expressing her dissatisfaction. Why do enemies never end? Why can't our family live in peace? Why? Her words carried a venting tone filled with reluctance. Son Goku calmly smiled and said, Chi-Chi, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, but I will definitely win. After it's over, well, I'll go to the beach together to have fun. Really? Dad, are you really going to take us to have fun? Son Gohan looked up filled with anticipation. It's a promise. Son Goku made a victory sign and smiled. Chi-Chi, with her hands supporting her chin in excitement, said, that's great. Our family driving together, enjoying the roadside scenery and reaching the beach. Goku, you should learn to drive, okay? Sigh. Driving. But wouldn't flying be much faster? Next, there are still artificial humans 3 years later. Son Goku scratched his head, lightly smiling. Shishi said angrily, no way. You haven't seen that couple on the mountain next door driving happily together. I'm so jealous. In this society, you're probably the only one without a driver's license, Goku. Son Goku glanced at Piccolo, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed watching the show, and said, Piccolo doesn't have one either. Piccolo didn't expect to be dragged into this and widened his eyes, angrily questioning, why would I need to take that kind of test? Shishi looked at Son Goku and Piccolo and said, so neither of you will go to the driving school in the city to sign up for training tomorrow. I think this is a good opportunity for both of you to learn about societal norms. What? Piccolo didn't understand how he got dragged into this. He came to train with Son Goku. Son Goku quickly waved his hands. Wait a minute, Chi-Chi, why are you suddenly? Shishi crossed her arms and said, in any case, both of you starting tomorrow, put down your training and go get your driver's licenses. I'll contact Bulma and ask her to help with connections to expedite your licenses. If you don't listen, I won't cook for you. Do you understand? The last raised voice highlighted the demeanor of a family's matriarch. Piccolo was startled, stiffly nodding his head along with Son Goku. Wait a moment, Mom, did you say Bulma? Before Gohan could finish, Shishi sharply reprimanded him. Gohan, didn't I teach you to be respectful? You must address her as Aunt Bulma. Calling her by her given name is terribly impolite. Do you even realize how much your Aunt Bulma has done for you? She's gifted you books, tutored you in your studies. Without her support, how could you possibly balance martial cultivation with academic rigor? Gohan longed to protest that he no longer needed her help, that he never wished to see Bulma again, but upon glimpsing his mother's crestfallen expression, the words dissolved in his throat. What surged within him, a torrent of anguish and defiance, crystallized into a single quiet apology. I'm sorry, Mom. No more mistakes, Shishi murmured, her face softening into a forgiving smile. To recognize one's error and amend it, that is the highest virtue. I'll call Bulma right away to discuss Goku and Piccolo's driver's license training. With that, Shishi hummed softly as she stepped indoors, launching into an animated, seemingly endless phone conversation, two women bound by an unspoken, inexhaustible current of shared confidences. On the other end, Bulma had just returned home. When Shishi's call came through, her pulse quickened, an illicit thrill tinged with guilt. Especially after catching sight of Bra, that same forbidden tension coiled inside her, part resistance, part inexplicable anticipation. Yet the moment she heard Goku and Piccolo were enrolling in driving lessons, her curiosity flared. Her imagination conjured vivid scenes, their nervous fumbling, chaotic missteps, utter pandemonium unfolding behind the wheel. The next day, Goku wore a crimson short-sleeved shirt and navy trousers. Piccolo, ever cautious, was fully armored, golden top, deep blue pants, violet arm sleeves, and a wide-brimmed sun hat concealing his identity from prying eyes. Goku scanned the expansive grounds. The driving test site sprawled before them, complete with its own dedicated asphalt lanes. Having been arranged by Bulma, he asked, puzzled, is this the driving academy Mom mentioned? It is enormous, but why so deserted? Piccolo retorted, irritation simmering beneath his tone. Honestly, training alongside you is sheer misfortune. What on earth does this have to do with me? Goku scratched the back of his head, sheepish and apologetic. Sorry, I know how Mom is. Let's just get our licenses quickly and return to cultivation. Indeed, Piccolo replied with a wry smile. Only an Earthling could silence a Super Saiyan, and her strength remains profoundly formidable. Kakarot. Vegeta stood before them, clad in black sleeveless top and trousers, his chiseled physique taut with restrained power. Goku's jaw dropped in astonishment. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Poof. That shameless woman Bulma spread word of your license exam far and wide. So I came to find you still wallowing in such triviality. Wasting time on something so utterly pointless. Vegeta scoffed, arms crossed, a cold mocking smile playing on his lips. Goku grinned. Well, hey, wait a sec. Vegeta, what's with that outfit? He blinked, suddenly registering the difference, though still martial in form it bore an unfamiliar deliberate precision. Vegeta's smirk turned sly. Just like you, I'm here for my license, Kakarot. Let's race who earns theirs first. Piccolo's shoulders slumped imperceptibly, dumbfounded. What bizarre competitive instinct drives this Saiyan prince? Oh fine then, he sighed. Let's settle this once and for all. Goku's competitive fire blazed anew, suddenly the prospect of driver's training held a fierce electric allure. Moments later, Bulma Dr. Brief misses. Brief Chi-Chi, Gohan, Yamcha, Videl, Ulan Puar, and even Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu arrived, drawn by equal parts curiosity and camaraderie. Goku pointed astonished Shishi. Gohan. Grandpa Master Roshi. What brings you all here? Shishi wore a scarlet chonsam, elegant poised. Her usually bound hair now flowed freely, her fresh barefaced beauty, unadorned by cosmetics, radiated a serene purity. Beside the cosmopolitan glamour of Bulma she shone with an untouchable grace, the kind only earned by soaring beside Goku atop the flying nimbus cloud. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, chuckling, ha. Heard Goku was getting his license, couldn't miss it. Krillin's bald head gleamed under the sun. Never thought you'd take up driving, Goku, ha ha ha. Goku laughed in reply. Krillin, you're joining us too. Nah, I've held my license for years, Krillin grinned, scratching his gleaming scalp. Bulma gestured proudly. This is West City's finest driving academy, where celebrities train. Our instructors are elite and I've reserved the entire facility exclusively for Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta. Gohan silently edged away from Bulma, refusing even to glance at her. At 6 he understood right from wrong. What he'd witnessed felt deeply wrong. The war man Bulma of yesterday now evoked only visceral revulsion. Bulma sensed Gohan's disdain and sighed inwardly. She couldn't explain. Not truly. Because yes, she had harbored those reckless urgent feelings for Goku. And now she stood tangled in her own conflicted heart. Click-clack-click, the rhythmic approach of 3 graceful female instructors drew gasps. Master Roshi and Oolong stared, hearts-pounding eyes nearly popping from their sockets. One wore a white lace skirt and red t-shirt, her skin luminous, cheeks faintly flushed, almond eyes dreamy and veiled. Her slender elegant legs were sheathed in black stockings, exuding mature intoxicating allure. Mr. Piccolo, I'm Vegeta. Your driving instructor for this course, pleased to guide you. The other 2 stepped forward, one before Goku, the other before Vegeta. The instructor assigned to Vegeta radiated vibrant youth, voluptuous yet refined, with a narrow waist and cascading lineared waves. Her light blouse and short skirt paired with black stockings, her gentle smile revealed twin dimples, captivating, hypnotic. Mr. Vegeta, I'm Yu Hui, your driving instructor for this course. It will be my honor to guide you. The instructor facing Goku eclipsed them all, her figure sculpted to perfection, each step a subtle mesmerizing sway. Her delicate oval face glowed with porcelain fairness, her lips soft and thin, her demeanor quietly serene. Her mislaced eyes, deep as autumn lakes, stirred tenderness and longing alike. Mr. Son Goku, hello, I'm Fu Xiaozhu, the Academy's gold standard instructor. I'll devote myself entirely to helping you master driving. Please treat me kindly. Hello, and thank you. Unlike Vegeta or Piccolo, Goku offered a warm, sincere bow, courteous and earnest. Gohan tilted his head, resting his chin on his palm, eyes wide with wonder. So, they really are here to learn driving. The buzzing roar of the car's engine filled the air. Under the coach's guidance, Piccolo, Son Wukong, and Vegeta officially hit the road. With Vegeta as his instructor, Piccolo learned quickly. His clear mind allowed him to grasp the controls, and soon he was speeding along, casting a proud glance at Son Wukong and Vegeta. This is outrageous. Are you joking? Vegeta pressed the accelerator to the floor, chasing at full speed under the alarmed gaze of Yu Hui. Aha! No, Vegeta, step on the brakes. I can't take it, it's too fast, ah. Yu Hui, strapped in her seatbelt, trembled in fear as she looked at Vegeta. TCH, incessant chatter from a woman, just use the brake. Vegeta paused, slightly bewildered, thinking it should be the brake pedal. Since it's the brake pedal, he opened the car door, stepped hard on the asphalt, leaving a deep groove on the road under Yu Hui's terrified and petrified gaze. Danger. Mr. Wukong, quickly steer the wheel. In the last car, sitting in the passenger seat, Fu Xiaozhu could no longer maintain her usual calm demeanor and shouted urgently. Son Wukong looked at Fu Xiaozhu in confusion, incredulously asking, you want me to steer the wheel? Really? Fu Xiaozhu urged, that's right, hurry Wukong, we're about to crash, steer the wheel quickly. Son Wukong focused, gathering energy in his palm. Under Fu Xiaozhu's incredulous gaze, he swiftly sliced the steering wheel and playfully handed it to her. It's done. Fu Xiaozhu and Son Wukong exchanged wide-eyed looks as they crashed into the car that Vegeta had braked with his foot. The shoe Vegeta used to brake had already worn through the sole. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he was about to ask something when unexpectedly he flew out of the car, dazed, and as he was about to hit the ground, he turned around, braced himself with his palm, and performed a backflip to land. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive, Mr. Vegeta. Yu Hui, who hadn't unbuckled her seatbelt, remained inside the car. Seeing Vegeta's agile maneuver, she applauded. Kakarot. Vegeta shouted angrily at Son Wukong, who was in the rear. Son Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head saying sorry I truly apologize Vegeta. Ah, your shoe. Suddenly he noticed Vegeta's shoe and struggled to suppress a laugh. How dare you criticize me? Kakarot. Vegeta pointed at the steering wheel in Son Wukong's hand and shouted. Fu Xiaoxiu snapped back to reality looking somewhat disheveled and trembling saying Mr. Wukong, with your driving skills you definitely need to wait another 3 years to get a license. No way. I don't have that much time. I still need to train hard to increase my strength to deal with the androids in 3 years. Son Wukong replied hastily. Fu Xiaoxiu tilted her head resting her chin on her left hand looking puzzled and thought training androids. Oh, is that so? Are we making a movie? Piccolo skillfully drove past Vegeta and Son Wukong maintaining a steady and fast pace under Bai Jia's guidance. Ha! Two fools. Bai Jia clapped her hands saying very good, that's it Mr. Piccolo, I believe you'll get your driver's license soon. That guy. Vegeta clenched his fists exasperated. Onlookers in the distance were astonished. Shishi and Zyro were worried while Bulma facepalmed saying, I knew this would happen, thankfully I reserved the venue in advance. After some time Vegeta and Son Wukong gradually mastered driving skills under their coach's guidance which soon turned into a racing competition transforming their driving into a high-speed chase. Ultimately the three obtained their driver's licenses and the driving class training came to an end. The tedious daily training resumed once more. 2.5 years passed and everyone was diligently training. One day at Baozi Mountain a boy with light golden hair dressed in a purple martial arts uniform sat quietly in a chair reading a book. Peaceful and calm, his light green eyes lacked their usual sharpness. This boy was Son Gohan, who carefully extended his finger to turn the fragile pages fearful of tearing them. Be careful, be more careful. Son Gohan nervously swallowed and gently turned the page. Gohan, come out, it's time for dinner. Shishi's call made Son Gohan's heart tighten. In a moment of distraction he lost control of his strength. Oh no. With a ripping sound he looked at the book he accidentally tore in half, feeling close to tears. Maintaining the power of a Super Saiyan in a normal state is really difficult. Son Gohan gently placed the torn book on the bed which was already taped together multiple times, balancing his studies and martial arts. Gohan, it's time for dinner. Shishi gently knocked on the door and called out. Coming. Mom, the door isn't locked. Son Gohan carefully got off the chair, moving normally. Upon opening the door Shishi saw the book once again torn in half on the bed. Looking at Son Gohan's light golden hair she sighed helplessly. Sai, you've torn the book again. Gohan, it's okay, Mom will help you tape it together later. Come eat. I'm sorry. I will be more careful in the future. Son Gohan quickly apologized. In the dining hall the three of them ate breakfast together. Son Wukong still had his black crab-like hairstyle. Now Son Gohan had surpassed his father's strength. In other words, he was at full power as a Super Saiyan. The books were fragile and Son Gohan struggled to control his strength to avoid tearing them. Unlike the bowls and chopsticks, his appetite was substantial. Most of the lavish breakfast ended up in Son Wukong and Son Gohan's stomachs. Son Wukong and Shishi washed the dishes. Turning to look at Son Gohan, who was sitting on the sofa, he smiled. Gohan, you've already surpassed me. He. Dad won't fall too far behind you, so don't slack off in your training and let me catch up. I won't, absolutely not. Dad, don't let me surpass you too much. I will become even stronger and don't get left too far behind. Son Gohan lightly scratched his nose with his finger, smiling. Shishi looked at Son Gohan and said, Gohan, your delinquent state is to better control your power for daily life. Since that's the case, why not relax outside? For the past 2 years you've been training with Wukong and Piccolo or studying. You haven't had a proper rest, have you? Son Wufan nodded thoughtfully as if agreeing with his mother Kiki's words. During this period he had been training with Son Wukong and Piccolo or studying books. Even now in his full-powered Super Saiyan state he spent most of his time reading and hadn't gone out to play. Since that's the case, Wufan, let's go out together as a family today and relax, Son Wukong said with a smile. Sure. But where should we go? Son Wufan pondered. Suddenly the television began to play a news report. After years of suspension, the world's #1 martial arts tournament will be held again and martial artists from around the world will gather. The champion will receive a prize of 5 million. Oh, the world's #1 martial arts tournament is being held again. Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Chi-Chi with a shy expression covered her face and said, I really missed those times. I never expected the world's #1 martial arts tournament to be held again. Son Wufan naturally understood what his mother Chi-Chi was referring to. His father Son Wukong and mother Chi-Chi had met on the stage of the 23rd World's #1 martial arts tournament. His mother Chi-Chi had made it to the top 8 based on her own skills, quite different from that shameless woman Lan Fong. There's no time to waste. By then the androids had already caused trouble. Dad, Mom, can you take me to see the place where you fell in love? I'm very curious about it. Son Wufan asked with a smile. Oh, stop it, what are you talking about, Wufan? Chi-Chi covered her face, feeling shy every time she recalled that scene. She also felt angry that Sun Wukong treated their marriage as if it were some delicious food. He. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head with a silly grin. Having made the decision, the three of them rode on the flying Nimbus towards their destination, as the venue for the world's #1 martial arts tournament was still quite far away. The yellow clouds flew through the sky. Sun Wufan was held in Sun Wukong's arms while Chi-Chi wrapped her arms around Sun Wukong's, and the harmonious family descended from the flying Nimbus upon seeing the venue. This world's #1 martial arts tournament was the 24th edition. The previous one had been interrupted due to Piccolo's antics, and it was only now being held again. How nostalgic. I can't believe it's grown so big. Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on a large tree. So much time had passed since their reunion in the rain. Are you Wukong? Suddenly a voice exclaimed, turning the three of them to look. They saw a blond man wearing sunglasses and a suit looking excitedly at Sun Wukong. Oh, it's you. Sun Wukong thought for a moment before remembering who this man was, the host of the previous few world's #1 martial arts tournaments. The blonde host exclaimed excitedly, I never expected to see you again. Mr. Wukong, are you here to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and smiled, sorry, but I can't participate because I have to fight some very powerful androids. Oh no, androids. Are they? Like that Piccolo Daimao kind of guys? The blonde host asked nervously. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and replied, I suppose so. However, Piccolo has changed for the better. I haven't seen the androids yet, so I'm not sure what they're like, but they are very strong. We've been training hard lately to fight them. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the blonde host felt relieved and looked at Chi-Chi and Sun Wufan. Oh, is this Mr. Wukong's child? Did he dye his hair? Sun Wufan looked speechlessly at Chi-Chi, who was trying to hold back laughter. Even his mother Chi-Chi said he looked like a delinquent, and now this blonde host said the same thing. And what kind of sunglasses is he wearing? He could still see the color of my hair. Sun Wukong chuckled and shook his head, understanding Sun Wufan's troubles. Energy surged as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden aura surrounding him left the blonde host dumbfounded. This is a Super Saiyan, a form of transformation we have. This is my Nkiki's child and his name is Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong introduced to the blonde host after reverting to his normal state. Hello, uncle. Sun Wufan replied politely. Hello. Wufan. The blonde host snapped back to reality and smiled politely. Whatever happens to you, I won't be surprised. It's a pity that after Piccolo caused chaos at the tournament last time, it hasn't been held again. I was hoping to see you compete on the stage. Miss Chi-Chi, Mr. Wukong and Mr. Wufan, let's have lunch together. It's on me, don't worry, there will be plenty. The blonde host even politely addressed Sun Wufan as Mr. and did not belittle him due to his age. Really? Thank you, host. Wufan, the food here is really delicious. Thank you, uncle. Dad, mom, can I go to other places to play? Sun Wufan looked around with longing. He usually stayed at home reading or training, and at only 9 years old he was still just a child. Chi-Chi nodded with a smile and said, sure, no problem, but be careful and don't forget that uncle is treating us to lunch later. I won't forget. I'll be back soon. Sun Wufan ran off eagerly. Without his father and with his mother by his side, it felt like a release of his nature as he opened his arms and ran swiftly along the road. At this time, the venue for the world's #1 martial arts tournament was still being held in the city, not as grand as the memories of the Buu saga. There were also very few pedestrians and vehicles on the asphalt road. Sun Wufan looked at the tall buildings around him and gradually lost interest, no longer feeling the playful mood he had at the beginning. Suddenly he felt he was about to collide with someone ahead. A man with an explosive hairstyle and eyes wide open was just about to say something when Sun Wufan, without slowing down, performed a jump over the man's head. As Sun Wufan ran, he turned back and smiled, sorry for scaring you just now, uncle, goodbye. Goodbye. The man mechanically waved back, sporting an explosive hairstyle and a beard, dressed in a brown training outfit with white pants. The world's #1 martial arts tournament is indeed filled with experts. I didn't expect that kid who was about the same age as Vitalai to be so agile. Ha ha. That's great. It seems my training is still not enough. Satan, I must win the championship of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Ha ha. The man clenched his fist, motivating himself.